The Reddening. Written by Adam Nevill. Narrated by Connor Goff. Origins. Chapter 1. In the coming darkness, stepping off the stony cliff path and into thin air did not seem unfeasible. Andy too easily composed the only headline he'd ever make, post-mortem. Body recovered in harbor. A mere glance down and he sensed the potential for a terrible skittering of his feet. The earth rolling marbles beneath his boots before the sickening plummet tingled his sphincter. Over he'd go, snatching, thumping, scraping onto spumes of foam and the din of water that smashed the slate teeth of the shoreline 200 feet below. Or would he drop silently, without fuss? He pictured an egg breaking on the side of a ceramic bowl and winced. Even though little had been marked or signposted across the last 5 miles to offer an escape from the coast path, remaining on it was too dangerous. The further he'd ventured, the more remote and hostile the cast of the land, so unlike the lush, near-tropical sections around Torbay, or the long, open reaches of South Hams. Heather now bearded the slate and shale at the top of the cliffs, producing a vast rust and grey stonescape that suggested Scotland or the South Island of New Zealand, not what he expected to find in South Devon. Since the first coves of the morning north of Divellmouth, he'd walked the edge of an unceasing undulation of mostly bare, hilly farmland. Distant copses had occasionally sprouted on higher ground, the silhouettes of the trees seemingly silent and still with anticipation, like warriors watching on horseback in old westerns. Earlier, closer to Divellmouth harbor, it had been the vista of an enormous aquamarine sea that had lulled him into complacency. Nothing could go wrong beside water so achingly beautiful. But beauty doesn't last. That stretch of the coast was a long way behind him now, and he'd not seen another walker since. Only a paraglider had offered any human contact. That was at midday, and he'd been packing up when Andy stopped for lunch, 3 hours gone. The man had called the hills the Cardiacs. Those hills. Rendered clumsy with fatigue by late afternoon, what remained of his body's depleted stamina tinkled inside a near-empty tank. Andy couldn't even recall how many rocky hillsides or rough stone steps he'd struggled up. Maybe 4, but they'd all looked similar, and in his memory had fused into one torturous travail. Descending the slopes had pressed his toenails into their cuticles. He'd not trimmed his nails before wearing new hiking boots, and was close to limping. There had been no mention of so many hills in his guidebook, a publication aimed at those with more local knowledge than he possessed. Although it had let him down on each walk so far, he'd wanted to get his money's worth, so had persevered with spectacular walks on the southwest coast path, South Devon. But what if he'd been elderly? The numerous steep rises would burst hearts. 40 minutes for lunch at midday was also a stupid decision, as were the hours he'd spent exploring the first 3 coves at 10. His 1 liter of water was long gone. This is how people get into trouble. The tone of his head voice was now his dad's. Time. The atmospherics served as a premonition of how dark it would soon be. To get out of the situation safely, he'd need every minute of the 1 hour of remaining sunlight, then another hour of half-light to find the car. Andy looked up, imploringly, at the light situation. Cloud had tarnished the sky metallic, giving the sea an appearance of liquid steel. In one circular portion of the iron cumulus, light splintered to produce the sulfur and mercury of a Turner seascape. Far out at sea, one great shaft of concentrated sunlight struck the water, producing a white-gold disk too blinding to look into. But definition along the cliff edge was growing vague. Greens, blues, and reds were being extracted from the earth. He pictured himself reduced to a tiny figure in a dark aerial photograph, the surface murky with dust. Wind with cold pins began to sheet off the sea, shivering his flesh. Perspiration beneath his fleece transformed into a second skin of frost, covering his back, groin, and forehead. For all the protection it offered, his thin woolen hat might have been a Christmas crown made from tissue paper. The latest addition to the new script was rain. The white horizon was blackening. If you get wet in a cold wind, shit going wrong just builds. He could no longer use the GPS on his phone either. He'd run the battery down by taking pictures to show his wife. Anticipation of a temperature plummet at nightfall tightened the tourniquet of concern further, squeezing his thoughts into choices measurable on a three-fingered hand. Should he go back to where he had a vague memory of a path heading inland in the direction of a land trust property? He guessed that route promised to be a death march uphill into the interior. Then he'd have to locate the house. Would it be open off-season? Those places usually closed at 5 anyway. Or was it 6? Or should he just press on for his original goal, the nature reserve at Brickburg? He'd intended to cut inland from there on the sole track his map noted, a route that would eventually circle back and deliver him to the small-access countryside car park where he'd left his Volvo at 9 that morning. Though it was the best option for locating the car, the Brickburg route would surely involve over an hour on the hilly coastal path in dimming light and intensifying cold, so Andy ruled it out almost as soon as he mooted the notion. A glance at the beach below pulled his eyes to the steep shale hills that buttressed the shore. The map helpfully indicated that 2 more beaches would follow that one too. There wasn't sufficient light remaining to make agonizingly slow progress up 3 more cardiacs. For the first time in years, he felt tearful. A third option involved a yomp directly inland from Slagcombe Sands, around the wetland and up the valley. But a glance in that direction invited the question. What awaited at the summit? A bloody fence? It'd take him an hour to get up there, too, the final hour of daylight. There was no street lighting out here, no prospect of electric light save from a few remote farms dotted about the hills. He'd seen a couple of dejected buildings earlier, perched atop the valleys, but distant yellow windows wouldn't illumine where he placed his feet on uneven ground. He'd already lost his balance and fallen twice in daylight. There were options, or diminishing choices made in desperation. None were satisfactory. He was not an experienced walker. At Christmas, as a means of keeping fit, he'd made his rambling debut. This was walk 6 in 2 months, but the first on the wilder stretch of the coast path. Self-loathing added to a fearful mix of incomplete thoughts. The day had no room for another bad decision, no about-turns, retracings, or hunkering down in the wind to beseech the map that he could barely see without reading glasses. The last few times he returned the book to his pocket, he'd already forgotten what he'd just looked at. Cold wind dementia. Option 1. The land trust property. Head down, his mouth a rictus, he meandered up a slope parallel to the direction he'd just walked. The period building would be on a road somewhere inland, behind this section of the path. It must be. There might be a phone. He'd have to reach it cross-country, across fields. So turn around, twat, and walk until the darkness swallows you. A dining room. 2 figures sitting upright at a table, painted red from their hairlines to the soles of their bare feet, their torsos and limbs oiled to a dull sheen. Not speaking, their eyes closed, perhaps deep in the concentration of prayer and giving thanks for what they were about to receive, those bruised slabs of meat, wet and heavy upon their white plates. A fare not shocking Andy as much as the couple's appearance. To come so far and be confronted by this? He feared that fate had marked this day out for horror. Prior to this revelation, he'd walked inland from the coastal path for a couple of hours, moving west on a muddy groove rutted by hooves and black soil caked with dung. The odor of animal waste had become a permanent stain on his sinuses. He'd persevered and followed the crease for 90 minutes until the lit windows of a building had become visible atop a ridge. As he trudged to the isolated house, the last vestiges of sunlight had dissolved into a sky of iron. The iron had subsequently faded to coal, his eyes filling with pitch. He'd stumbled through night-sodden fields and talked out loud to suppress panic. Blind to the world's forms from his waist to his feet, He'd crashed through hedges and fallen down the sides of stone walls, snagged himself on fences he'd only seen when bent over them. Pawing his way over a gate, he'd scraped a thigh. That whole leg was now wet, and his waterproof trousers were stuck to stinging flesh. Both knees were bruised. Sometimes his feet had crunched stone chippings, sometimes grass. Sometimes he'd slid in mud, often he'd skated through dung. His hands were chilled to claws black with dirt. Blood from his nails had adhered the wool of his socks to his toes. Rain had made his jacket twice as heavy, but he'd continued, staggering about a lumpy land without light, aiming his lurching at a far-off row of yellow squares, window shapes that had been distant for hours, embedded within buildings indistinguishable from the void their lights pinpricked. A lighthouse for a careless rambler, a farm enclosed by barbed wire. As he'd arrived, the big hand on the luminous face of his watch had clicked past 7, the hour his wife would start to worry. He then passed between outbuildings, his feet sliding through putrescence, the stench of fresher feces drifting from underfoot to seep brain-deep, swinish with nitrates, shortening his breath. He'd even heard a deep cough in the nearest night-smudged building, followed by 2 more cries, as if the beasts within had acknowledged his trespass through their sleep. Unlit barns? He'd only sensed solid structures rather than identified what they were, but the glowing windows of the farmhouse had gradually enlarged, and then he'd been standing outside a long room, a combination kitchen and dining room. By that time, any shame he felt about banging on a stranger's door at so late an hour had evaporated. Human intervention in his plight had become necessary. And then he'd seen them through the window. The people. The red people. Naked red people, a woman and a man, their true age obscured by the dark pigment encrusting their faces. Had they wiped each other red with blood-caked hands before sitting down to eat? They didn't make sense, and while lost in the dark, Andy couldn't imagine anything he'd rather not have seen through the windows of a stranger's house. Dizzy with shock, he turned to sneak away. His intention was to move silently round the building to the enigmatic front, where he'd creep away on whatever metalled surface he could place his bemired boots upon. But when the toe of his boot struck an object that refused to move, his hopes for a silent escape came off the table. Solid, immobile, and unseen, the shape responded with a dull thunk, transmitting a tremor to his knee. His body continued, while the foot remained rooted. Falling forwards, he thrust out a hand, striking the very window that had so recently promised salvation. Second leg swinging wide, he just kept to his feet and righted his spine. As a hot-cold sensation preceding the fall wilted, he peered back at the scene he'd surely disturbed. He had. The 2 figures remained seated, but their horribly white eyes had widened to stare right at him. Big eyes that contained as much surprise as his own. When the bulky male figure rose from its chair and pointed at his face, Andy stumbled and fell about in the darkness of the yard. Within moments, the sound of a door latch chimed through the cold, and under the roar of his breath, the trespasser whimpered. Chapter 2. Later that year. Bones seeped from the cliff's freshest wound. A few lay scattered about Matt's feet. Like fallen columns from an ancient temple, 2 great plinths of rock had separated from the cliff face and cracked apart on impact with the sand. He imagined the wet thud they'd once made in the tiny cove. Moving his gaze from the fissure above his tousled red head to the gray shore, he tracked the path of fallen debris, broken limestone resembling a frozen river, the furthest extent of the rockfall hurling rubble across the pebbles and into the sea. The cliff must have collapsed within the last week, so how long had those bones been embedded in the rocks? Were the darker pieces all bone fragments? Animal or human? Maybe even fossils? He decided to collect as many of the more interesting bits as possible before the tide took them away. The same tide that had eroded a notch in the cliff's foot and written collapse into its future. The new spring tide would rise higher with a full moon, suck at the landslip, and reclaim the relics. 30 years of coastal erosion and 1 month of continual storms were responsible for this avalanche, the sea's perpetual rage unrecognizable in this part of South Devon. So recently had these blue skies blackened with fury, and the aquamarine waters darkened to gray, before spitting great briny gouts, day and night and for weeks, right into any face turned seaward. Much had been smashed apart in South Devon. Comprising no fewer than 13 hurricanes, the sea's maelstrom had surged over walls, bent iron railings and train tracks, battered harbors and fishing boats into fragments, torn down holiday lets from Plymouth to Dawlish, and even shrugged off the cliff's heavy coats. What had been relied upon to be benign, sheltering, and gentle had reverted to assault. Over now, the weather front spent, the sea assumed a sheepish, remorseful character. But the towns remained shaken and their people subdued, bruised at a deep psychological level. No one trusted the sea. They wouldn't for a while. For those who lived beside the coves and the long red beaches of the towns further north, it would take time and forgetfulness to rehabilitate the old bond. On hands and knees, Matt climbed into the stones and into the bones. He'd seen the fissure 200 meters up while paragliding in air cold enough to bite through his face mask and purple his skin. Conditions for gliding had been good, and he'd reverse-launched from a beauty spot intended for coast path walkers. In seconds, a high easterly headwind charging off the sea had raised him from standing on his feet to sitting in thin air. As soon as his wing had flapped, risen over his head and inflated, he'd been aloft, his stomach momentarily loosening like it was too big and on the outside of his body, before tightening to a closed fist inside a physique rendered frail. Up through the atmosphere he'd risen, alone and dwarfed by an immensity of sky. Seated in his harness, he looked to the green water turning milky turquoise in one great stripe of sea. Further out, the waters were stained a bitter Atlantic blue, finally turning indigo and sparkling silver, the distant horizon rimmed with white fire. When he glanced back, the land lost the ramparts of natural obstruction at ground level and appeared flatter. No matter how many times he'd looked down upon this earth from altitude, the sight of how Brickburg was revealed anew always startled him. A velvet fuzz of grass scarred white by tracks and roads, trees imitating broccoli, rocks at the shore lumpen and necrotic, cloud shadows wafting like ghosts wearing actual sheets, gray farm buildings imitating the hard Lego bricks that found the arch of his foot and cramped his toes to claws when his son stayed for the weekend. A column of air had spiraled from the sun-warmed cliff face, and he'd stepped into the invisible, muscular core of a powerful thermal. Get it wrong, drop into the sea, and you're dead. His mate, Bill, had told him that when he started Matt off a long time ago. Matt had been piloting his glider up and down the coastal area for 6 years. The cliff fall was 2 kilometers east of where he'd launched and where he'd watched the earth reform into an aerial photo. Cliffs that were a part of ancient South Devon, most of them forged from dark volcanics and shales, forming a mosaic from the regal purple, the rust and brassy pigments of Devonian slates, rocks minted 400 million years before, when this part of the earth was under a sea positioned south of the equator. His own country had given its name to that era in the earth's long history, the Devonian, when its rocks were smelted in ancient elemental forges of fire, steam, and pressure, raging beneath oceans now extinct. But the fissure that had released the bones appeared in a strip of different stone. That rent gaped in the farthest southerly reach of the ancient limestone, once heavily quarried by the Victorians, a compression of prehistoric reefs and algae seamed with the rusty blood of hematite. Mining had reshaped the peninsulas to resemble the prows of vast ships, and it was beyond the last bow that Matt now gingerly picked his way. Eyeing the new cliff edge above him, at the rear of the gouge, he could see that a corresponding section of the coast path had vanished. On either side of the collapse, the new cliffs leaned forward, chins out. It didn't look stable. Gotta be quick. The top layer of rubble was loose, and the first bone he'd found he'd mistaken for a piece of waterlogged wood, until a closer scrutiny revealed a splintered end. In cross-section, the inside of the fragment resembled desiccated coral, or the inside of a sea sponge, animal bone that had once held marrow, possibly a rib from a farm animal. Most of the hilly coastal land was used for grazing. All around Brickburg, herds of black Welsh mountain sheep roamed. Slow-moving ensembles of ebony ponies also drifted close to the coast path. But the bone's brittleness and mahogany to coal-black coloring suggested age, and perhaps a great age, thwarting his theory of sheep tumbling from the cliff before their remains weathered above the sea. Nearby, another bone was lighter in color and camouflaged amongst pebbles, driftwood, and chunks of hematite. The object's shape assured him that he was holding a portion of a jaw. The fragment's dimension suggested it must have once belonged to a beast no longer indigenous to the British Isles. 3 teeth remained. The most prominent tooth was worn, striated with capillary-sized cracks, and resembled an incisor the size of his thumb. A tooth compelling Matt to examine the ground about his knees more closely. He'd seen the remains of the great scimitar cats in the museum in Torquay, their bones chiseled out of limestone at Kent's Cavern further down the coast, the very limestone that ended here in Brickburg. Matt moved higher, through the rubble, filling his pockets with what must have been bird bones or the metatarsals of land animals, until he paused to inspect 2 larger objects, longer bones distinguished by heavy scores and cuts. They'd been worked at the top, too. Holes were bored into the flaring ends before the shaft concluded in a ball joint for the hip or shoulder of an animal. He knew other caves discovered in Devon's limestone had contained multiple entrances that weather and the movements of the earth had buried with rubble. Evidence of prehistoric animals and early man had been found in many of them. It was feasible that a cave might yet lie undiscovered. Matt's breath caught with excitement. Sweat replenished itself beneath his waterproofs and cooled. Jesus wept. If there was a cave behind that crack and he discovered it, would they name it after him? No one could have spotted the fissure unless they'd been hugging the shore in a kayak or seen it from the air. During the storms, the sea had been too rough for shipping, let alone pleasure craft. A giant freighter had even beached at Divillmouth. Not even the most extreme paraglider would have considered flying in that weather, and he didn't know anyone else who flew this section. It was too dangerous. So who should he tell first? The police? Didn't seem right. No, the council. Maybe. Or the land trust, who managed the public areas around the towns and farmland. Probably them. The crack itself was only a foot wide, and whatever lay beyond remained pitch dark. Maybe the inner space had seen no light for tens of thousands of years. As he drew close to the fissure, he slowed, reminded of an orifice. Blood-like stains in the hematite, issuing a sense of fleshy inner walls, moist and intersected by the pale bone of limestone. His thoughts turning unpleasant, his comparison switched from ideas of a cliff vulva to those of a horrible head wound. An analogy immediately reinforced by what he recognized as the top of a skull and the debris around his knees. Matt shivered. Mottled and tanned brown-black, the object sat upside down and formed a cup, like one half of an Easter egg his son had broken apart to retrieve a little bag of sweets. One half of a leathery egg with a jagged rim of spikes around the broken side, but the frontal and parietal bones were intact and still joined. The bone was almost weightless, and the exterior was also deeply grooved and scored, as if scratched by stones or an implement. And if it was human, it appeared that the entire crown of this skull, from just above the eyebrows, had been roughly chiseled free. Carefully, Matt slipped the fragment inside his rucksack and folded his spare hoodie around the object. He didn't want it crushed under a stampede of rubberneckers when word broke. That is, if this was important. Everyone had bigger things to consider these days. Unemployment, a collapsing health system, the price of food, the terrible economy, a plummeting pound, the unpredictable climate, the strikes, unrest. No one might give a damn about a cave full of old bones. At the mouth of the fissure, he turned his smartphone into a torch and shone it inside the crevice. again wondering when light had last fallen inside this cave, because that is what this was, a cave. Across the reddish floor, he could see more bones, scattered as the fissure extended into a damp funnel with a low ceiling. At the furthest reach of light, the ceiling met a tumble of rock, a restricted space, and nothing tempted him to push inside, his chest compressing at the very idea. Instead, he extended his arm and shoulder into the hole to retrieve what resembled another bone with an odd shape. Sitting back on his heels, he held the fragment in better light and gently brushed the sides with a thumb. Bone, and he could see where it had been snapped from a longer appendage, upon which the legs of the carven figure may once have been attached. The creature's torso suggested a heavily breasted woman with wide hips. Part of one arm had been fashioned, the other side was damaged. But if that was a head, then it was the head of an animal. A dog, he thought. A hound thing with a boxy muzzle. In fact, the carving was intricate enough to suggest indents for tiny eyes. This had been made by human hands. When Matt returned his scrutiny to the darkness of the fissure, his mind leaped into awe at what he held. Behind his shoulders, the sea rushed in and slapped the pebbles. It then withdrew in a susurration across the stony shore, as it had done for tens of thousands of years before this very moment. Later, when questioned, he would struggle to articulate how he'd felt with the dog-headed thing within his hands. But he did offer, to anyone to whom he told his story, that he'd never felt as insignificant. Tiny, an irrelevant witness and a mere speck upon a great tide of time that surged ever forward, a tide upon which he too would be extinguished, the spark of all he was, doused in less than a cosmic moment. Just as the mind that had occupied the skull in his bag had been extinguished so many years before. Chapter 3. 2 weeks later. Shelley couldn't decide if their campsite possessed a single redeeming feature. The landscape was all that Greg had promised. It was open, wild, hewn from steep valleys, framed by great vistas of sky and sea, and uninhabited, though the land must have been more hospitable once, and even crowded with trees, before deforestation had left it barren. There had been a lot of mining here a long time ago. Greg had said so, but despite man's devastations, nothing appeared tamed. Here all remained intimidating, and was as wild as it had been before, but in a different way to her eye. Here was mistreated and feral, not healthily wild. But by the second day of the trip, what really exceeded her considerable physical discomforts from the hike, followed by a sleepless night in the tent, was a curious, persistent murmur of anxiety, an enduring unease not dissimilar to mild vertigo, combined with an apprehension akin to trespassing with confident friends, while secretly wishing that you weren't. Maybe the strange emptiness of the land was troubling Shelley, or the paucity of color accounted for the dissonance, the sheer relentlessness of the tones that she associated with camouflage. Whatever the cause, she'd remained unable to read the land about herself adequately. To acclimatize or orientate, she must have moved too far from the familiar, because her imagination had additionally been lured into epochal considerations she'd not entertained since childhood. Too clear here were reminders that she was a mite on a great chunk of rock, one formed by distant and monumental collisions and processes in deep space, occurring billions of years before. Awareness of the great absences above the inert earth and the vast unbroken stretch of empty water unto the horizon seemed to intensify her loneliness, while making her strangely fearful. More discomforting still was the notion that this place and this planet were part of some divine plan, and that her belittlement here was both intended and punitive. Perhaps her feelings had inspired a growing suspicion, too, that their campsite was being observed from the top of the steep valley. From the corner of her eye, the trees suggested figures that only became stationary when you looked at them directly. They seemed to alter their positions when she wasn't looking, and though this odd perspective was caused by her movements below, the imagined maneuvers above were hard to disregard. Hardest of all to judge were the distances around the tent. The top of the valley didn't appear far away, and yet she was only too aware of how long it had taken them to descend just one side. In her memory, the very coast path they'd walked to get here had additionally grayed into mist, as if swallowing the world they'd known. A unique set of perspectives, and Greg's enthusiasm for the valley had only served to increase her estrangement. To even reach Slagcombe, they'd crossed 2 similar beaches to the one they'd camped behind. All 3 formed from boulders rolled down by waters draining through valleys across millennia. At each beach, the sand between the rocks was as dark as emery cloth. Neither of the first 2 beaches had offered car parks or public access by road, but at least they were closer to Divilmouth. Shelley had wondered out loud if they needed to walk any further, as the first pair of shorelines were empty enough for their purposes, but Greg had described those beaches as too popular. Once or twice before he'd seen a few fishermen use them, and because of what a local man had recently found in a hole inside a cliff near Slagcombe, even it could soon be fenced off and full of twats. Sometime during their stay, Greg intended to find the hole that had been in the papers. More of these vast stretches of rubbly beaches lay ahead of them, too, in the direction of Brickburg. In Shelley's imagination, they were all more of the same thing, rugged and inhospitable. They'd subsequently spent their first night at least 7 miles from Divilmouth Harbor, and except for hearing the distant grunt of a motorbike and seeing the drifting, luminous orange flag of a paraglider, they'd had no reminders of their own species. It was to be just the 2 of them for 2 nights, their tent beside the beach under an open sky. A chilly breeze scoured from the sea again, blowing her hair into a tangle and prickling her pale, untrained body. From arrival, she'd stayed huddled inside her fleece and Gore-Tex jacket, while occupying the sole fold-out chair that Greg had humped all the way from Divilmouth. At least a big fire had been promised to add some much-needed color and warmth to the excursion, and its fulfillment was well underway. Where the wetland at the foot of the valley met the stony shore, Greg was building the pyre. He was going to cook on it, tinned sausages that would be slipped between open buns. Shelley watched her man toil, beyond the impossibly flat water of the marsh that glimmered like a huge pane of broken glass. Reeds the color of wheat obscured much of the surface. Brightly colored waterfowl continually flew over their tent. And now they were back again. The stinking black rams. Their shit was everywhere. Shelley watched the group of black lumps moving down the valley sides towards the tent. Shortly after their arrival, the previous afternoon, the sheep had descended and occupied the grass around their tent, a welcoming committee content to stare and crap. At first she and Greg had laughed, thinking the arrival of the animals an exciting addition to their weekend adventure in the wild. But it hadn't taken long for the unbroken gazing of so many amber eyes, bisected by a horizontal black slit, to unnerve her. A stolid watching presence increasing their exposure at the foot of the valley, the intense, unreadable eyes embellishing her suspicions that other eyes, higher up the slopes, were also observing them just as keenly. Shelley wondered who owned the sheep. There were farms inland and a land trust house that was too far to reach, all uphill from the beach. Perhaps the sheep expected her to feed them. Their fleeces were matted with dung, their nostrils encrusted with snot, their presence a fitting epitaph to the romantic weekend. She needed Greg to shoo them away. "What?" she asked the one nearest the tent, but the ram stared, unblinking. "Piss off," she hissed. "You actually stink of shit." As if to mock her, the animal released a stream of black balls from its tangled backside. She would ignore them. She had far bigger things to worry about. The row at first light had been far worse than the annoyance of random sheep in the cold. The tense spitting exchange still echoed through her thoughts. Greg had even said, "Never again." She'd responded with, "It's shit, Greg, shit. It even stinks of shit. It's all round the tent in case we needed convincing. I didn't sleep at all and I'm freezing. I can't get warm." divil-mouth calling, mate." He'd paled at her outburst, called her ball ache, and walked off to see the quarry. She'd only seen him get that angry with her twice in 6 years. Ball ache. Once Greg lost it, he could take days to return to himself. They had another night to get through, and the sulking was now wearying and wearing them both down. Shelley stood up. Her knee joints ached from being stationary for too long in the cold. Stumbling about to ease the stiffness and to get a better sense of what Greg was up to, she moved away from the sheep. As she did so, her enduring sense of a distant scrutiny found a startling definition and confirmation. A human figure was now standing at the top of the southern slope of the valley. At first glance, she hoped the form was one of the odd-looking trees in her peripheral vision, bereft of leafage and made skeletal by the wind. But a closer scrutiny confirmed that it was indeed a person up there, because the thin figure, silhouetted against the ashen sky, was moving its arms. It was raising something into the air. Shelley heard a note, a single piped note. They weren't trespassing. The shoreline was public land managed by the Land Trust. You weren't supposed to light fires, but who'd ever know, Greg had said. Another note wavered behind her, from a distance. Shelley turned and spotted a second figure. What sunlight seeped through the clouds no longer smarted her eyes, and she saw the piper more clearly than its partner. A man standing on the ridge, thin, scruffy-haired, and blowing into a flute or pipe. He was naked, too. She caught the hint of dangle at his groin. Across the valley, his note was matched. There was fresh movement behind the tent. Another 4 rams had made their way to the campsite, as if directed downwards by these distant shepherds. Shelley raised her eyes towards the inner depth of the valley and identified an additional trio of the spindly human silhouettes. They were also naked. It's why they all appeared so slight. What she didn't understand was why their skin was so dark. 5 of them now. She called out to Greg. The wind buffeting up the valley from the sea prevented her voice extending much farther than her lips. She edged toward the wetland. If she walked at an angle, she'd skirt the boundary of reeds and pick up the track that led to the shore. She hadn't gone far, but couldn't resist another look up the valley. The numbers of their visitors had swollen in mere seconds. The new arrivals were also now moving down the valley's sides. Shelley estimated that within a few moments 12 of these figures had appeared, all now possessing a sinister inexorability in their unhurried descent. Equally distributed across the slopes of the valley and in the ravine flowing from the summit, they walked. The beach or their tent appeared to be the destination. Her thoughts scratched about, trying to fathom whether the situation called for hilarity or caution, fight or flight. A spurt of adrenaline made her lighter on her toes. She stumbled, jittery, knees clumping together. Her feet required her full attention, and without that resource she skidded on the moist grass, plowing dung. "Greg!" He hadn't heard, and continued to roll a large stone across the pebbles toward the fire pit. "Greg! Greg!" That he heard. He looked up, his body still bent over. Shelley pointed to the slopes. "We got company." She returned her eyes to the slopes. The naked people continued to observe their careful sidesteps. Easier to see those on the northern slope now, and in the low light their bare skin issued a scarlet sheen. Red. The people were painted red. Red people. Naked red people. And what had they done to their hair? That wasn't right, having it all tufted and clawed out from the sides where it glistened. Most of them gripped something in their hands, small black objects. 2 of the men held what might have been a staff or spear. 2 others carried the thin pipes she'd heard. They've come out of time. Shelley turned to Greg for confirmation that these people were actually there and that this was actually happening. He'd stood up straighter to see over the wetlands reeds, shielding his eyes to survey the visitors. Anxiety increased a pricking of Shelley's nerves. If she wasn't careful, fear would soon take hold of her throat and make her voice warble. She couldn't show that she was frightened. She had a notion that looking afraid would be a bad idea. She'd not run, either. She'd walk normally. Picking her way across the uneven ground and the slippery grass mounds was slow going, comic even, slapstick slow, and she soon regretted the decision not to run. To circle the marsh and get to Greg on the beach, she'd need to make the track traversing the southern side of the valley. By moving so slowly, she'd now meet the naked red people descending the slope over there. They'd reach the track first. Shelley stopped and acknowledged why she'd not run. She feared that they would, too, towards her. "Greg, hurry!" Greg was still on the rocky shore, slowly making his way to where the marsh turned into a stream, embedded with smooth boulders. Upon his distant pale oval of a face, Shelley read his confusion. Tension had thinned his mouth to a slit. "Shell?" he called. On came the red people, without pause, fastidious in their exodus from the hillsides. Even though there were wide gaps within their ranks, they were incrementally forming a tighter semicircle as they neared the shore. Shelley was becoming trapped behind the wetland, within a shortening necklace of naked people. Far off, at the head of the valley, two of the group had remained behind. One was sitting down, which was odd, but Shelley lacked the clarity of mind to scrutinize what the distant form sat upon. The second figure was standing and had raised thin arms. All that differed between those that were approaching their tent and the people who remained behind was the heads. At a distance, the heads of the couple at the top of the valley were out of proportion to their bodies, were too large, misshapen. "Greg?" A childish urge ushered her back toward the tent, as if the campsite possessed a private domestic boundary that wouldn't be crossed or invaded by the insistent visitors. She wasn't thinking straight, and knew it. "Like the rams, they just came at you, just came from up there, out of the land. Then they're here, around you." The idea was simple, and it horrified her, as did the faces of the figures as they drew closer. All red, the eyes and teeth too white. Their expressions alone collapsed her resolve, and her hope that it was all a jape. These people were angry. No, they were more than angry. They were enraged, excited too, because they abruptly made a terrible noise. All of them started to howl and ululate like angry apes, a commotion intimating that the restraint they had used in their orderly descent was about to conclude. The pair at the valley's summit with the malformed heads had incited the chorus by issuing faint, high-pitched shrieks that had warbled into a horrible skirl. When the sound had pierced the valley, their confederates had immediately taken up the cry. When Shelley identified what the red people were clutching in their fists, she wanted to sit down and protest at being intimidated. Black stones, rocks that tapered into points. "Get here! Greg! Greg!" As she looked desperately in her boyfriend's direction, her vision suffered a marginal judder. From the waist up, he was visible over the furry tips of the reeds. He was running from the shore to their camp. Ahead of him, a few of the red people had stopped as if to greet him on the beach path they had already reached. Their tatty, greased hands and scarlet faces seemed more monstrous as they grinned and shrieked excitedly at his approach. There were 4. He'd never get through them. "Oh, Jesus," Shelley said to herself and to the unhearing universe of air and stone and sea that surrounded her. Jesus Christ. She'd waited too long to act, and only now was she running to the nearest gap between the 2 red things closest to her, women with grimacing faces. Both were elderly, their breasts strangely plump and shiny beneath stringy throats. But where did she go if she made it between them? Up there, up the sides of the valley? Already the left side of her chest felt as if an ice cube was lodged in a lung. She wouldn't get far, and wasn't fit enough to do more than crawl that slope. Without any alteration in pace, the 2 women nearest to her moved together and narrowed the parting. Shelley stopped running, turned, looked for another route through the enclosing corral of red figures. She ran for a space at 90 degrees to her previous course. No sooner had she set this course when a heavily bearded man his facial hair entirely soaked in what might have been blood, simply stepped closer to his neighbor and annulled that option. Shelley adjusted her course again and ran for the other side of the valley. As if reading her mind, two of the red people sauntered inwards at her and sealed that route. The wetland. That was behind her now. She might make it. Into the water. Wade in. Harder for them to get to you in there. Shelley screamed, a reaction to Greg's raised voice behind her. He just shouted, "What? What do you want?" Above her rapid, noisy breathing, she heard the scuffling of bare feet on the stony track, signaling a commotion, about 30 meters distant, where Greg was. She looked there, but no longer saw Greg. She could only make out the oiled torsos and spiky heads of the howling red people standing where she'd last seen her boyfriend. Amidst the reeds of the wetland, their stained arms rose and fell at whatever tried to tear itself from between them. "Greg!" They hammered at her boyfriend. He'd fallen, and the red people had quickly formed a circle to smash their rocks into his body. The sound Shelley heard was akin to the beating of a drum filled with wet sand. Dunk, thud, dunk, thud. Her will to run died. A whiteout of shock and bewilderment bent her at the waist so she could be sick. Ducks flew overhead. Dusty wings flapped amidst honking cries of alarm. Dunk, thud, dunk, thud. "Oh, God, leave him. Please leave him. Don't you think he's had enough?" She wanted to say this, but there was no air inside her body. She sobbed breathlessly. Dunk, thud, dunk, thud. Arcs of dark liquid were flung into the air from the tips of many red hands, like suds cast from wet tools. The red arms went up and down, up and down. The flapping commotion of the waterfowls dimmed, and the noise of multiple pairs of bare feet slapping the turf drew nearer to her. She closed her eyes, then opened them. Standing upright, her arms loose and weak at her sides, her nose running freely, she watched the red people close. Mouths open and howling, here a filling, there a gap, purple tongues, black nostrils, eyes too big, wild like animals. A moment of strange calm came upon her. Then a warmth spread through her muscles. "No," her final word. The red people took her down to the wet grass and began tugging her into position. She wanted the first raised rock to knock her out so that she wouldn't feel the impact of the other 5. It didn't. Chapter 4. 2 years later. I can assure you in my field, no prehistorical site in the British Isles has been the cause of so much excitement. The extraordinary finds of the Brickburg Cave far exceed the combined riches discovered at Boxgrove, Creswell, Swanscombe, and Go's Cave. Katrine arrived at the press conference late. For a few seconds the room was a blur of lights, unsmiling faces, tight rows of chairs upholstered in red to match the hotel's furnishings. Even the carpet was obscured by the equipment bags, studio lights, cables, and camera equipment littering the floor. There was barely enough room for national press. Local was squeezed at the rear, the closeness of the air and its temperature already reaching stifling in the conference room. Damp all over and stressed, angry at herself, she sat at the back. Journalist misses press conference for the biggest local news story of her lifetime. Unable to park anywhere near the hotel, she'd hobbled in heels through town to get to where the press had assembled to brief the world. She'd seen Euronews and CNN Europe's logos in the vans parked outside the hotel. Her press pack was on the floor. She picked it up and started her recorder. The speaker continued. "We know that the cavern was used 13,000 years ago, and for around 1,000 years. The semi-permanence of the occupation being the most crucial element. As with other European sites, our cave was used by late Upper Paleolithic people, Creswellian hunter-gatherers. They'd been returning to various parts of Britain from France, Belgium, and the Netherlands during warmer spells in Europe's climate, a relatively brief thawing before another cold period, the Younger Dryas, that ensued in 12,800 BC, when most of Britain would have been covered by an ice sheet, the southwest a bitterly cold tundra. To get here, these people would have crossed a great land bridge known as Doggerland, now submerged beneath the North Sea. For a journalist, Katrine was terrible with names, dates, and figures, though she never forgot a face. The speaker was a leading paleontologist from the Natural History Museum in London. She'd seen him interviewed on national news during the first 2 years of the excavation in Brickburg. Her local monthly, Devon Life and Style, would dedicate a pull-out supplement to the revelations he offered today, the most significant press conference yet from the dig's management. But this is the only British site that signifies a formal occupation, including burials across centuries. The speaker paused, as if to allow the weight of that fact to sink upon his audience. A few people were taking notes. Glazed expressions or contrived looks of anticipation accounted for the greater number of faces in her line of sight. The speaker looked past the journalists from the London networks and towards the back, as if to appeal for some local enthusiasm. None was forthcoming. A camera flashed. He had his work cut out. Considering the current state of the world and its weekly upheavals, Cat questioned for how long this story would run beyond specialist pages and presses. We also know what the Brickburg community hunted and ate. Cat suppressed a yawn. Her eyes watered, blurred, then cleared. On screen, a picture of a grassland, bordered by marshes and small trees. A white flat landscape inhabited by wild horses, red deer, antelopes, some kind of giant ox, what looked like grouse, a solitary badger. A pack of wolves watched the game expectantly from one side of the illustration. Opposite the wolf pack, standing beside a marsh, a group of bearded men were poised, their muscular bodies part covered in animal skins. Rough, leathery faces, crowned by tangled hair, watched the centerpiece of the picture. A woolly mammoth. Spears were readied. Were mammoths down here? Cat wondered, and felt her interest increase, though not by much. It dropped a notch again when the professor presented the next photograph, which featured a tray filled with flint tools, carved spear blades and points. Notched spikes bore the caption, "Shin bones of Arctic hares." We've removed 500 tons of debris so far, and over 2,000 items of worked bone and flint. The flint came from Wiltshire. Katrine's feet ached and throbbed. She wished she'd worn jeans and trainers. Several women had done so, including the loathsome Vicky from Devon Tribune, one row in front. Much like her own publication, the Tribune was 95% advertorial, masquerading as news. But other than Cat, only the female journalists from the big networks were attired in suits and heels and lavishly made up. Those higher-profile journalists would interview the visiting experts for the networks, one-on-one. Women who exuded a cultivated indifference to everyone sitting behind them. Their heads even appeared to be enhanced by a celestial halo created by camera lights, a setup that produced the near-unbearable contained heat. Katrine removed her suit jacket, but didn't feel any cooler, and wanted to strip down to her bra. Her tights were laddered up the back of one calf. As she'd run from the car, a tiny burr of leather in the heel of one of her new shoes had rubbed a foot raw and fired white striations up her hose to the left knee. She wanted to pinch herself hard. From analyzing nitrogen isotopes in the wealth of the recovered human remains, we know that the people using this cave maintained a diet that was very high in animal protein. They were towards the top of the meat-eating food chain. Only wolves should have been competing with them for game. The cave lions had been gone for 15,000 years. These people mostly ate giant oxen, deer, elk, horse meat, and the occasional cave bear. We also speculate that domesticated wolves assisted their hunting, but, well, there was another reason why we called this conference before luncheon. Luncheon? Just bloody call it lunchtime. Katrine suppressed a flicker of class rage and refocused her attention on the next slide that appeared on screen. A photograph of a trench filled with hundreds, if not thousands, of bones, in all shapes and sizes. The charnel house was lit by powerful lights mounted on metal stands at the head and foot of the long gutter. From the pit, the macabre grimaces of incomplete human skulls drew the eye. Jawless, they peered over the surrounding bones at what may have been the first living human faces to gape about the cave in 12 millennia. A bank of sediment on the south side of the cave that survived the cliff fall contained over 5,000 individual animal and human bones, interred together. So we can be certain that this cave was associated with sustained butchery, operating at recurring intervals across 1,000 years. From the wear on the bone awls and flint scrapers recovered from this level of the site, we know what created the myriad cuts and scratches on the examined bones, and what took place here was a great deal of skinning, filleting, and dismemberment, as well as the stripping of tougher tendons from carcasses, perhaps to manufacture rope or even thread, on all of the remains. Katrine's spine tensed. What's he saying? Did they? A camera flashed at the front. The rustling in the room ceased. The speaker raised his voice as if his throat were dry. In this phase of the excavation, the process mimicked the purpose of a police forensic team at a crime scene, or that of the United Nations inspecting the evidence of war crimes. You see, the teeth marks on most of the examined bones are unmistakably human. For a settlement with a carnivorous diet, we cannot fathom why cannibalism occurred on this scale when other food sources appeared to be plentiful. Or perhaps there is a scarcity of food at the climax of the last glacial interstadial to account for this behavior. But between glaciations, the inhabitants of the Brickberg caves were engaged in a systematic, industrialized practice of nutritional cannibalism. Murmurs gathered momentum the length and breadth of the room, indistinguishable mutters, as if the journalists were talking into their lapels, afraid of being heard. Only the blond heads of the A-listers up front appeared more alert at this whiff of blood in the air. The whispering continued until the speaker finished drinking from a glass of water and cleared his throat. To make absolutely certain that we were looking at interpersonal trauma within this community, an extensive forensic investigation was carried out by our colleagues at several British universities. This established a more precise idea of how these people died. From an eventual assemblage of single body parts and from the angle of the cuts and neck vertebrae, we were able to ascertain that nearly all the victims were decapitated while lying face down. The removal of the heads probably occurred after death. Other bones matched to the same skulls, particularly the ribs, revealed scars resulting from violent blows, caused by spear points or blunt trauma from hand axes. The speaker paused, occurring prior to the remains being butchered and processed for food. Kat guessed it was one thing to know this, and another to articulate it in public. But whether we examine the remains of human or horse, elk, or ox, the same tools were used in these distasteful preparations. For example, we know that a bone tool resembling a spatula was inserted into the mouth to break the jaws free of the skull, in order to make the softer tissues of the mandibles accessible for consumption. And we can be fairly certain that the facial features, the eyes, lips, ears, noses, and even the tongues were defleshed, cut and scraped away carefully, along with the muscles surrounding the skull on the brow and at the sides and rear of the head. This technique is consistent with the processing of animals for food at this time across Europe. From a close scrutiny of the cuts impressed into the skull bones, we can even establish the actual angle at which the individuals' heads were held by one hand, while a second hand operated a sharp tool to remove the flesh and soft organs from the exterior. Rather gruesome, I'm afraid. It may even be upsetting for your readers and viewers, but we must remember, despite our sensibilities in the civilized world, that our species has resorted to cannibalism throughout its history, even in recent history in some parts of the world. But the evidence from the Brickberg caves chiefly indicates that there was no difference between the preparation and consumption of animal and human carcasses. Here, butchery found an equivalency between man and beast that we've not witnessed since the 20th century in Russia and North Korea. We must remember that the brain, bone marrow, and the soft body tissues all contained an important nutritional value in cold, uncultivated environments. These food resources were extracted from the broken bones by gnawing and chewing actions that we've matched to human teeth, so these human remains were not scavenged by other animals. So far we have assembled the mostly complete remains of 276 people who died and were processed in this way. The eldest appears to be a 43-year-old male who was suffering from what must have been very painful gums, infected by a tooth abscess. But neither women nor children were spared. The youngest victim was 3 and appeared to be perfectly healthy at the time of death. A woman towards the middle of the room stood up, apologized to those at her side, and left the room through a side door. Even Katrine wanted to shout, "Bastards!" This trench became, in effect, a rubbish tip or landfill for the discards or unused materials from the community's food supply. Interestingly, we also uncovered evidence of a 12-meter-long hearth close to the entrance of the cave, but the human remains do not appear to have been cooked. Attention was rapt. Kat would have heard a metatarsal drop inside the room. The crafting of many of the human skulls at the Brickberg site as a domestic and cultural center is also extraordinary. We've observed an identical usage of the human skull in Go's Cave in Somerset, but not on this scale. As I've mentioned, some of these victims were carefully scalped. Score marks on the skull bone are consistent with this procedure, and in 20 instances a sharp hammerstone was used to chip away the top of the skull. The cranial vault of some victims was of particular importance to this community. The upper part of human heads was often scraped and cleaned before being worked into what has been called a Magdalenian skull cup. We know in more recent cultures that such containers were used to carry liquids and as drinking bowls for ritualistic purposes. Upon the screen what looked like an ancient but intact pottery bowl appeared, modeled on the outside like a dark hen's egg, with visible impressions of tributaries across the inner surface, where blood vessels had once supplied a living, thinking, feeling brain. Kat wouldn't have guessed it was the top of a human head if she hadn't been told, and now she'd seen it and learned of how a human form was reduced to a cup and a pile of chewed bones. She wished she hadn't. For her feature, the details of the butchery and cannibalism would have to be toned down and reduced to bare hints. She knew her editor, Sheila, wouldn't print most of what had been shared with the press today. Their readership was predominantly elderly, affluent, and conservative. Considering the heat and lack of oxygen, Katrine didn't judge the younger woman, sitting 3 rows down, who at first seemed to be coughing with her head bowed. When the barking girl was identified by 2 self-conscious hotel stewards standing at the side of the room, they soon plucked her out of the seating and led her from the conference. The woman had been sick, probably into a coffee beaker. One of the stewards held a paper cup at an arm's length. Katrine held her breath. But moving on from the unpleasant evidence of how this early culture sustained itself in a harsh environment, I'd like to share some of the rich evidence suggesting that a sophisticated culture coexisted, one fully immersed in its own religious rites and practices, a community that also skillfully produced some very affecting art, artifacts, and funerary rites that demonstrate a great reverence for some of their dead. The speaker couldn't get the skull cup off the screen fast enough. A few journalists were already whispering into phones as if they'd received a scoop, and Kat guessed the evidence of cannibalism would be exactly that for the tabloids. She could even supply their headline, "Cannibal Holocaust, the prequel." 2 arms were raised near the front, which encouraged the rising of a dozen more. 2 hands clicked fingers. "We'll have a Q&A at the end of the presentation," the speaker said with a smile. "I'd first like to share evidence of these exquisite burials, 12 in total, recovered in the section of the site excavated so far." The news slide featured an intact human skeleton lying in a dusty recess on the floor of the cave. The bones have been carefully exhumed and brushed clean by the archaeologists. Deeper inside the cave and interred within what we've been calling the false floor, we've uncovered the remains of 12 humans, all female and all aged between 37 and 48. Their remains are in an excellent state of preservation. We can see that each individual was carefully placed in a nest and surrounded with a range of remarkable grave goods. Some of this material's manufacture dates from at least 20,000 years earlier, so artifacts were being reused. The occupants of the graves had become known, on site, as the Red Queens of Bricksburg. As soon as the speaker uttered the regal title, every journalist in the room bowed to make a note. We've arrived at this term because each corpse must have been painted with iron oxide, a red pigment extracted from local stone. It would have been processed into a dye by these people. Ample vestiges of this hematite have been recovered from each nest. These interments were ritualized. We've also recovered a variety of animal skulls from each grave, objects that must have offered a special significance to these individuals. perhaps even a spiritual status. The first queen uncovered still held the preserved skull of a hyena, Crocuta crocuta, and a relic at least 20,000 years older than she was, an animal that was once the size of a modern African lion. This might have been rediscovered within the cave, or even brought here by the group as they transported their culture into the area. The other queens were also buried with skulls, though of wolves in 9 cases, an animal indigenous at the time. Interestingly, one of the queens was interred with the much older skull of a giant cave lion, Panthera spelaea, once endemic to this area. Another held the skull of the scimitar cat, Homo thureni. That species went extinct around the time the cave was abandoned at the onset of the Younger Dryas. This burial practice and culture are similar to what has been found at various German sites, and as with those continental burials, at Brickberg we also uncovered a large number of man-made grave goods, carven images and simple but beautiful musical instruments. And make no mistake, this is figurative art. Each of the flutes was carved from swan wing bones, the longest being 40 centimeters in length, the smallest 6 centimeters. Each instrument has been inscribed with precise and quite sensual images of water birds. A fresh slide on screen revealed a pair of hands, clad in rubber gloves, gently holding a smooth length of what looked like a pipe of hollowed wood. There was once music in this cave. Perhaps music was incorporated into ceremonies, ritual practices. Maybe it was simply a source of pleasure and bonding in hard times. We can only speculate. Of the carven artifacts, we know that most were crafted and worked out of mammoth bone, and most of the carven images appear to be representative of the human female, though the heads of these figures are animal. Hyenas, giant cats, dogs, or wolves, we think. But there has been some decay, and most of the recovered pieces appear incomplete. They may once have been attached to wooden staves, since decomposed. The carvings on screen were upright, straight-backed. All missed hands and feet, their abdomens tapered to spikes, but the tiny blockish spurs of animal ears were unmistakable, well-proportioned, even elegant figures, but transmitting a distinctly bestial character to Cat. She found the shape and posture of the artifacts subtly aggressive, the worn but barking faces grotesque, even mad with a horrible delight. The last item of great interest that I will share today is this exquisite larger figurine of a woman's body. This item, however, was constructed out of baked clay and mirrors similar Venus figurines that have been recovered from all over Europe from earlier Cro-Magnon sites. Again, we date this figure's manufacture at around 30,000 BC, some 15,000 years before a revival of its significance by this community. Despite the long, sensual curves, Katrine would not have described the black object as exquisite. A torso missing its head and feet occupied the screen. Suspended against a white background, its dark breasts were outsized, pendulous, perhaps suggesting a heaviness with milk. The hips and buttocks were given prominence from the rear and rendered lifelike. A tribute, perhaps, to fertility and the continuance of human life, or its flux and the prolonging of brutality. Cat disliked the turn in her thoughts, inevitable whenever she was exposed to the gruesome details of human history. Inside the hot room, her skin cooled. She closed her eyes, and her mind immediately became busy with what had just leered from the screen. The speaker called for questions. "Can I go now?" When that red earth of Brickberg yawned and revealed its horrors to the archaeologists, Cat was living north of Divilmouth, on the periphery of the affected area. Tucked away in Moorbridge, in her 2-bedroom cottage on Kiln Lane, she'd observed the transformative power that spread from the lightless mausoleum to the nearest harbors. The discovery of the first cave made headlines, locally and nationally, for a while, and perpetually in academic and scientific journals that fewer eyes read. But 2 years after a paraglider spotted a crack in a cliff face in South Devon, the initial excitement was eclipsed into insignificance by a greater fascination about what had been found inside the cave. The piles of ghastly, rusticated artifacts extracted from within that cold, pitch-black tomb possessed a unique reach and enduring resonance internationally. Such discoveries generated stories and theories and revisions of what was known about early man, and these speculations, both academic and Fortean, did not quickly fade nor slow. The caves became the biggest deal in living memory for the harbor towns of Brickburg and Divilmouth. In Brickburg, an ailing, deprived fishing port that had lost out to Brixham's rise further north, she'd watched the reawakening of a town all but abandoned after the last quarry had closed in the 50s. Further south, in the affluent enclave of gleaming yachts and white-walled dream houses that comprised Divilmouth, the air of the caves settled over the town like an enchanted whisper of even more gold than it already possessed. After the first exhibition that toured the British Isles and Europe, in Divilmouth and Brickburg, it appeared as if every hotel, inn, guest house, B&B, ice cream parlor, gift shop, and fish and chip restaurant swelled with a horde of new faces, while each ferry, car park, and narrow rural road rumbled anew with vehicles from elsewhere. As if the caves had called out with some silent, summoning dog whistle, tourists from all over the world appeared again to startle the amiable, taciturn, and undemonstrative outer reaches of South Devon. We're on the map. Change is coming. That seemed to be the message, the belief, the impetus. And for a time down there, anything had seemed possible. Even out in Brickburg's purposeless, ailing satellite, Redhill, that tired gray village hanging on amidst the last working farms, the renewal that none had ever thought possible began. Kat saw the holiday accommodation near the harbors refurbished, the empty shop units find new tenants, the widening of roads, the council's dispensing of development grants, the resurrection of ancient and dimly remembered festivals, and the arrival of a celebrity chef to open a fish restaurant. Even the odd cruise ship was occasionally seen on the horizon, slowly passing what had come to be known as the Cannibal Coast. But the most noticeable changes all occurred some distance from the actual caves. Across the 12 square miles of hilly land surrounding the caves, and where the sea's mists smothered the coastal combs, things remained resolutely agricultural, as they had done long before the old quarries first opened, and long after they'd closed. There were a few hiker trails out Redhill Way, and they proved too difficult for guided tours to take hold. The farmers, as if forming some ancient guardianship of the land, had tended to renew and heighten their border fences and pretty much carry on as they had done for some time. A ring of wagons around the caves. But what Kat recalled most about this time of discovery and potential was the night that followed the press conference in Plymouth. To her mind it seemed, and this was a mind that went to great lengths to protect itself from the madding crowds it had once known in London, her own past had been strangely exposed by the excavation, and her imagination infected by what had been exhumed from those caves. A cold stone bed lined with bones. A collapsed human skeleton scattered about the crumbling skull of a hyena. Thin arms hugging the mottled and fearsome head. Red Queen. Crocuta, Crocuta. Not fully asleep, nor properly awake, but between the two states, Kat's thoughts had drifted through an edit of the day's events. They always did. Like having a television show on fast forward, she'd paused her recall to trigger imaginary interactions, how things could have gone, should have gone, would have gone if... And through that dark, ruddy ether of her mind's deep space, these other things, the images, had reappeared and defined themselves. Snout raised and seemingly wet, the head alert, a jackal-headed figure of bone had rotated behind her eyes. The erect, footless image had even summoned the distant cacophony of a canine skirmish from the caverns of her mind. This had segued into another scene of an indistinct herd of immense beasts, in which a powerful animal had been pulled by the throat to its lumpy knees and then onto its dusty side, with a thump that had shaken the frozen earth beneath where she lay. The felled beast was then hastily opened by a scrum of busy black heads. Snarling, becoming laughter. A dirty hand holding a black stone, carving flesh from a human face as if it were preparing fish. That final imagining had snapped her fully awake. She'd assumed that she'd been asleep and only dreaming, though the nightmare had seemed too vivid for that. There had been a sinking into a smothering darkness just before her nightmare, the sensation of physically dropping away from the room, her bed. Then had come the sensation of a misstep and a sinking into an inner abyss where that bestial head, carved into stone, had grinned and turned. But the defleshing. She'd sat up. Defleshing, nutritional cannibalism. Such terms had not been part of her awareness when she'd stepped inside that day's press conference. Her vocabulary had acquired a new vernacular of brutality and bloodshed. A few moments staring at the newly decorated bedroom ceiling to clear her mind of a noisome infestation had been required. No doubt a discoloration of her imagination had occurred that day in Plymouth, a taint, reanimating memories of what she'd seen in the PowerPoint presentation, had transformed into these dreamy scenes of her own making. But her curiosity had stopped short of asking how the visions had distinguished themselves by becoming clearer than dreams should be. On awaking from the first bad dream, she'd noticed the bedroom lights were still on. She and Steve had both been too tired to turn them off after a more intense sexual collision than they usually enjoyed. Steve's slender back had been turned to her. In post-coital slumber, his breathing had been muffled, yet deep. Her boyfriend had been eager to get her into bed after he'd found her dressed in a suit and heels that afternoon. She'd smiled at that, an outfit she'd rarely worn since leaving London years before, a part of her wardrobe she rarely excavated. But the suit and its accessories had stimulated his libido as if she'd become another woman, a new lover. And maybe it had been her clothes that had also awoken her reminiscences of the brightly lit-up parts of her former but abandoned life in the capital. A chapter she'd only dared skim read since moving to South Devon, before swiftly closing that particular book. She'd quit a career at its peak, but that wasn't even half the story, and regret was deceptive because what caused regret was never the whole story. But at the press conference, her old uniform had swiftly become a high-maintenance encumbrance with bad memories stitched into the seams. There'd been a reopening of personal tombs that she'd locked away inside the false floor of her own mind. The falls and disgraces, thoughts of her ex, Graham, were the most insidious recollections of all. As a result, she'd remained irritable for the duration of her journey home, even grinding her teeth as she always did when she thought of him. What Kat usually remembered from her past in London was a lingering sinus condition with headaches akin to bullet wounds, the ethanol withdrawals, forgetting to eat, not sleeping, then sleeping for 20 hours, her mind and mouth firing as fast as a computer processor, then crashing and stuttering lethargically like a shitty broadband connection for far longer, and being so weary, so tired, bone deep, soul deep. But at least for a while the sex with Steve had expelled the foul images of the cave and of Graham that she'd brought home with her. Though to be of any use the following day, Kat had known how badly she'd needed to sleep. She closed her eyes and tried to get back to sleep and passed out a second time, in a manner akin to being sucked into the darkness beneath her bed, and her dreams had quickly filled with other curious things. A stone axe, shaped like a pendulum, near purple in the thin light of memory, napped to produce sharp edges, the toothy spike of a bone awl, thin notes from a flute fashioned from bone, a reedy lightness, beautiful and ethereal, and filling a smoke-filled darkness, music that summoned skeletal human faces, the tops of their heads chipped away like eggshells, the perforated bone of a wolf's head mounted upon human form. Her running, then falling, as if one leg was shorter than the other, into a cave, into the void, dropping into the false floor. A bulbous Venus, smooth clay turning as if on a carousel, round and round, curves and raised contours catching red firelight. A voice in the darkness, the gibbering of a man, or was it a dog? A wet thud, the sucking of soft tissue. Kat had sat bolt upright at that point, breathing quickly, bilious with nausea, the echo of the heavy thud resounding. From where did the sound originate? She'd been sure it had arisen from inside the cottage. Not a noise she'd have created herself or could have attributed to anything but murder. She'd glanced at Steve and wondered whether to wake him. She'd not wanted to be alone after the second nightmare. But once brighter, waking thoughts had banished the resonance of the wet thump, she'd climbed out of bed. After dousing the bedroom lights, she'd gone down the narrow stairs to the ground floor. The cottage had once been the home of a quarryman and his large family, 100 years gone. The past was all around. And wouldn't local history now make her more aware of itself? Bad memories never died. They only blurred, became smooth and heavy, and not so spiky and sharp. The small building had been her sanctuary for a few years. 2 up, 2 down, with a front door that opened onto a lane that ran to the shops in Ivycombe. A home purchased from the sale of a 1-bedroom flat in a depressing area of London, at a time in her life when she'd given up any hope of ever living in an actual house again with 2 stories and a garden. Her home was brightened by electricity, not kerosene or coal or wood. Magnolia coated the walls of the warm, centrally heated building. A widescreen television dominated the cozy living area, and she turned that on to rebury her upsetting dreams. Had the other journalists shared her lurid thoughts? Kat had soon looked to the curtains and pondered what really surrounded her home. Would the landscape henceforth only remind her of what had once roamed these valleys and of what had been done beneath them? Was her funny turn going to become permanent? Butchery. Processing. How far away were the caves from her front door? 6 or 7 miles, she'd estimated, and situated in a place she didn't know well. All that empty space surrounding Brickburg Harbor. She only ever drove through it to get somewhere else. Why would she go there? No one did. What was there? Farmland. Redhill, a dying village. Fields carpeting the rank spaces beneath the earth, filled with the chewed evidence of industrialized murder, the grimy fragments hidden for thousands of years, but exhibited anew in her sleep. She'd pushed back at an early hour dread that there were no longer any solutions to the worst places and the worst kinds of human behavior. She'd never ordinarily entertained such thoughts, but the early morning news had been sufficient indication that such desperate times thrived once more, were always striving to reappear, and not only beyond the borders of the First World. An exposure to the bloodiest episodes of human prehistory would make anyone dream the way she had done. Surely. Kat had turned the television off, and in the sudden vacuum of silence had briefly warmed with gratitude that she was having her time then, in a home that wasn't a damp cave, inhabited with reddened flesh and dirty teeth within crude faces, where the black air must have reeked of carrion and skeins of smoke been backlit by flickers of firelight, filthy hands slippery with the fluids of what was stuffed inside bearded mouths. In her imagination, the elegant modern room around the sofa briefly recast itself as stained and streaked with charcoal. She'd winced at that, wanting to punch her own face to knock it out of her head. She'd just seen it all too, hadn't she, when asleep? How did those things get inside you and display themselves with such vigor? Kat had willed herself to think of something else. Wrapping herself tightly within her gown, she'd curled up on the sofa and flicked through the local paper. Close to 3 a.m., she'd thought of her need to redraft her feature first thing. It was to be followed by 5 hours' work in the press office of the Arts Center at the Land Trust offices in Totnes, where she worked part-time. And the longer she'd stayed awake, the more she'd also yearned for the sweet-sour taste of cold white wine. That was a reckless compulsion. Momentary. Easier than ever to ignore, to wait out and let go. Kat hadn't attended a meeting or called a sponsor in 3 years. She'd not felt the need. She'd padded into the tiny kitchen and sipped from a glass of water, washed some crockery, checked the door locks, made sure the oven rings were turned off. Only then had she returned to bed. Sleep had returned as her wariness of it subsided. But sleep had again brought pictures and frantic motions of spiky shadows on red walls of rock. That third time, there had been screams, too, and children had wept. She'd awoken a third time and stayed awake until sunrise, stricken with a crazy notion, the kind of idea that appears in the early hours, that when so many old bones are disinterred from the earth, things were never going to be the same again in that place. Excavations. Chapter 5. 2 years later. Recordings made by her dead brother were 1 click away. Lincoln had been gone 6 years. In Helene's bedroom, the laptop screen cast the sole illumination. Next door, her daughter had finally succumbed to sleep. Each evening, the pressure to make meaningful use of mum time quickly transformed into anxiety, undermining the very possibility of relaxing. How determined little Valda was to occupy those last 2 hours of her day. She'd never been a child that could be alone for long. At last, in the warm, dark silence about her bed, the residual static of irritation generated by the nightly struggle to settle Valda prickled less. Pebbles of tension eroded to sand in her neck, back, and shoulders. A second glass of wine unclenched her mind. Only the ghost of a grimace remained as a trace behind her face, a fading mask. No longer committed to domestic and maternal tasks, Helene yawned. Most evenings her eyelids dropped and locked up shop before 10. Partly from anger at Lincoln for taking his own life, Helene had never played the discs spread out on the duvet. She'd been the only person available to empty her brother's disorderly flat in Worcester 6 years before. She'd found the recordings inside a plastic box with Sonic Geo written on the lid. With the exception of smoking skunk and experimenting with legal highs inside his grubby one-bedroom nest above a bookie's in Worcester, Lincoln's sole and final obsession, as far as she knew, had been the recording of ambient subterranean sounds. Through the concluding year of his life, the search for these curious noises had returned the excitement of childhood to her brother, until he jumped from the Severn Bridge. He'd only been 30. When the police located his car near the bridge, they'd assumed the obvious. His camping gear had been stuffed inside the boot. There had been no note, which was odd, and Lincoln's body was never found. But bodies weren't always recovered when people jumped from that bridge, the police had told her and her mum. In the garage of her little townhouse in Walsall, provided by a housing association, Helene had kept her brother's effects, boxes of books, comics, the strange music and weird horror films, his worn camping equipment, the recording devices found in his car, and a box of compact discs, no doubt crackling with weird sounds. All of it had been shrouded in polythene for 6 years. At the time of his death, Helene had been too worried and preoccupied with a difficult pregnancy to go through his things, and her rage at her younger brother for ending his life had sustained itself until the last 5 minutes of his funeral. Only then, in the front row of pews, had a powerful sense of him come upon her. An inexplicable but comforting sensation. Perhaps it even belied the madness of her grief. She'd given birth for the first time 4 days after the funeral. There had been no capacity for mourning since, and his possessions had remained a symbol of waste, a testament to his downward spiral, maybe even contributing factors to wherever his head had been at the end. Caring for Valda had been the only thing keeping her and her mother upright ever since. At the time Lincoln went missing, mishap and misfortune had maintained an insidious habit of taking over her family, a momentum that gathered pace until there'd seemed no bottom to their woes. Only 1 year after her dad passed from prostate cancer and her mother's diabetes and arthritis flared to disabling levels, Lincoln had gone and done that, inflicted more tragedy upon them. She'd never imagined that her anger at him could have served as so sturdy a mast amidst grief's storm. While she had been swollen, suffering abdominal agony with preeclampsia and back pain so severe she could barely stand straight most days, Lincoln had jumped from a bridge. Weeks away from becoming an uncle, an idea that had thrilled him, he'd taken his own life. As Valda's uncle, he'd have adopted a major role, too, because Helen would have made her younger brother take one. They needed him to be around, her and her baby and their old mum. Helen had returned to work when Valda was 3. That arrangement, even when assisted by her mother, a childminder and 15 free hours at a nursery, had hardly been easier to manage than being at home alone with a child for the preceding 3 years. But now Valda was showing a greater tendency towards independent play and developing a better awareness of personal safety. Helene had found herself thinking about Lincoln far more than at any time since he died. The postponement of recognizing that he was truly gone had never helped. The idea that he was still around was always hard to suppress, him being out there, somewhere, awaiting another fixation or obsession with a new group of people or a preoccupation with a peculiar hobby. Even without his emails or texts for 6 years, she'd a hunch that he'd still come back when he was ready, like he'd always done. Lincoln had yet to return. His final recording was dated 2 weeks before he'd vanished and was made around the last time she'd heard from him. He'd sent an email, too, which she'd since copied into a Word document. "Going back to Devon, Cisco. Then I promised to check in with Ma. Have some amazing recordings from South Dartmoor and Brickburg. Going back for more. A website, Gaia Cries, are going to post my collection. The best bits. I'm getting an album on there. An album. This stuff is so freaky they thought I'd faked it. It's better than anything I've heard on their site, recorded in all those train tunnels, nuclear bunkers, and disused mines. Think I'm only happy inside a tent, too, Cisco. I've been in a state of ecstasy and awe in Brickburg all summer. And no, it's not only down to the weed. Have uploaded some stuff for you to play to the baby. Seals in a Cove. Here. Promise I'll call Mum. Lynn. Hugs." Mooching online, Helene had found Gaia Cries, a website for investigators of the Earth's ambient soundtracks, a forum for contributors who set up field labs and recorded subterranean noises in a range of uninhabited places, sound files made in disused urban structures, industrial complexes, and the few wild places remaining on Earth. There were even listings for Chernobyl and Area 51. Down in the dark, forgotten places, the unobserved mines and tunnels, empty shafts, extinct volcanoes, and caves at low tide, it seemed there was a surprising amount of sound produced by the Earth's shiftings, or piped from the rusting monoliths discarded by man's exploitations. Accidental performances with melody absent, rhythm obscure and unintended, the instruments utterly indifferent to an audience. To punish herself, Helene recalled her own uninterest when her brother first enthused about his recordings. At their mum's house, in the spring of his final year, he jabbered breathlessly to her about his endeavors and produced a collection of wires in tiny black boxes from his greasy rucksack. Underwhelmed and frustrated with his inability to get his act together, she'd barely glanced at his equipment. Lincoln had always sought her approval for his enthusiasms, but she'd never offered even feigned interest. His attempts at making strange electronic music amidst a cloud of cannabis smoke had instinctively evoked a competitive resistance. Her hardwired habit of rejecting the past, her hometown, and the very life that she was more or less trapped inside now, had prevented her from seeing her brother up close as a young man. Her final act to her sibling had been to hurt him with indifference. She'd always pushed him away. She'd never encouraged him, nor stopped criticizing him. And for that, she disliked herself far more than she disliked herself for a myriad other reasons. The link in Lincoln's final email had led to cloud storage. She'd checked it at the time of the funeral, but there'd been no file of Seals in a Cove. Her brother had deleted every file, emptying the account the day before he jumped from the Severn Bridge. Despite a terrifying recklessness with MDMA, at least Lincoln had seemed energized and happy in his final year, and that was all she and her mum had clung to. Only he couldn't have been happy. It must have been evidence of a bipolar mania. There had not been much else to salvage from his life. Her brother had been rat-shit poor at the end, with only £170 in a bank account and an unpaid credit card debt of £10,000. She'd never known anyone work so many terrible jobs and give up so many terrible jobs as Lincoln had done, often quitting a position in less than an hour. He'd once recounted how, one Christmas, he couldn't pass through the main doors of a warehouse on his first day of temporary work. He described the experience in typical fashion. A strange force had filled him with a paralyzing dread, and he'd known that a part of his soul would die on the other side of the metal roller doors. He'd walked home in the rain, made poached eggs on toast, and returned to bed to eat them. Little brother. Helene smiled and wiped the first tears from her eyes. The turn in her thoughts shuffled memories uncollected for decades. His freckled face, a cowlick of hair sticking up on his crown, his cockerel's comb. A boy, grinning, wearing a patterned jumper knitted by Nan. A brown and orangey haze to that photograph. Not even a proper memory, but a picture in Mum's leatherette photo album. But never a boy who'd stayed upset for long. That she remembered without recourse to family photographs. When they were kids, she'd regularly been mean to him, but he'd always come back to her, his tear-sodden eyes doleful, with a hope that his older sister would become receptive to his prancing, restless antics once more. And how she'd made him cry was unbearable now. That little boy. Why must she remember that? As if it were a heavy, cold stone, remorse pressed her heart. Her pained love for her brother suddenly transmuted into a yearning for the child in the next room. The need for her own choked her, and she vowed to never hurt her daughter's feelings, never discourage her, never allow herself to transfer her frustration, her resentment, or to get too angry. Helene stopped crying. She pushed at the painful memories until they sank through the floor of her mind. She slipped a disc inside her laptop and braced herself for the sound of his voice. Messily scrawled on the disc was a title, Divilmouth, crevice above Wheel Cove and crevice and cliffs at Ore Cove. Lincoln's voice never materialized. A mercy, but whatever he'd recorded was faint. She adjusted the volume, slipped on headphones, and only then did the sound of the sea, foaming over rocks, rush inside her ears. Eyes closed, she listened to the water's swishing entrance and its withdrawal from an enclosed space. Nothing else existed. The rhythm was soothing. Helene changed the disc. She selected Cliff Cave, Whaleham Point. The disc was labeled with a star and exclamation mark, classifying a priority that was lost on her. The recording contained a rumbling reminiscent of thunder. The piece was 6 minutes long, but at 2 minutes, the soundscape altered, and she was reminding of air passing through a pipe. Not music, no notes, but a continuous funneling of air through a narrow aperture. Perhaps a recording from a subterranean crevice where he'd stuck a microphone. It made her feel cold. When close to ejecting the disc, her head abruptly cocked alert at the sound of a distant voice. Or voices. Yes, what might have been a small crowd emerged, their speech muffled by distance and by the flow of air in the foreground. She increased the volume, but no words or individual voices became discernible. The mumble remained a crowd, passing away. Air rising underground might mimic voices. Thunder returned to the background. Maybe an earth movement had caused the rumble. Without visuals or an explanation, anything could become something within a stimulated imagination. And yet she received her first intimation of why her brother was so fascinated with sonic geo, how natural sounds extracted from an environment acted upon the mind, creating a mysterious sense of unobserved activity inside an uninhabited place. Lincoln would also have been stoned when he played these back. The rhythmic thump of something solid against a hollow object replaced the thunder, a sound that encouraged her to picture a wooden vessel being struck. Then she imagined that something harder and denser than wood was being hit, like a hollow rock. The recording ended. Helene inserted a third disc into her machine, one marked by a star and 3 exclamation marks after the title, Second Cove at Whaleham Point. Complete silence. She checked the clip's duration on the audio player's graphic. 2 minutes remaining. But she was still hearing nothing at 20 seconds and was about to stop the segment when an exhalation made her start. A tiny cough preceded absolute silence that resumed for another 20 seconds. An animal? At 46 seconds, the sound of trickling water was unmistakable. The water may have been trickling over the rocks of what she presumed was the cove of the disc's title. It was unceasing for 15 seconds before the running liquid was joined by another cough, this one in the distance. Only when she heard an infant crying, a noise she was highly attuned to, did Helene sit upright and rewind the recording. She slipped off the headphones to make sure that it wasn't Valda next door. No, The cry had been on the recording. She replayed that part of the track. There it was again, behind the sound of running water. Though surely that was the cry of a bird or an animal near the crevice, or inside it. But God, that had sounded just like a child. The clip finished. Helene exchanged the CD for a fourth disc, Slagcombe Sands and Inside Cliff Crevice/Cave at Whaleham Point. This one had also been festooned with stars and exclamation marks. The recording had been edited and began with an audio commotion, a sequence of sounds expanding her imagination into the image of a pebble rolling around a stone bowl continuously. That's what the noise made her think of, a dry pebble, small and smooth, circling the curved interior of a bowl. This continued until a word appeared inside her headphones, or almost a word. Crom Creel Hum. That was how she imagined it being spelled phonetically. The word was followed by the suggestion of a large throat swallowing. And again, wind traveled through a hollow pipe. No notes, but a nose similar to Valda enclosing a tube with her lips and blowing through it. Only this was a thin, continuous hush of air, one that grew until it filled her headphones, right before the sound file abruptly ended. Helene checked her watch, getting on now, but she no longer felt tired. Instead, she was intrigued, even unnerved. She picked up the final compact disc, entitled Redstone Crossroads, Quarry on Farmland. The labeling was embellished with the subtitle, Money Shot. This was Lincoln's last recording, and he'd made it 2 weeks before he disappeared. Helene moved her fingertips over the surface of the disc in the place her brother's hand would have rested as he'd written the title. The sound file began with water trickling at some distance from the microphone, continuing until it was broken at 16 seconds by a disturbance that might have issued from an animal. A kind of rumbling and lowing. Moments later, when the noise was repeated, she equated the sound to a man groaning, though surely the reverberation was too deep for a man, the sound originating from a much larger chest capacity. Maybe a cow or bull? A fresh groan lengthened before being abruptly choked off by a bark. So something that was not a man, but maybe a farm animal or wild animal, had been drawn to the water and had issued the noises? Helene replayed the segment, but the noise still suggested that it might possess both human and animal origins. Before she could consider this further, from out of the watery distance, the infant's cry reissued. Only this time, the wail was smothered by a pig-like grunt in the foreground, near the microphone. A bellow followed, coughed with force from a muscular throat, and again she thought of a bull. The juvenile cries drifted nearer the microphone. An animal imitating a child? A rattle deep in a phlegm-filled throat. A savage, feline hiss. Whatever Lincoln had recorded had been angry. Again, the hiss. Might that be a great cat? A rumbling growl emerging from the pit of a large stomach. A fox? A badger? But even when agitated, Helene couldn't readily imagine those creatures being responsible for these noises. Though how would she know? She was no expert on wildlife. When the growling ceased, silence ensued, bringing her more relief than she was comfortable acknowledging. She suspected she might have been caught out by a practical joke played by her dead brother, but as these were the last sounds he'd ever recorded before leaping to his death from a bridge, his excitable, confused states of mind and drug use found an abrupt, momentary connection in his sister's thoughts. A sudden synthesis occurring between a sense of her brother and the horrid recordings, as if a fatal inevitability had always shadowed his experimental attitude to life. The clip petered to its conclusion, but was far from done with her. From the middle distance, the microphone picked up more of the animals, because there must have been more than one contributor, and these creatures were really distressed. Gut-deep rumbles ascended into sharp, pained bleats, as if expelled from the muzzles of awful, oversized lambs. And yet, was that not the snarling yipping of a dog or a fox that she was hearing, too? Though surely nothing so small could possess such a powerful range of cries. The cacophony grew, the intensification matched by her certainty that the cries possessed no possible origin inside human throats. This section of the recording effortlessly created an accompanying mental imagery of brawny, monstrous shapes skittering and fighting within darkness, perhaps after detecting a man's scent on the intrusive equipment buried inside their cave. Helene reached for the volume control as a series of swinish bleats descended to a resumption of a growling behind closed jaws. Large jaws. And what kind of mouth was she now imagining, with black lips quivering as it emitted that snarl? An idea of yellow-brown teeth and discolored gums, so horribly moist, snapped at her nerves. Helene thought of pit bull dogs. Idiotic teenage boys on the estate were dragged about the local park behind them. How quickly she'd sweep Valda off her feet at the first sighting of the dogs, while their juvenile escorts would cry, "You all right? She loves kids." So maybe her brother had recorded, at a remote location in Devon, a wild or rabid dog? Didn't people holiday, keep second homes and caravans, and make ice cream down there? Had these noises occurred in equatorial Africa, she'd have found the recordings far easier to accept than their actual origins in Devon. Lincoln's recordings were absurdly incongruous with what she knew of the place, which also wasn't much, admittedly. Without warning, a high-pitched laugh erupted from the glottal medley. Helene flinched. It resembled gibberish uttered by a madman, or a shriek from an exotic animal that only sounded as if words existed within the cry. How would she ever know? But as the noises became increasingly ape-like, the cries appeared to her ears too cruelly amused for a creature lacking human intelligence. Mercifully, the laugh dwindled, until only a trickling of water remained inside her headphones. When the clip fizzed to white noise, she was sure she'd never play the recording again, nor any of the other discs from Lincoln's box. Helene left her room, walked across the landing, and sat in the doorway of Valda's room to watch her daughter sleep. Chapter 6. 2 weeks later. Did you walk here, little brother? And here? There, too? Did your scruffy hiking boots stand upon this spot? Did you crouch and take in this view? Did the sea breeze ruffle your red hair? Google Maps, a walker's guidebook, and the scribbles on the CDs had enabled Helene to identify the inlets where her brother recorded the weird sound files. At first light, she found the first 2 sites. Each unremarkable cove had been near Divilmouth Harbor, where she was staying, and each rugged aperture between the sea and forested cliffsides had contained a plethora of crevices and fissures. Inside a couple of those, her brother's microphones must have picked up the sighs and grumbles and the tinkling of hidden streams inside the earth. A good 7-mile hike had then stretched ahead of her to Whaleham Point, the site of his penultimate recording. Inland from there, near a farm at Redstone Cross, he'd captured the nightmarish animal cries recorded in his final sonic geo clip. Those were the last 2 sites she planned to visit, curious monuments to the summer before his smile vanished from this life. Save the bridge near Bristol, which she never wanted to see, only those places significant to him at the end interested her. There was no time for Dartmoor, a place he'd explored for 10 months before Brickburg. But right here, during his final few weeks alive, her little brother had seemed happy and enthused while living out of his tent and scrabbling round these cliffs. And yet his inner life at that time remained as alien to her as the darkness inside the caves he'd explored alone, as much of a mystery as the strange subterranean songs that had called him here. She'd come to better understand him at the end and to decipher what he'd been doing with such enthusiasm. But mostly she'd come to bid him farewell, as she had failed to do 6 years before. 4 days at the coast was all she could give him, with 2 consumed traveling between Devon and Walsall. As every hour had to count, she'd lit out early. Knowing that it was probably going to be an emotional day, she'd also braced herself mentally and counted the empty coast path ahead of her as a blessing. She didn't want anyone to see her talking to herself or crying. It was hard to cry at home because of Valda, and she'd not had a single day apart from her daughter in 6 years. Walking from Divilmouth, She'd been struck by how the land changed, the difficulty of moving through it increasing rapidly. 12 or so miles might have separated the two harbors, though had someone shown her 2 sets of photographs of the coastline, one set near Divimouth and the second set near Brickburg, and claimed that the 2 sets had been taken in different countries, she'd have believed them. The land corralling Divimouth's harbor and its ranks of millionaires' yachts was made soft and green by great capes of fir trees. The place reminded her of Switzerland, but also the tropics, pines and woods interchanging with lush palms and private gardens. A town built into cliffs and hills festooned with enormous, beautiful houses, arranged in curving rows above the mouth of a broad, glittering estuary. The sands the color of unbleached sugar, the residents' yachts moored below their mansions, boats upright and gleaming like a regiment of royal cavalry, their lances vertical and white. It's why she'd chosen to stay there. Initially enchanted as she'd surveyed the harbor, when she'd had time to dwell on the matching lavish lifestyles of the residents, she'd become deferential, before eventually feeling excluded. She'd also wondered, when these yachts had sailed along the coast in the past, if any of them had spotted Lincoln's little tent in one of the valleys or combes, the thin nylon walls shuddering from an exposure to the winds that now buffeted her. Once clear of Divimouth, Lincoln's final expedition had taken him, as it now took her, up and down a hilly collar of farmland above a serrated shoreline, a place almost bereft of human habitation for miles beyond a handful of farms and one land trust property. Above the sea, the continuous range of mountainous mounds might have been the barrows of forgotten gods. The surface had been wind-flayed into long, coarse, wheat-like grass and brittle red heather, roamed by black sheep and small herds of jet ponies. Thorny hedges and black trees divided the turf into a patchwork eiderdown. Valleys emptied streams onto gunmetal sands. Crude faces, roughly hewn from dark volcanic rock, glowered over the empty gouges of coves that required ropes to reach. When she was long clear of the yachts and big white mansions of Divimouth, even the water below her boots on the coast path had looked unsafe for swimming. When cloud from the moors drifted west, the color of the sea transformed from the turquoise of Aztec jewelry to slate. She'd passed 2 ancient kilns, each covered in ivy, a cement gun emplacement from the Second World War, and an abandoned cider mill. All were in ruins, old, ravaged, and scarred, but a land no longer interfered with. Halfway between the harbors as she neared Whaleham Point, the sense of solitude before such a vast sky and sea had been intense enough to trigger flurries of panic. How had her brother withstood it, spending week after week here alone? Or had he shared the remote landscape with a companion? But who? Not Vicky, the young woman he'd been seeing in a long and fractious relationship. A sullen, possessive girl with a round face who'd attended his funeral and been overly conscious of what she'd looked like, which had impelled Helene to wonder how much kindness her brother had been shown by the girls in his life, including her. She'd rushed into adulthood and away from home, powered by self-importance and a slow-burning humiliation about her origins. Nothing had worked out. Her face had never been a fit in the places she'd tried to fit herself into. Opportunities had been scarce, wages low, lovers immature or incompatible. Worn out, she'd eventually dragged herself home and briefly hooked up with an old boyfriend who'd always been kind, Mitch, and became pregnant within 2 months. He lived in Australia now, and they had little contact beyond bank transfers. He'd shown no interest in Valda. As she walked up a slope to a distant bench perched near the cliff edge, her thoughts ambled to the question of her brother's untroubled veneer and its incompatibility with the manner in which he'd ended himself. According to their mother, the easygoing persona Lincoln had adopted in his teens, the mask, had lasted until his death. Chilled. That's how people had described Lincoln. He'd even been optimistic about his future, despite all the evidence that he'd nothing to be optimistic about. This confounded Helene. Her brother had been a hippie trapped in the wrong chapter of history. But to take your own life. At the top of the hill she could barely breathe from the exertion of her ascent, but her brother seemed to fill her, briefly yet frantically, as if his very spirit struggled for her attention, a sense of him that was too fleeting for her to relish, before it passed as quickly as an arresting dream that she couldn't claw back upon waking. Tired and becoming tearful, she sat on the wooden bench above Slagcombe Sands. Across the beach, the mossy claw of Whaleham Point reared. Gulls circled the limestone spur like pieces of litter caught in an eddy of wind. Somewhere over there, Lincoln had recorded the curious piping and the criant infant sounds. Inland, up in those stark hills that Helene turned her gaze upon, he'd then recorded the awful screaming of the fighting animals in an old quarry. The merest echo in her memory of those terrible cries made her wish she were not alone. She suddenly wanted to see a walker. Even one in the distance would do. And where was this famous dig, the cave filled with bones that had been discovered the year after Lincoln passed? This coastline didn't look celebrated. Nothing was marked, but she was not surprised that the cave had been discovered relatively recently. There was nothing to draw a crowd here, and it was dangerous for walkers. The sight of a distant cove directly beneath her toes made her dizzy. Uncomfortably exposed to the vastness of the air and sea, she almost felt compelled to be drawn forward and over the edge. Gravity itself seemed different here, altered. Combining with the gusts of wind, it seemed to move up and down in bands that made her too light on her feet. Lincoln used to say he suffered vertigo merely from peering up at tall buildings from the ground. Not once had he mentioned bridges to her or their mother. His choice of exit from his life made no sense. The sheer improbability of it had always made her feel distant from his death. Going out like that just wasn't Lincoln. But what do we really know of anyone? Helene left the bench, her legs stiff. Even in such an open, uncluttered space, her thoughts confined her. Despite her fitness from years of swimming, she had less energy here. A late winter cold was trapped by the rock and bit more keenly when up so high. She looked down to Slagcombe Sands, a gritty shoreline fringed with ferns and a wetland filled with reeds that reminded her of sun-bleached wheat. Where the baby cried. Slagcombe Sands, inside cliffs at Whaleham Point. So maybe he'd installed his microphones in the distant dark hollows and slits that she could see at the foot of gnarled Whaleham Spur. With the wind slapping his head and the sea's tumult crashing inside his ears, he must have implanted a listening device inside one of those caves at low tide. His older sister's respect for her brother increased tenfold. And at that moment, out of the very land and water, came a piercing light. Not a warm, golden light, nor the soft seaside light of Torbay that she'd driven through to reach the guest house in Divilmouth. Nor was it similar to the bitter white light of the north she'd known as a student in Lancashire. The light here was white-silver and pewter, like it marked a passage into another world or time. At its most concentrated and brightest, where spikes of sunlight pierced the cloud canopy, the light struck the battleship gray of the sea like a welding torch, becoming too strong to look into with unprotected eyes. So there was magic here and beauty. Amidst her discomforts, she managed to acknowledge this. This place was not idyllic, but here was a raw and wild beauty, one that inspired awe. Lincoln had used that very word. Here, right here, he'd found something special. As soon as it appeared, the brief silvery glare out at sea was swallowed by cloud. The wind and sky changed everything, constantly. The colors, the temperature, the light, and her perspective of how far she'd come and how far she had to walk. Having recovered from the recent ascent, Helene made her way down to the beach. Nah, you can't get through here. University's here most of the time, on the dig. They don't want no one nicking souvenirs, so can't let you in, sorry. The portly security guard wore a luminous yellow jacket, its vibrancy at odds with his glum, bored face. To escape the cold, he was sitting inside a portable caravan at the entrance of a fenced paddock above the caves. You gotta go round, up that track, then down the other side of the fence, over there. You see it on the other side? That's where the coast path starts again. Or you follow the road to Brickburg that we use, only other way out. Helene hadn't lingered. She disliked the way the guard had looked her up and down with grinning over-familiarity. She'd walked away before the attention had turned suggestive, though not before establishing that the excavation was on the northern side of Whaleham Point, the cave located in the cliffs and not visible from the direction she'd traveled. Online, she'd seen pictures of archaeologists entering the caves, accessing the site by a ladder and ropes, or up from the sea at low tide. Every local website she'd checked had linked to the dig, and she'd been surprised to discover work was continuing into a 5th year. The archaeologists were still making finds in deeper sections of the limestone's secret hollows. There was another exhibition running in Exeter for a month, before the newer artifacts toured the country. If she had time tomorrow, she would go, maybe first thing before she drove home. But when Helene reached the security fence, what startled her to a standstill was the realization of how close Lincoln had camped to the Brickburg dig. During his final fortnight alive, and while making his penultimate recordings, her brother had planted his devices around the dig site. Throughout an entire summer 6 years before, her little brother had been recording on the side of Whaleham Point, opposite to where archaeologists were now clawing out the earth to find so many long-hidden bones. Had her brother returned the following winter after the cliff fall, he might have discovered the cave. And had he done so, his life would surely have followed a different path. Unlucky and typical of Lincoln, but somehow his proximity to such an important historical discovery made his death appear strangely significant to Helene, as if a new epitaph now competed with his leaping from a bridge. From the dig, Helene moved 3 miles inland, retracing her brother's footsteps to the place where he'd make the final recording and where the first leg of her hike would conclude. The GPS on her phone bade her follow soil paths worn the color of drying blood, track-scarring hillsides increasingly used by farm animals, judging by the copious black droppings scattered around her boots. At some point in the 19th century there had been quarrying here. According to her guidebook, a stone was mined and a pigment extracted from it for the manufacture of dye and paint, and it must have been inside one of those disused quarries that Lincoln had recorded the bestial shrieks. The hound leaped, again and again in an effortless propulsion from all 4 legs, its reddish eyes drawing level with her own. Elbows out, hands raised to protect her throat, Helene gave pitiful cries that only excited the barking dog. A big rangy creature with a liverish coloring that suggested a Doberman, though she'd never seen one as big as this. As it menaced and herded her deeper into the hedge, even with all 4 paws in the ground, its head was still higher than her waist. She twisted to conceal her exposed skin from the foamy teeth, and the dog immediately appeared on her other side, to leap before her face once again, untiring, insistent. Through her panic-blurred vision, she noticed a blue figure run from the driveway she'd just walked past. There had been a white van, its bonnet open, parked before a dilapidated house. "Kent! Kent!" It took Helene a moment to realize the man wasn't shouting the name of an English county, but calling the name of the hound barking into her eyes. The dog ignored the call, continuing to spring up and down, higher and higher to match its uncontainable excitement. With her shoulder blades flattened against a stone wall, Helene's head completely disappeared inside overhanging wisteria. Through the screen of verdure, a man came into sharper focus, dressed in a dirty overall, unzipped at the front, with a ragged red jumper hanging loose beneath. A bearded face loomed. There was something odd going on with his eyes, but she didn't see much more because the dog snapped its jaws through the vines, an inch from her nose. She dropped into a crouch, hands over her skull. Yelping, the dog was pulled away, the owner's grimy boots sloshing through scarlet puddles where the tarmac was worn to mud. A chain was clipped to the dog's collar. Up on its hind legs, straining, the hound still matched its owner's full height, and like a horseman, he applied all of his strength to hold the lead, while the dog tottered like a kangaroo, both choking and barking. Helene shrieked when 2 more dogs of the same breed turned from the driveway and ran at a low, fast trajectory at her legs. They stopped just short of her body and appeared to smile at her distress. Their tails, mercifully, were wagging. A thin woman followed them, her body also covered in an overall, shiny with oil stains to the knee. At first glance she was a waif with unkempt blonde hair, but she grew older as she drew closer, until her skin was riven with deep clefts about her eyes and nose, and heavily freckled. Too much sun. Even with the elfin bones of her worn face keeping her handsome, she must have been in her 50s. "Kent!" the man shouted again, then, "Private road!" at Helene. Two of the sinewy dogs retreated to the woman. Like a current, they swilled around her booted feet. She came to stand beside Helene, her position obscuring the road ahead. The bearded man moved beside the woman, crowding into her, his dog restrained on a shortened chain. The positioning of the people, so uncomfortably close to her, was as discomforting as the presence of the enormous dogs. Now she could see him clearly. The man might have been blind in one eye. One of his eyeballs was bisected by an oyster-colored scar, the surrounding sclera gray. A pale blue iris existed as a residue of his former sight, and the eye peered down as if in shame. Around and under his beard, his skin was red, his facial hair speckled with flakes of dead skin. A wispy ponytail collected his hair at the back, thinned to several bootlaces on top of his scalp, scraped across the narrow red skull. It looked like psoriasis, his rage further inflaming the skin condition. "Private road! Private road! Private road!" he roared at Helene. Tiny balls of salivary foam speckled her eyes and made her blink. He was worse than his dog. "How the fuck did you get in?" The woman softened her expression of fearful concern to pity. When she touched the man's arm, he quieted and stepped back. "What do you want?" she asked softly, in what might have been sympathy, but her eyes remained cold. Their accents were also immediately incongruous. Even with voices raised, they suggested the upper middle class, in stark contrast to their tatty, dirty appearance and the wretched state of the farm buildings that Helene had assumed were deserted. These people were posh. "Can't you read?" The man pointed the way she just walked, a distance of no more than 50 meters. The thin woman caught his eye. "The gate must have been left open. She wouldn't have seen the sign." "Richie, fucking retard." The man spat at the woman at his side. "How many times has he been told to close that bloody gate?" Helene hadn't noticed a gate, let alone a sign. So overgrown was the hedgerow, she'd not looked at the sides of the lane. Relieved to see a road after passing up through woods to reach the crossroads, she'd merely walked south to where she guessed the quarry would be. She'd assumed she was on a public road. The bearded man turned down the volume, but his anger maintained itself as an ugly sneer. "Who the bloody hell are you? What are you doing here?" Helene straightened and stepped out of the overhanging wisteria. "Walking. I was just walking." She took the guidebook from the pocket of her coat. "I didn't know. I thought the road might go to the quarry." Her interrogators looked at each other, then at her book. The woman snatched it from her hand without asking. She looked at the page Helene had marked with a post-it, then showed the man, who stared at Helene as if he'd just caught her stealing. "I just wanted to see the old quarry." "Well, you can't. This land is private." It may have been thin and forced, but at least the woman managed to smile. As if weary of his ranting, she touched the man's elbow again. "There's nothing left," she said. "A half-demolished kiln, all overgrown. Some big scars on the earth. They're only visible from the air, and they are not open to the public." "I'm sorry, I didn't know. I was just walking. I didn't know. I'm sorry. It didn't look like a private road." "Where did you come from?" the woman asked, her stare unwavering. Helene had to think. In her agitated state, she thought she'd been asked where she was from. Walsall slipped out, then she corrected herself. "The coast path. I'm staying in Divilmouth. I just wanted to see the quarry before I walked back." The couple seemed to relax at that, as if realizing they'd only confronted a harmless idiot, but the smirk within the man's scratchy beard boiled Helene's relief into anger. "Was all of this necessary? Do I look like a bloody thief? Jesus Christ, it's an easy mistake to make. The path from Whaleham Point leads here. My book says there's a quarry, Redstone's Cross." It must happen all the time, she wanted to say, and then realized that the violence of their greeting was sufficient indication that it probably did. The man released his dog. Helene gasped, flinched. The hound ran off to find the other two, but its owner clearly enjoyed the sharp and visible ascent of her fear. Trying not to betray her amusement, the woman dipped her face to read Helene's map. The track for walkers you used from Waleham is the original lane. An old green track, but this road is private and always has been. That gate should not have been left open. The man jerked his thin, ferrety head behind him. There's nothing down there. Nothing. Two other men wearing raincoats and Wellington boots appeared outside one of the dilapidated wooden buildings farther down the lane. They came to a standstill, content to watch at a distance. The woman touched Helene's forearm to reclaim her attention. There are two public lanes. One goes north to Brickburg. They use it for the dig. The other one heads west, but there's nothing that way until Divilmouth. See, here. If you'd carried on down this road, you'd have an awful long way back to Divilmouth in the dark. You've done you a favor. A bloody big favor, the man said, then seemed to think better about embellishing the admonishment, and looked to his dogs instead. I see, Helene said. Shock wilting, she now felt chastened and out of her depth, an unwelcome outsider that worried sheep and left gates open. A trespasser. She wasn't sure she'd ever trespassed before, but Lincoln must have done to make his final recording. He'd either walked further down this private road or approached the quarry through the beard of woodland beneath the farm that her path had partly circumscribed. At the meager crossroads, she could now see how walkers were supposed to walk straight on or turn right and not left as she'd done. Helene thought of mentioning her brother, but explaining that he'd been here the week before taking his own life was a story she didn't want to share with hostile strangers whose private road she'd traipsed across. She peered over their shoulders at the few miserable buildings in the distance, dark wood and gray stones at a slouch. A door sagged, green with mildew. From beneath an awning, the black face of a ram peered back at her. The woman caught her interest. "You better get going. I'd advise heading back the way you came, or walk to Brickburg and catch the bus." Helene nodded, tersely thanked the woman for her help, and hurried away. Retracing her footsteps, she glanced at the house she'd passed on the way in. A building that seemed to have been transplanted from the deep south of America, intact with peeling porch, shuttered windows, and neglected laundry haggard from days and nights left on the wire. Myriad engine parts were strewn across overgrown lawns. When she'd come up, she'd thought the house eerie but strangely enchanting. Going out, she noticed part of a gate and the back of a white sign riveted to a metal rung. Both had been pushed deep inside the overgrowth so that a vehicle could drive through. Her hands were trembling. Helene tucked them inside her pockets, her urge to return to the coast path desperate. She might even run down the valley. The encounter had come close to spoiling the entire day, the wild land she'd walked since dawn acquiring a sudden, unwelcome association with the awful sounds on Lincoln's recordings. But her new respect for her brother and his daring deepened. He'd camped out here for weeks, in the wild, where horrible pricks lived, which also made her wonder if he'd crossed paths with the posh nutters and their terrifying dogs. Maybe those very dogs had sniffed out his equipment. Could a dog have made those sounds? Before she picked up the green path to Waleham, Helene looked back. The vicious man and the dogs had gone, but the thin woman had remained in the lane to watch her leave. Chapter 7. The occupant's lengthy unlatching of the front door was Kat's first indication of trouble. When the barrier eventually opened, a haggard face appeared in the gap. A pair of faded blue eyes studied the street. In a prickly seizure of mortification, Kat believed she'd knocked on the wrong door in the row of identical former miners' cottages. The quartet of doors in the lane adjacent to the main thoroughfare of Redhill were all painted brown and studded into uniformly gray stone facades. She rechecked the number on the door. 4. Right house, so maybe this was one of Matt Hull's elderly relatives standing on the threshold. When the door widened and became an invitation to enter, the frail figure spoke softly. "Hey, Katrine. Good to see you." Only then did she recognize the paraglider. She'd interviewed him 2 years earlier at the first Brickberg cave exhibition, when the cave's discovery wrote international headlines. 2 years prior to the first exhibition, it was Matt Hull who directed the light from his phone inside a cliff fissure and revealed a cave filled with prehistoric artifacts. When the broad, sparsely populated spur on the Devonshire coast had drawn the eyes of the world, they'd lingered on this man for a few weeks. He'd become a celebrity overnight. 2 years after their interview, she found herself startled by Matt Hull's appearance. Maybe a serious illness had subsequently harrowed the diminutive figure on the doorstep to this form. Redrawn as worn and stick-like, the facial skin craggy. She remembered him being small, slim, and muscular, but the sleeves of his shirt now sagged from a pair of wasted arms. Above his belt, his shirt billowed over empty space. What she recalled was a working-class man with a warm smile, a local character, case-hardened by manual work and misfortune, divorced and shaken by the trauma of his family breaking apart, yet gentle. She'd been impressed by his resilience and the quiet wisdom he'd evinced. A father devoted to his boy, who'd accepted the breakup of his marriage in order to stem his own bitterness, to catch it in time. A painter and decorator, too, who crafted exquisite furniture as a sideline from materials foraged in local woodland. Addicted to another hobby, paragliding in his 30s, he'd originally described himself to her as a man happier in the sky than upon the earth. That kindly impression had lingered, and she looked forward to his company today. A very different impression was forming now. The village he called home had altered just as much, albeit in another way entirely. Redhill was the nearest settlement to the Brickberg dig, and though she'd not been back to the village since their first interview, its regeneration surprised her. Composed of 6 streets, 5 curling about the main road and petering out into tributaries blunted by farmland, Redhill had since laid claim to a grocery store and a pub. 3 houses had been converted into hotels. A nearby field was now a large campsite for motorhomes, tents, and glamping huts. Messy lines of performance vehicles choked the narrow lanes. Several building sites dotting the village's outskirts revealed the bones of large detached houses undergoing assembly upon the bare red earth. Swimming pools were being dug in expansive gardens. If Matt Hull's discovery of the caves had led to this level of prosperity in a decaying village, the crumpled figure on the doorstep appeared to be the only thing remaining in Redhill moving in the opposite direction. Feeling as delicate as if she were visiting someone in hospital, Kat lowered herself carefully into an easy chair in the small front room that opened onto the road. To put them both at ease, she accepted Matt's offer of a hot drink, though when she inspected the contents of the mug that arrived after some delay, there was no milk in the instant coffee. She also detected the presence of several spoonfuls of sugar. She'd asked for tea, milk, no sugar. Through a connecting doorway, she'd watched her host's slow preparation of the drinks, his rough, shaky hands scattering the unasked-for sugar. Perhaps the soul within the tired shell had been subjected to some whittling from painful preoccupations. As a sufferer from anxiety and depression herself, she allowed herself to presume as much, knowing too well what fatigue and exhaustion looked like, and how simple movements became painful exertions. Dull, tired, and too heavy for their sockets were the eyes that soon confronted her, their light reduced, snuffed by what throttled the mind behind. His attention was either projected beyond the room or back inside his skull, giving his worn face the appearance of vacancy. And when he was seated, his knees jumped and hands trembled without cease. That looked like Parkinson's. His fingers only calmed to roll a cigarette. "You still fly?" Kat asked. "Stopped all that." His words accompanied by a wince that nearly shut an eye. "Been put off." Katrine maintained a cheery tone. "Tell me you still make that beautiful furniture. I still think about the table you'd made from mountain ash. If I'd had the space at home, I'd have bitten your hand off." The smile Matt attempted required too much effort, which made Kat unsure whether to ask after his boy. The man's domestic situation might be the cause of his current plight. During their first interview, most of what Matt Hull had confided was about his son. When she couldn't think of anything else to say, her nerves prompted, Your son doing okay?" He calmed a fraction at the mention of his child. "Colin's doing well, yeah. Crackin' little rugby player. He'll play for the county at Colts. Sailing, too. Really taken to that." "Great. How exciting for both of you." The twitching resumed. "I'm only here because of my boy. He's with his mum in Brickburg. I don't want to be any further away." Kat fidgeted to stir her own mind into less of the blank it was intent on becoming, which prompted him to add, "I can't talk about it anymore. Not in the way we did." His doleful gaze rose from the end of his cigarette. "The caves. It's something I try not to think about. Without much success, it must be said. Gotta move on, though. At least try. Been over 4 years. Colin's my priority." Of course. But if talking about the dig was off the table, Kat couldn't fathom why he'd accepted her request for a follow-up interview. The magazine had space for a few comments to augment her feature on the second exhibition, a showcase of finds from the excavation's second phase, housed in Exeter Museum. Most of the article would be pictorial. A chat over the phone with the man who discovered the cave would have sufficed. At best, Matt Hull was a footnote in the cave's history, his name rarely mentioned now. But when she'd called him, he'd insisted they meet at his home. "I will say I wish I'd never found it." Tense, her awkwardness increasing with the cooling of the terrible coffee in her hand, Kat struggled to respond. "I'm surprised to hear you say that, Matt. I really am." She braced herself for a story of how finding the cave had brought him nothing but misery. "A few years back, I never thought I'd hear myself say it either." "I'm curious about what's changed for you." "This off the record?" "If you like. I was only looking for a follow-up comment, then and now quote, because of what the site has clearly done for the area and economy. I have to say I'm a bit taken aback at just how rapidly the village has changed. It's almost unrecognizable from 2 years ago." Matt nodded, smiling a wry acknowledgement, as if she'd hit upon the very thing, though she had no idea what that might be. "The article will only be about the new finds," she offered. "I take it you've heard the hints about what they found in the new caves. So I thought you might want to contribute something, a few words. None of the new developments would have been possible if you'd not been flying over there." Matt returned his attention to the end of his cigarette, and his smile vanished in the trail of smoke, his face turning an even unhealthier gray. "Matt, are you all right? You seem very tense." His lips moved for a while, but he didn't speak out loud. "Would another time be better?" He pulled on his cigarette in an attempt at composure, though one betrayed by a shaky hand. "For the first exhibition, I was interviewed in all the local press, TV, radio, the works. I was on the BBC, too. Sky, everything. In America, too. All over. I was at all the UK openings." "I know. Back then, you were the only person I spoke to who was different." "I'm not sure what you mean." "In all the excitement, you saw things a bit differently. About the cave. That was my impression." Katrine scoured her memory to identify what signals she might have transmitted to him during the first interview. "I'm good at reading people, and you had a bad feeling about what they found. And I remember you telling me that you came down here for a new start, away from the city. London, was it?" Kat nodded. "You'd had it hard there. That's what I felt. I think a person who's had a bad time of it makes a particular kind of impression, like I did after the breakup with my wife. Makes you tuned in to others, too. Their distress, you know. You said you'd been through something similar to me. Bad relationship. Even if you'd said nothing specific, I'd seen it in your eyes. It made you sensitive. To people, situations that could cause you more trouble. Instinct sharpens. Sixth sense, yeah. Same with flying. I just knew when to call it a day if things didn't feel right on the cliffs. I knew. And no matter how much time passed between when the caves was in use and me finding that hole, you suspected something was off about the place. Because of all the terrible things that happened there, even such a long time ago, you still knew what they found wasn't for gawping at or raking over. The caves still had a kind of, I don't know, power. like they wasn't dead. Kat shifted her position and couldn't prevent a noisy swallow. Down there by the sea, that place was special, you know, like Stonehenge or something, to people in the past. And when I got over the adrenaline of finding the skull and that little carving, it hit me, too, in a weird way. That all took a while to sink in, maybe even a year. But things changed for me, lots of things. They never stopped changing. His rapidly blinking eyes paused to watch her with so keen a scrutiny that Kat coughed to create a distraction. Matt was unstable. What he said next confirmed her diagnosis. Morbid. From that time onwards, my thoughts were very morbid. That's when it started, and I'd never thought about things in that way before. I can assure you of that. Strange. I felt strange. Here was different afterwards. And I got a sense that you felt something similar. You didn't even like thinking about what they dug up. I remember that as clear as day. What was done in there, in that dark, horrible place, should have stayed buried. And no good will come of them digging up any more of what's down there. You remember, we ended up talking over our problems? Me, mostly, about my boy. But your ex came up. It was like we were always avoiding the real subject of the interview, which was the cave. An unusual observation, but Matt was right. After the press conference in Plymouth, Kat hadn't wanted to cover the first exhibition 2 years later. She'd have been happy to skip the new revelations, the latest cycle of prehistorical horror. Initial reports and rumors suggested that what had been uncovered in the Brickberg Cavern during the previous 2 years was even more barbaric and gruesome than what had been excavated at the first level. But she needed the money. Steve needed work for his portfolio, too, and as affable as Sheila, her editor, was, she was not to be defied. The assignment was always going to be Kat's. Matt pulled on his cigarette. It's different for me. I'm local. I live on the same land as the caves. That place is only a few miles from where I sleep. But you ain't that far away either, and there's miles of tunnels down there. They reach out like... Miles? Not to Kat's knowledge, and though a larger chamber had been found and several annexes attached to the first cave, she was curious as to what brought Matt to this conclusion. We're separated from what happened by thousands of years, Matt. You tell that to my dreams. Dreams? Dreams. What got inside me. My moods, too. I don't understand. Or you don't want to. But I wanted to tell you a few things that you can't print. This, today, is not for that, for the news and all that, the magazine. You wouldn't get it in there anyway. Your readers would think I'm mad. Maybe I'm going that way, but this is something I wanted to tell you. Only you, because I think you might get it. And today is also for insurance. The Brickberg curse. She wondered if his imagination had dialed itself into that story. Did he believe that his mind had been influenced by his proximity to the cave? These would have been her questions on a professional basis. His answers might even add an interesting local angle to the better-known story circulating about the fate of several members of the archaeological team, who'd spent so much time underground in the early period of the excavation. But that would be unsuitable for Devon life and style. Sheila had little time for the conspiracies. That was a preserve of the internet and the tabloids. Life and Style, or L&S, filled its glossy pages with coastal vistas, restaurant reviews, local conservation. Not features on curses, unless it was a cozy ghost story, something cheesy about a lady in white in a castle tower. Over the years, her editor had even managed to erase any mention of the cannibalism in any story related to the caves. That didn't fit with editorial direction or the publication's tone. L&S's sole focus had been on the carved artifacts, the bone flutes, and the idea of primitive music, the opportunities for upscale tourists. This time around, the feature would be dedicated to the incredible cave paintings. Some details of those had already surfaced. Insurance? She ventured. Matt nodded. There's no one else I can say this to, not round here. No neighbors? A friend? She stopped short of suggesting a GP. He cleared his throat to speak, circling a trembling hand around his head. It's hard to explain. Kat pondered making an excuse and leaving, but there is a conviction in what Matt was trying to impart. To her. Only to her. It's more surface with some folks. An attitude that covers something deeper. Only I don't know what. I can identify the signs, though. Maybe you think I'm paranoid or something, but I don't think it'd be in my best interests to mention any of this out loud. Not round here. You think you're in danger? Matt chuckled humorlessly, then whispered, I'm a bit past figuring that out. Because of the caves? There's a connection, but I think this vibe has been round here for a while. And other things, other business. Hints of it. An atmosphere is what I'm talking about, like an influence, and it's got this kind of momentum now. Even if it was mostly buried in those cliffs, maybe it was the cause of the change, as well as the other stuff that's been happening. Here. Kat frowned. He'd lost her. It's like something was restless, in them rocks, in the spaces between them. How deep they go and keep on going. All that's buried, could still come out a bit. That's what I reckon. Been that way before I found the cave. There's lots of local stuff you don't know about. Kat's disappointment and pity came close to a physical manifestation, a sensation akin to indigestion. Matt Hull wouldn't be included in the article at all. That was clear to her. She also worried that if he didn't get it together as a parent, he'd be facing problems with access to the most important person in his life, his son. She found that idea unbearable. It would destroy what was left of the twitching man on the worn leather couch. You see, Kat, I've had a privileged perspective, if privilege is the right word. Up there, in the sky, I've seen things, seen a lot of things. They know it. My gear is bright orange. It was always hard to miss me when I was airborne, and I've been all over, all round here, 20 miles in every direction. I've noticed stuff. Kat's discomfort merged with bewilderment. Curiosity was the only thing keeping her in the room. There are things I've seen that I won't mention to you. Things that bring some real trouble down on me and on the people who are important to me. Stuff that goes on round here. Things that make people desperate to protect their interests, if you follow. Ruthless. And they have been ruthless at times. I know they have been. So that's got nothing to do with me or my boy. So I always looked the other way. Always kept my head down. Told them that, too, when they've confronted me about flying round here. I'm not following, Matt. That's just background. You probably know how some folks make their money round here. That's not what this is about. Not what I wanted to talk to you about. Forget it. That's something else. Now she got it. Illegal activity. Unlicensed alcohol. She'd heard the rumors. And the talk about cannabis farms. That's what Matt was alluding to. The drug farms. She'd never believed there was much validity to the rumors, but assumed a kernel of truth existed at the root of the tales. Not everyone was content with fruit picking, serving in a cafe, emptying bedpans in care homes, or selling ice cream on the beach for £3 an hour. Hydroponics in a loft was, allegedly, a traditional income stream north of Diplomath. There's a connection, yeah. One thing getting into another. The caves have already seen to that. That's what I'm saying. And then bad places and hard people get worse. More lines get crossed, and what's done on the other side of the lines becomes normal. Part and parcel. Perfect environment was in place here. That's what I'm telling you. You'd not notice if you were only passing through like a holiday-maker. But if this was your home, you'd get it. And you get noticed by it, too, because it spreads. No matter how subtle she'd tried to be, Matt caught her inspecting her watch. This is hard for me to say, Kat. Can you tell me something more specific about what is upsetting you so much? Before he spoke again, Matt looked at the floor for the best part of a minute before sighing resignedly. Not long after I found that cave, I was told that the sky, the actual air, above Brickburg, was out of bounds to me. All of it. By who? I'm not getting into that. For your sake, not mine. Trust me, girl, you don't want to go there. But why did they want to ground me not long after I found that cave? I already knew what they were doing round here, on some of the farms. I'd seen parts of their operations, They let that slide. I'm talking about other things. Things that have happened that they never wanted anyone to see. The bigger changes is what I'm talking about. The change is common knowledge here. Kat's skin chilled. She didn't want to hear any more. A horrible suspicion of becoming implicated in an unpleasant racket or local feud seemed to alter the air pressure around her head. She was a lifestyle journalist. her specialty being fashion, luxury properties, holidays, not organized crime. I'd rather not. I'm not sure I want to. Not sure this is in my brief. They don't want me flying in case I see something as bad as I have already, and they aren't the kind of people you can disagree with. A heavy presence. They're spies here. They have this air about them, too. Call it a tone. Just looks and things, you know? But people have been getting hurt, Kat. Here, since I found that cave. Before that, too, I reckon. That crack in the cliff wasn't the only opening, to what's down there. Katrine's body tensed. The police? I don't know what it is you're trying to tell me, Matt, but maybe you should go to the police. As I said, things have changed. You can't be sure who already knows stuff. Who's on which side now? This goes deep. It's spread wide. A confused conspiracy, that's all it was, whipped to critical mass by a shut-in's paranoia. But something Matt said earlier continued to work at her mind as a source of discomfort, like a stone in a cerebral shoe. Dreams. Matt, you mentioned your dreams? Though she was keen to change the subject from the topic of criminal activity, her own unpleasant imaginings had lasted for months following the first press conference. Her nightmares had also been reignited by the first exhibition of the earliest artifacts. They'd never really gone away. Matt grinned. I guessed as much. What? You know what I'm talking about. You had them too. I had a natural reaction to some very upsetting revelations and to the physical evidence found in those caves. I'd say that was a healthy response. Or for someone on the edge emotionally end up here. Matt tapped his head. Even if you only brushed against what had been in that ground for so long. And you're saying that because you found the cave it's been worse for you? Not just found it, but reached inside and took a few things out. I admit it. I kept a few things here for a while. More than enough has been discovered in that cave. No one will worry about you taking a few souvenirs. It's not them I worry about, the museums and universities or the land trust. It's others who've been touched by that place more than most. Who? Matt smiled grimly and shook his head. Let me put it another way. Don't you think it's strange that two of the archaeologists topped themselves? They've been inside those cliffs for over a year. No past history to account for suicide. They went downhill inside that place, in the caves. The head of the project even quit. They say he's a mental case, a wreck. There were other contributing factors. Stress, his relationship fell apart. Sure, I've heard the official line too. They always stay on message. But he wasn't the only one who lost the plot down there. None of those working at the start are there anymore. Katrine shrugged. I'm not privy to the staffing arrangements, but I assume that lots of universities are involved, and a great many people are queuing up to work there. I wonder how long they'll stick around. Not long, so I've heard. Think about it. People might come and go for all kinds of reasons. True, but I know it's because of their dreams. And let's call it the atmosphere that they've breathed in. Sounds raving mad, doesn't it? It did, though within Katrine's mind the heavy curvature of the clay Venus figure rotated again through a dim background of darkness and blood. A mere memory, a fragment from her own unhealthy thoughts. It's not just the archaeologists and me. I've got a mate who works in 2 old people's homes around here. Dementia, end-of-life care, that sort of thing. And he says he's never seen anything like it. The way they're all behaving in there, yeah. Elderly people who can't look after themselves. He's no liar. But it's in their heads now, too. It's why I got rid, took it all back. The pieces I had, the statue, the skull cap, the little pipe, all of it. Chucked it all away into the sea. I know what you're thinking, but I'm not superstitious, not religious. What I experienced was unnatural. And what I saw from the sky, 2 weeks after I found that cave, wasn't right either. But it was all part of the same thing. Same thing? As what's in my dreams. It's connected. Half of her didn't want to hear any more. The other half, the half she had no control over, asked, "What did you see from the air?" Chapter 8. Sorry, what did you say? Kat hadn't caught Steve's request. He reappeared in the mouth of her tiny kitchen, the jazz on the kitchen stereo muffling behind his bulk. Baked, mashed, or chips?"
"Oh, anything."
He rolled his eyes.
Baked."
Steve returned to the stove. A percussion of rattling utensil drawers followed. The troubled and wizened figure of Matt Hull had lingered vividly in Kat's thoughts. Steve's arrival hadn't banished the specter of that frail figure with unkempt hair, standing in the doorway of his small gray home, anxiously peering about the street. In the rearview mirror, she'd watched his front door close, sealing him off from the village once more, where he'd lived all of his life, but now resided as if hunted. A grown man made unstable by acute fear. Often hard to follow, most of what he'd confided of his ideas, dreams, or whatever inspired his jumbled mixture of fantasy, conspiracy, and paranoia had been disturbing. Before Kat left, she'd advised him to see a doctor, but known he wouldn't. His sincerity regarding the threats made against him she didn't doubt. Genuine terror was hard to fake, and that's what she'd seen in his eyes. He'd refrained from disclosing a single identity, too, yet from what she could gather, he was claiming he'd been victimized by a group of local people for years. He'd complied with their requests, eschewed paragliding, and kept his feet on the ground. The idea of him being bullied upset her more than what he'd recounted about the effect of the caves, at least until Matt Hull intimated he'd witnessed a double murder. That she still balked at. The rambling about bad dreams, an influence seeping from the caves she could weather, but murder? A fantasy, surely. Of what lay between Divilmuth and Brickburg she knew little. Excluding the excavation of the cave, the area had produced nothing newsworthy during her time in Devon. She couldn't even recall a minor crime, let alone what Matt Hull wanted her to believe. Her professional assignments involved the higher-profile tourist destinations of South Hams, Dartmoor, and parts of North Devon, the affluent, picturesque bits, which is why she'd come home after the interview surprised that Sheila had never commissioned a feature on Red Hill's astounding regeneration. They were never here before they opened the cave, the Red People. Another new addition to Brickburg and Red Hill, and news to her, what Matt Hull had called the Red People. They'd formed the ultimate focus of his chaotic narrative. His first sighting of these strange characters was the most bizarre story that Kat had yet heard in her career as a journalist. A story that had stuttered from the mouth of the same man who'd also admitted to being consumed with psychotic thoughts directed toward anyone he perceived as a threat. Not something he'd ever experienced before, or so he'd claimed. "I see red too, I do, for hours some days. I've broken 2 teeth from grinding." At that point, Kat had nearly grabbed her coat and run from his home. Rage was a natural response to victimization. It was also a symptom of depression, though she'd been truly baffled by his story about red people attacking a campsite. She hadn't asked if she could record the interview, but had surreptitiously set her phone to record when his story took an especially sinister turn. The second bedroom of the cottage she used as an office, and just before dinner, she replayed the recording in there. This swarm of them red people came down the hill at Slagcombe, taking their time. They just walked towards each other and surrounded this couple at the bottom, and that valley became a pit with 2 animals trapped inside it. I stayed in the air because I didn't like the look of how things were going on the ground. One of the campers was by the tent, the woman. The other was on the beach, her fella, I think. She was running this way and that, but gave up and went back to the tent. I don't know why. I was shouting, "Get in the water, get in the water." But she'd never have heard me, and this whole time her fella was running up from the shore to get back to her. But it was too late. They were surrounded. The red ones came into the valley naked, but painted like they were from another place, like they were from the past. I remember looking for cameras and thinking, is this a film? But there was none of that. No cameras or the lights they use. This was real. It was happening. And these 2 people, the campers, didn't know what to do. The ring of red people just got tighter. In the end, the woman gave up, was resigned like... I'll never forget it. I heard her voice before that. Faint. She was shouting something. I don't know what. But the bloke was done first. He stopped running and they got round him. He went into the reeds. I saw his arms in the air as they got close, crowding him. That's when I realized they had something in their hands. Small black things, these objects, like rocks. and it kicked off. He tried to break through them, and they were hanging on to him like a pack of animals. But when they got hold of that woman, I'd seen enough. I flew north, back to where me gear was, near Welham, where I launched. My phone was there, and I was going to call the law, but those red bastards were already waiting, you see, waiting for me. 3 of them had got there first and were staring into the sky, right at me, just all standing beside my gear. A woman, 2 men. They'd have done me too, like the campers. So I carried on, further up the coast, and I came down hard on Saviour Bay. Nearly came a cropper too and took a dip in the water because I was so rattled by what I'd seen. But I got untangled and put everything away and hiked back home. And that's when I had the first visit. You see, they were waiting for me to get here. They already knew who I was. But these others, inside here, weren't red. He'd broken off then so as not to reveal the identities of who had been waiting for him at his home. They were sitting in my chairs. They'd broken in. And I was told in no uncertain terms that I was not to fly again, that the air belonged to them from now on. They knew all about my boy, too, and I lost it when they said his name. But what they did to me, what they showed me, left me with no choice. I hadn't a chance against them. There was no fighting back, and there was no leaving here. They made that clear. They told me I couldn't go. They wanted me where they could keep an eye on me, and so I could do a few favors for them. Cat remembered Matt Hull pausing again at that point to rub his face. He'd wiped tears from his eye sockets. The red ones came that night, too, to make sure I knew how much shit I was in because of what I'd seen in that valley with the campers. The first one I saw was in the garden. She was just standing there, staring at the windows. I went out with a torch to see who'd set the neighbor's dog off, and there she was, naked, all red and shining like her skin was peeled off. All her hair was pulled out, too, from her head, and twisted round this horrible old face. I went back inside double quick, but there were more of them, and all looking through the front windows, showing me their red faces, their teeth, the white eyes. Never been able to put that out of my mind. They weren't right, their eyes. I'd never been so freaked out. I shut myself in the bloody bathroom upstairs, but they left something. The back door had handprints on it. Red handprints. A sign. All of this was a warning, like I was marked. That night was a demonstration of their reach. They could show up any time, unless I did exactly what they wanted. A couple of days later, my ex-wife mentioned that someone had painted a red hand on her back door. My lad and his mate swore they weren't responsible, and she believed them. I did too, because I knew who'd done it. I've been on the ground and mostly in here ever since, losing my mind. Work's gone to shit. I'm unreliable. I know I am. They took my gear with them. All of it. Clipping my wings is what they said they were doing. But they'd bring me gear back when they wanted favors doing. They left this too. It was just sat on my doorstep the next morning. Matt had shown her the effigy he'd found on his doorstep, a marker set in place by the strangers who'd apparently peered through his windows and stood in his garden, naked and painted red. She'd seen a similar design before, a crude figure of a woman, about the size of a Barbie doll, carven from bone, with the head of a snouty dog. Its small skull was made unnervingly alert and eager, the pair of small ears pricked upright. A thing with origins in the Brickberg Caverns. You might be content, and for the rest of your life, covering the fun runs and new musicals down the coast, the Michelin stars, the guide dogs, ponies, a new llama at the zoo, or whatever the fuck it is that we're always doing here, but I can't take another year of it, Cat. The argument with Steve began after dinner, within minutes of her playing her recording of Matt Hull to him, and he'd been quick to make his accusations too, leaving Cat desperately wishing that she'd never shared the information with her boyfriend. But keeping it to herself would have made her unbearably tense and anxious. She'd only wanted to lighten her load, to get a second opinion from someone who cared about her, who'd tell her that Matt was unstable, exaggerating, that everything would be all right, and that she'd not need to break his confidence any further by going to the police or getting involved in any inquiries into a local drug gang. Her compulsion to confess to Steve now made her feel pathetic. As much as she tried not to dwell on the issue, Steve was much younger than her and less experienced in just about every way that she could imagine, save windsurfing and partying. But since they'd met, she'd been the catalyst for Steve to grow more ambitious professionally than she would ever be again. And within seconds of sharing Matt's story, they'd been competing again, a situation that always made her feel ill. During a playback of the interview, Steve had been enraptured. Only after she'd admitted she intended to do nothing about Matt Hall's claims had his response been harsh, the scold burning hours later. Admittedly, Steve had been tipsy, having moved from beer to wine from the afternoon to the evening, and although he rarely spoke to her in that tone, his dissatisfaction with what he was doing with his life had clearly been festering more toxically than she'd hitherto intuited. She'd secured all of Steve's freelance work at Life and Style, as well as work for several digital marketing companies. But of late, he'd increasingly had the gall to make her feel like an impediment, holding him back professionally. Kat had long taken therapeutic measures to prohibit her own history's intrusion into the present, but they didn't always work. The past was a greater part of the present than the present itself seemed to be. And that evening, her head had filled with the pretty face of a girl called Clarabelle. At a magazine Kat had worked for in London, she'd employed Clarabelle as an intern, a young woman from a privileged background who'd wasted no time in undermining Kat in editorial meetings, and she'd been surreptitiously encouraged to do so by Kat's rivals. Kat had lost the job 18 months later when another round of cuts had kicked in. It was, in fact, her final staff position in magazine editorial. The redundancy had occurred at the same time as Kat's 12-year relationship with her fiancé, Graham, fell apart. The fallout from Graham she was still dealing with, and Steve had unpicked the stitches. That evening in her cottage, he'd exuded Clarabelle's sense of entitlement to the best professional work and an assumption of all that came with it. Steve came from money, and like the intern, it was as if he found it preposterous that someone from the lower social orders like Kat should hold a position senior to them. There must have been some mistake. You're not one of us. That's how Kat read both situations, and her personal experience wouldn't allow an alternative interpretation. She and Steve had been together, on and off with non-committed periods, for over 3 years. But what was the relationship built on? That was the question she asked herself again. What you can do for him, that's what this is about. Within moments of Steve's outburst, their age differences and the disapproval Kat harbored about his codependency upon his parents also reared scaly heads. His criticism of her an inevitable tripwire. She'd always found Steve's terror of his mother hard to respect, though she managed to suppress judgment. He was 32, but Mum and Dad were still bankrolling him. They owned the flat he lived in rent-free. They wanted grandchildren, too, a desire for multiple heirs, the enhanced social standing. It still concerned the affluent as much as it had ever done. And she was unable to give Steve children. So how was this going to work? Her internal cacophony had included her certainty that Steve's mother disapproved of her being 10 years his senior. His parents were present in all their arguments, at least in spirit. An unfailingly polite couple who'd never really warmed to Kat, who were potentially of the unspoken but implied opinion that she wasn't good enough for their son. And once the disapproving specters of Delia and Reg appeared in her mind, her repressed anger unsuppressed itself. The argument with Steve had escalated fast. When Steve had said, "I'll go to Sheila myself," Kat had genuinely loathed him for several minutes that had made her skin go cold. "She doesn't want to know, Steve. I nearly had to revive her with smelling salts when she saw a picture of a gnawed bone that was 12,000 years old. The Gazette in Torbay. Plenty will be interested in this. It's privileged information from my source, not yours. I only told you because it upset me and because I needed to share it with someone. I wanted your support. Support from someone who keeps telling me that he's in love with me. Makes me wonder what the fuck this is all about. Am I useful to you? Is that it? A stepping stone? That's low. This is not material for you. You're not even a journalist." When Steve had hit 30, he'd become tired of bumming around and doing his own thing, as he'd initially pitched it to her. Nigh on a decade of windsurfing, raving, and the creation of a dad-funded app that never worked had given him a premature midlife crisis. Meeting Kat had incrementally worsened his frustration. Despite her world-weary air and her consistent efforts to detox her former lifestyle from her system with diets, yoga, meditation, and anything that helped her cope with the post-traumatic stress disorder that she'd been diagnosed with 7 years before. By the time she was Steve's age, she'd already been working in the capital's top-flight media for 9 years. Her CV bothered Steve. His resentment had acidified. "It's just not right to keep this quiet," he'd insisted that evening. Preposterous, too, his lecturing her like that. It had been worse than his pretense that he gave a damn about Matt Hall. She'd exploded. "You're going to lecture me about press ethics? From your considerable experience as a press photographer, not even 1 year's freelance work under your belt, work that I bloody secured for you, you do realize that Sheila has far better people available. My pictures are good. For a fish restaurant in Plymouth, so don't get ahead of yourself. I'm not an investigative reporter. I never wanted to be. So you're just going to let them get away with it? With what they did to that poor bloke? He's unstable, probably delusional. If I had a name or a shred of evidence besides some crazy stories about red people attacking a campsite that he saw from 1,000 feet up, I'd contact the police. But all I have is a garbled story of the Brickberg curse from a man who needs psychiatric help." At that, Steve had smirked triumphantly, and she'd really wanted to slap his face. "Oh, he's not alone," he'd carped. "There are others. I've heard all kinds of things about that area. It's notorious. You wouldn't know that. You're not from here." At that attempt to exclude her, he'd quickly looked sheepish, embarrassed, and out of his depth. He'd left soon after, unable to withstand the cast of Kat's trembling face. Unable to sleep after the row, Kat dug around online. She vowed that whatever she found would not be shared with Steve. His enthusiasm for checking it all out needed little encouragement, and she wouldn't risk his appropriation of the story because he was bored and desperate. A competing guilty suspicion that her courage had failed, that Steve was morally right, and that she should help Matt Hull by going to the police was exacerbated by the results of her online search into missing persons, in or near Brickberg and Divilmouth. On the Torbay Gazette's website, she quickly located 2 stories relevant to her search, as well as old appeals for information. The same information was repeated at 2 further newspaper websites in Plymouth and another in Exeter. The incidents were 5 years old and must have occurred around the time Matt Hull discovered the cliff fissure. Matt had said the camping incident had occurred at the beginning of spring. While aloft that final time, he'd seen wheat ears, a red kite, and meadow pipits over the coastline. A flock of Brent geese had been flying in the opposite direction on their long journey to Siberia. At the same time, a pair of campers who were believed to have been camping near Brickberg had instead performed a curious double suicide in North Cornwall, not long after being reported missing. Shortly before their demise, a walker had vanished from the coast path near Brickberg. Curiously, articles of the missing couple's clothing had been found in a remote Cornish cove, folded into 2 piles and left together besides other personal effects. Though alerts had been posted as far away as Dorset due to the sea's currents, their bodies were never recovered. Their yellow Volkswagen Transporter had also been found near their clothes, their camping equipment packed inside, some 20 miles from where they'd been staying in Divilmouth. There was no motive for the double suicide or why Cornwall had been chosen. The case had mystified their families. But they'd last been seen in Divilmouth. They'd even told a guest at the hotel where they were staying that they'd intended to hike and camp near Brickberg. Cornwall had never been mentioned by either of them. But as their vehicle and effects were found in Cornwall, the search had moved 20 miles down the coast, and the official focus, while it lasted, appeared to have remained there. Had she not heard Matt Hull's story that afternoon, nothing about the incident would have inspired her curiosity. But 2 campers going missing at the same time he flew over Brickberg who'd never been found? She thought that odd. By the time Kat was scrolling through page 7 of a Google search, she found the second missing person case from the same area. Earlier in the year the campers vanished, a walker called Andy Little had also been reported missing near Brickberg. It was believed that he'd been overcome by darkness and fallen from the cliffs, misjudging a walk on difficult terrain. His body had never been found either. No suspicious circumstances were reported, and his rucksack had washed up in the next county on Chesil Beach. An accident by all accounts. They often happen near the sea and cliffs, But when the Andy Little incident was considered in relation to the missing campers, whose intentions had been to hike to the same place as the walker, and around the very time that Matt Hull claimed to have witnessed red people attacking a campsite, Kat did wonder. Old news 5 years distant, and it wasn't impossible to assume that Matt Hull had read about the camper's disappearance and concocted a story. But when she recalled the torment in his eyes and his twitching limbs, her instincts insinuated that he might have seen something on that beach, not far from where he lived in Red Hill. The following morning, before she left home to gather material for an L&S feature on a sculptor in Dartington, Kat called a contact stationed with the police at Brickburg. Rick worked in community liaison. He was the press officer for the emergency services covering the area and might ask around for her. She knew him via the news desk of the magazine, in effect, a communal phone in the magazine's tiny office. Kat lied to Rick and claimed she was undertaking consultancy work for a property developer and prospecting a potential cottage renovation near Red Hill. She asked him about illegal activity near the village, adding an emphasis on the drug rumors she was picking up. She said she was being lazy on due diligence and would rather talk to the law than wade through the council archives. Rick happily told her that 3 years before she'd arrived in Devon, a large cannabis factory had been found and closed down at a Brickburg farm, about 7 miles from the cave, resulting in 4 arrests. Rick also admitted that everyone knew the crop was still being grown surreptitiously in pockets here and there, but little was sold locally. Unless anyone was hurt or tougher criminal elements were drawn to the area, they had little chance of finding the operations. "That area is massive," he'd said. "Better the devil you know between us, when there's no violence and us being so short-handed from the cuts." Matt Hull had alluded to organized criminal behavior, though not specified a line of business. But he'd said the perpetrators were ruthless. Didn't drugs inspire ruthless behavior throughout their supply chains? Besides a plethora of minor drug busts in Torbay, Plymouth, and Exeter, local operations selling narcotics received through the harbors and rumbled through occasional police operations, the only other headline-grabbing drug-related incident that Kat uncovered online occurred in the early 80s. The story appeared at the end of her search, some 20 pages deep. A story that interested Kat for a reason unconnected to Matt Hull. Oddly, the story was not carried by any local press sites, probably because it predated the internet. Instead, it was posted on Wikipedia, as well as several other websites concerned with folk and folk rock music. Brickburg, Red Hill, and drugs had been the keywords that had dredged the information from the depths of the online cosmos. Although she'd lived in South Devon for 7 years, she'd not known that a folk rock singer, Tony Willows, owned a farm at Redstone Cross near the Brickburg dig. His band, Witchfinder Apprentice, had been a cult band in the 70s. She'd heard of them and remained vaguely aware of one eerie song, Old Black Mag, that her ex, Graham, had often played in their flat in Westburn Grove. She'd never taken much interest in Graham's music collection, but recalled him regarding Witchfinder Apprentice as the Black Sabbath of British folk rock. A quick check of their Wikipedia page confirmed they'd charted at number 2 with a song, All Around My Throne, at Christmas in 1974. Another tune that Graham had often played at weekends. At the edge of Tony Willow's farm in 1979, the dead body of a young woman had been discovered the day after the solstice, her system full of cocaine, LSD, and alcohol. Apparently, the girl had been a guest at one of the raucous, seasonal private parties that Willows had thrown for his old entourage. The woman had also suffered head trauma from a fall. Willows briefly went to prison for manslaughter and possession. After his release, he was never seen in public again. The excess of the singer's lifestyle was also documented at length on the band's Wikipedia page. Kat skim-read it, learning that he'd suffered a massive breakdown in 1977, either brought on or worsened by long-term LSD and tranquilizer use. He left the band and released one eclectic solo album of folk music on his own label. The record had surfaced in 1986, but he never appeared on a stage after 1977. Elsewhere online, his biography petered out with his current status as a breeder of rare ponies and black Welsh mountain sheep at Redstone Cross Farm. When Kat searched for the farm, Google Maps placed it 3 miles above the Brickberg Caves. She quelled her own instinct for conspiracy and random but easily made connections. Famous entertainers hiding in South Hams and Cornwall were not uncommon. She knew of at least 3 from the same period of Willow's heyday in British rock music. As so often happened with an online search, she found herself being dragged into an annex unrelated to what she'd first attempted to research. But what surprised her most about the Willows' information was that no one at the magazine had ever mentioned him. Which was odd considering Life and Style's obsession with local success, affluence, and celebrity. Kat made a note to ask Sheila about Tony Willows the next time she called the L&S office. By the evening, her interest had drifted away from missing campers and Matt Hull. Her priority became a persistent desire to mend the recent fracture with Steve. They needed to produce a feature article together on the new Brickberg Dig exhibition in Exeter, and the last thing she wanted was an atmosphere, with him sullen and monosyllabic as she directed him around the displays, telling him what to photograph. Before she lay down, Kat sent him a text. "We need to talk about Exeter. Tomorrow. K. X." Chapter 9. The great expanse of time elapsing between the exhibition and the distant inhabitation of the caves was not as apparent as Helene thought it should be. The condition of the recently recovered artifacts was remarkable. What she saw was also unpleasant. The home of a lost people 60,000 years B.C. The relics on display had been recovered from the deepest level of the Brickberg Caves so far, the most important Neanderthal site ever found in Britain. An extinct people occupying the Brickberg Caves, periodically, across another 15,000 years. Helene paused to glance at maps, illustrations, read some information boards. She'd like to have watched the films, but there was always one child or another drawn to the glowing screens and pushing buttons. The Bout-Coupé hand axe had been the first artifact identifying the remains in the cave as Neanderthal. U-shaped in silhouette, the tool had a convex blade, a surface curved like a sphere, its bluish-black flint glinting under electric light. A sign explained its purpose: butchery, decapitation, dismemberment, defleshing carcasses. A stone napped and flaked to hack and carve flesh. Merely by looking at the blades, Helene could effortlessly imagine the damage the tools could inflict. And beneath the forbidding and starkly beautiful landscape that had swallowed and rejected her while she looked for vestiges of her brother's final path, these very tools had once been slippery with a great volume of blood. The foaming mouths of the dogs at Redstone Cross, her being so tired on the wind-swept hills, the bestial noises her brother had recorded, must also have conspired to form the unpleasant collusions inside her sleeping mind the night before. She'd first woken at 4 with a start, suffering the terror of finding herself inside an unfamiliar room, separated from her daughter. Unable to recall specific details of her dream, most of it obscured by a dark red smear suggesting a frenzy of activity, she'd woken unrested that morning, suffering something akin to a hangover. But the exhibition both revived and worsened the lingering sense of having witnessed something terrible in her sleep. Detailed copies of the cave paintings were reproduced on large photographic boards installed in connecting stairwells. Helene suspected it was these images she dreamed of, though in sleep the figures on the red walls had been moving. A constant hypnotic sound of wind, piped through the claustrophobic confines of a wet tunnel, had formed a soundtrack. A 3D graphic beside the axes caught her eye. The illustration depicted a group of thick-set figures, hoary of face, and made bulky by their animal skin coverings. In the long grass where a vast creature had fallen, exhausted from many wounds, the men stripped the elephantine beast of its flesh, exposing the sturdy scaffolding of its bones. A thicket of black spear shafts and the animal's tusks thrust through misty air. Vultures circled and alighted to feast. A wounded hunter lay on his side, clutching ribs and a limp arm. his face gray. Hard times. 1,000 tons of sediment had been mined and sifted from atop the exhibited remains. A great layer of earth installed by natural soil movements, floodwater and glacial activity, separating this group of early humans from those that came after them, 15,000 years later at around 45,000 BC. The latter remains were found in another section of the cave system and were displayed on level 1. She'd get to them next. But while the Neanderthals resided in the Brickberg caves, it appeared that other things had occurred in those black recesses of the earth. Terrible things, happening for reasons unclear to the experts. Hunger and the extreme weather had probably played its part. The perpetual drops in temperature, the stalling of the Gulf Stream, the frozen tundras pushed forward by the northern ice sheets. And with some help from the illustrations, Helene had no difficulty imagining hunters returning home, gaunt and empty-handed, the vulnerable drawing deeper inside the cave and about the fire as the hungry dogs of an eternal winter howled outside and inside a cold labyrinth of moist burrows. The final chapter in the Neanderthal display, the one that had drawn so many excited schoolchildren to itself, shaded Helene's thoughts even darker than they'd been at first light. These were artifacts to make any mother want to hold her child tight. Fragments of a human skull obliterated by a large stone littered the faux rock floor of the display case. The scattering of shards resembled stone chippings, but the pieces had once formed a child's head. A boy's skull reduced to a vase dropped upon a hard floor. Beneath the incomplete skull, a collapsed human skeleton was splayed. Like splinters of ancient pottery, each component of the skeletal structure was set in a ruddy-colored stone. A rectangular plinth cut from a section of the cave floor and removed in its entirety. The final resting place of a young Neanderthal male, malnourished at the time of death. Stanzas of unintended horror poetry on white display cards indicated that 7 children and 3 young adults had been found upon a slope inside the Neanderthal cave, their pitiful forms concealed by debris. Now installed inside a cabinet, 3 tiny infant skulls grimaced their little faces at the light of the future, where their unspeakable story was interpreted. Large eye sockets and small jaws offered determined expressions. Initially, archaeologists assumed the group of youngsters had been crushed by a cave-in. A forensic examination of the bones revealed a different fate. Each of the individuals had been manually disarticulated. Many of their bones were then smashed apart and gnawed by other Neanderthal teeth, perhaps by their fellows, even family members. Their demise had been established through the indicative Neanderthal dental condition, tarodontism, that produced stronger teeth, more exposed from the gums. On receipt of that information, Helene had shut her eyes to dispel an image of yellow teeth clamped on a small bone. Ape-like mouths sucking. Origins. How it began. Helene moved away, before her imagination coated the little skulls with other features and expressions. She stopped by photographs of rock piles, only they weren't stones but pictures of hyena droppings, petrified mounds rich in both animal and human bone deposits. A hyena den had existed close to the Neanderthals, a pit inside an adjoining branch of the cave system. A section filled by the Earth's movements, but a chamber once accessed through a crevice on the surface. The card accompanying the photographs postulated that prey was dragged through the fissure and devoured below. Teeth marks on the pelvis and skull of a mammoth suggested a new species of hyena had existed, as large as those previously thought extinct. Neanderthal teeth and bones, discarded as indigestible, were also discovered inside the petrified droppings of the jackals occupying the pit. Following herds of mammoth, Neanderthal hunters, wolves, and hyenas had loped from the plains of northwestern Europe, crossing Doggerland. Some distance from the bone larders of the children, devoured by their own, another 6 Neanderthal bodies had been found. These were buried in a different manner, side by side. At the time of their death, these people had been old. Their skulls were intact, and each revealed the characteristic Neanderthal bulge at the rear, the occipital bun. Paleoanthropologist artists had fashioned a resemblance of one of the inhabitants on a mounted bust. Level with Helene's eyes, the face leered directly out of prehistory, its wrinkled flesh the color of tea, and as riven by deep lines as an 80-year-old woman of Helene's time, one who had spent a life working outdoors without sun cream. Tufty white hair sprouted from the elongated head. The murky brown eyes displayed a clear, hard human intelligence. A bulbous nose flared into black nostril pits, and Helene recalled the weathered vagrant she'd once seen in London's Soho, who'd worn a Union Jack flag like an emperor's cape. Unlike the children's remains, the mature individuals had been interned with reverence and care. Elders prized after they'd died in their 4th decade. Perhaps they'd been laid to rest when food had not been so scarce. No animals had worried the remains, and they'd stayed undisturbed in the very places in which they'd first been laid out in the caves, sometime between 55,000 and 50,000 BC. Conditions in the sealed limestone cave had preserved their bones. Even signs of arthritis and tooth decay had been revealed in analysis. That they'd been cared for in their dotage, even loved, offered some much-needed evidence of humanity within such an abattoir. Inside the shallow trenches of their graves, a ruddy stain, an iron oxide dye, had also been detected by chemists. Across generations of Neanderthal occupation, the remains of the special dead had been painted before interment, and each rust-stained figure had ventured into eternity with a cruel black hand axe within reach of its skeletal hand. Chapter 10.
It's the faces I keep seeing. Red faces. Every time I fall asleep, they come in and out of a dark place. There's smoke, red light on the walls. The wind, too. Always the wind. But they're not all the same, the things in that black place. There's something much bigger than the red people. It has a dark face. And there's these white things, like big rats. They all walk like them little dogs you see in a circus, on their back legs, but they're bigger than bears. Devils. It's like I'm dreaming of devils. It's the noise of the young ones I can't stand. The babies, the kids. And when the dogs, these devils, start whining and the babies start screaming, I wake up and I'm crying.
On seeing the reproduced cave paintings at the exhibition, the dreams that Matt Hull had narrated to Kat found further synchronicity with her position on mankind's perpetually harsh, savage, and troubled past. To her, history itself was an epitome of darkness, and it seemed humanity's very origins had been made epochal by their ghastliness. Even simple articles of clothing stored behind glass in museums suggested the grotesque and death to her. From end to end, history was collected horror, preserved for the fascination of a bestial species. Her experience of museums had never been sufficiently different from her experience of funerals, and the most recent fragments exhumed from Brickberg's famous caves curiously sharpened a sense of her own time, while reducing her sense of security within it. The artifacts were stored behind glass so highly polished that Kat felt she might step inside the larger exhibits. Then and now seemed uncannily closer. Too close. Clean bathrooms and a chic cafe waited downstairs. Traffic rumbled and swished past the museum's red bricks. Here were ordinary people wearing contemporary clothes. A boisterous school party wandered past her before dispersing to mill elsewhere. And yet, despite the modern screens, a sense of the cave's raw primitive presence, this brutal time on exhibition, had truly been evoked as a morbid and most vivid spectacle, its atmosphere intensifying within the artificial space. Kat found herself looking at the ceiling and windows to break a trance-like fatigue, as if she'd been forced to look at the evidence of war crimes. The presence of other people and Steve with his camera offered some comfort. She wouldn't have walked here alone. Conscious of their solemn, hesitant progress, Steve said, "Like a crypt, isn't it?" At least their heads, for once, were inhabiting the same space. By design, the first level of the gallery space resembled the largest cavern discovered in the Brickberg cave system, the Grand Chamber. Between the installations, the walls and ceilings were decorated with the same ochre and charcoal colors of the caves. Dark-blooded and womb-like was the atmosphere, and made doubly oppressive with shadow to replicate the enclosed stone environment. The slit Matt Hull had reached through to grab a few souvenirs years before had subsequently revealed itself to be the equivalent of a small rear window opening onto a large subterranean burrow divided into separate chambers. All of the caves have been used intermittently by various subspecies of humans across tens of thousands of years. And this was a big deal. The cultural significance alone of what had been displayed, the manufactured relics left behind by ancient societies, had shattered much of what was known of early man. Existing knowledge about the first colonizations of Britain was currently under root and branch review. Kat had been given the opportunity to write the L&S feature, an assignment coveted by the magazine's freelancers. Kat told herself she was lucky. About her head, a herd of horses fled across the walls, their swift passage defined by long, sensual curves, shaped from thick sweeps of charcoal. These were the first things her eyes had been drawn to, reproductions of the cave's art. Discreet speakers even transmitted a reproduction of animal shrieks and of a galloping rout across the ancient turf of Devon. Expressions of terror were still frozen upon the horses' red muzzles because of the great dogs that bounded behind them. The hunched, black-muzzled creature that led the pack's hunt was of an unnatural size, the centerpiece. Unto it the ancient artist had drawn the eyes of his audience. Seemingly, the dog thing had risen upon its hind legs, or had been depicted leaping for the last horse. It was hard to tell. The eyes above the creature's wrinkled muzzle were crazed, maliciously eager, idiotically sadistic. The face had been chipped into the rock and impacted with red dye, over and over for millennia, and with so much care by successive generations of occupant. The Theranthrope, as it had been called, had confounded the dig's archaeologist. Bizarre chimeras. 3 of the savage amalgamations of human and animal had been found depicted on the walls. Much patient digging and sifting across 4 years had led to a revelation of their ghastly forms. Inside this dark place, within the humid air so fraught with the sounds of animal distress, Kat was unwilling to look at them for long. To her, the jackal-headed things functioned as a sudden, startling distillation of the natural order's horror, the eternal repetition of bloodshed occurring the world over. Those curating the exhibition proposed that the 3 hound-headed human figures, one was large and jet black, the other 2 smaller and sickeningly pale, might have been gods or some curious supernormal forms into which shamans believed they could transform themselves. Only vestiges of Stone Age and Aboriginal belief systems offered any clues as to what these curious figures represented. Kat cribbed notes. Were these people suggesting they could access a spiritual world? Was this a religion that far predated the Bible? As she scribbled, her focus was broken by images of Matt Hull's haggard face and of what he'd so recently recounted to her. The people's faces are red, always, but the red faces are filled with fear. Lined, scarred, dirty, painted faces, terrified. And they're beating things. Rocks with sticks, all of them together. They're talking or singing something. It's all high-pitched and weird in this wind. A wind that's in the darkness with them. The wind comes out of the earth with the dogs, the devils. I can always hear them. The devils. Coming up. Kat refocused on her notes and on directing Steve's photographs. She needed the information boards captured for reference. Steve didn't notice her preoccupation, nor did he seem aware of her distress. He only saw what was before his camera lens. When they reached the 3D model of an elder's head, he whispered, "Ugly bastard," from the side of his mouth. "I get a bit of Shrek. What do you think?" Kat found the crinkled face profoundly unappealing. Several of its brown teeth were missing from the dark gums. Set amidst wild white hair, its bloodshot eyes leered from out of a face powdered the red of paprika. The flesh might have been flecked with dried blood, and was far worse than the Neanderthal head upstairs. This one's features were flatter and broader. Red people. Matt's rambling narrative remained prescient. Kat wondered if the man's sinister fantasies had only worsened after persecution at the hands of local criminals who'd suspected he'd witnessed their drug operations from the air. Maybe the intimidation he'd suffered had mixed itself up with these artifacts. He lived near the site. Due to the size and expense of the operation, local volunteers had been involved from the start to delicately remove thousands of tons of earth from the cave. They'd have seen the cave paintings and buried elders and been told that they were once painted red. Red Hill's small population must have chattered about what they had dug up. Matt would have heard things. Suggestion. Kat rediscovered the thread of her notes. The original entrance of the hyena's dog chamber had been reopened as part of the ongoing excavation of the Grand Chamber. It had led the dig team to the lower Neanderthal level. Impossible to imagine, but the later human species and the Neanderthals before them had shared the caves with hyenas. In each era of human occupation, this natural abattoir had been filled with large hyenas. They had been the size of African lions and should have been long extinct. Inside the dog pit, as well as the bones of horse, woolly rhino, bison, and Irish elk, prey hunted down and dragged through a crack in the earth, and much like the older Neanderthal remains, the chewed bones of later human occupants have been discovered in abundance. Tests proved that many of the human remains had been broken and gnawed by hyena teeth in the terrible darkness of the earth. Bodies torn apart before their bones were cracked open for their rich marrow. Nor was this the last of the macabre connections between the Neanderthals and what was found at the first level, dated at 12,000 BC. At the press conference in Plymouth and in the first exhibition, it was revealed that the humans had also eaten each other in the same way that their canine superiors had eaten them. In these caves, in all three periods of occupation, it was as if people had been tutored by the greater predator. And I can hear wind. The people are in that cave, close to a fire. It's all red and black with shadows spiking across the ceiling. Their faces are red and creased, and their eyes are white and mad, all rolled up. That's when I hear them, coming through the dark. The devils. Am I seeing hell? That's what I ask myself when I wake up. Is this hell in my head? And the devils always come for that woman who's crouching in front of her kids. They've come for those dirty kids in the corner who are grabbing at their mother. She keeps looking for a way out. That woman and kids have been given to the devils by the red people. They're like shadows, the devils. Their shadows dim the firelight. It shrinks, but I can still see them. These things with the long bodies that get up on two legs. Everywhere, there's the sounds of devils in the smoke. The rocks are wet, red and wet. They laugh like men but growl like dogs, deep, horrible, whining and whistling and laughing in the wind. Them kids, shaking them in its mouth. This is hell. This is hell I keep seeing. When Matt had told Kat of his nightmares, she'd been able to picture them vividly. She'd had them too. The half-remembered dreams, the ruddy black smears of places filled with frantic movements and screams. She and Matt Hull had shared the same dreams. Children, the cries of children. Matt Hull had only ever been describing what she had also experienced. His narrative had only given clarity to what she'd been suppressing in her own disturbed sleep since the press conference in Plymouth. Kat looked for somewhere to sit down. She needed water. Steve was quick to express his own fatigue with a nearby sixth-form lecturer who was holding forth to his blazered students. That teacher could use a hand axe in the mouth. Shh, let's get a drink. You all right? A voice beside her. Helene dabbed her nose and blotted tears with a napkin that had come with her coffee. Tired legs, a poor night's sleep, missing her daughter. None of it was helping. Mostly she'd just been unsettled by the exhibition, and in a way that she'd never anticipated. When she'd reached the final section, her thoughts had returned to the bearded face and scarred eye of the hostile man at the farm the day before. Him shouting at her, the thin woman watching her retreat, the dog leaping, its wet teeth, the mad brown eyes streaked red, images impressed into her memory by fear. The only confrontations she was accustomed to were with a recalcitrant 6-year-old. Lincoln and his desperate, inexplicable end, the reason she'd come here, to better understand and to say farewell. He'd killed himself mere weeks after recording those horrid sounds from a quarry neighboring the subject of this very exhibition. A crying child, a relentless trickling of water, an agitated animal in a lightless space. Her instincts and imagination made connections she couldn't rationalize. The displays had also opened a path into the previous night's dream, equally ineffable. She couldn't remember when she'd felt as mixed up. Sipping at her water bottle to create a barrier, she returned her attention to the concerned face of the young man sat at the next table who'd spoken to her. A camera hung from his neck on a red and black strap. A plastic badge on a lanyard read, "Press Pass." A dark-haired woman with a plump, handsome face sat across the table from the photographer and eyed Helene with what looked like disapproval, twinned with wariness. Perhaps she was only preoccupied with the book and papers spread on the tabletop before her. A woman engaged in a professional task, no time for distractions, her stiff courtesy of first defense. Helene had seen the couple inside the grand chamber and again on the stairs between the floors of the exhibition. The man's face was slim and attractive, his beard producing the effect of noble and hipster. He was much younger than the woman, so she doubted they were together romantically, and yet the woman's cool demeanor might yet be born of a perceived threat, an intrusion into her space and onto her ground. Helene loathed that kind of tension between herself and other women. She'd made a few jealous in her time. "Get to you, did it?" the man said, his smile kind. "That's why we came down here. Those children's skulls were the final straw." He winced. Awful. Some men could effortlessly offer companionable support without seeming intrusive. Helene found him attractive, too, but made sure not to show it. She nodded her agreement. "I'm a mum," she added to placate the woman, in case they were an item. "Must make it worse," the man said. "Even though it happened tens of thousands of years ago, it must still get to you." "You're not wrong." But to change a subject she didn't want to dwell on, Helene asked the couple what they were doing at the exhibition. The man answered, "She's words, I'm pictures." He then introduced himself as Steve and said other things about an assignment for a magazine. The name of the publication didn't register. Helene asked if they were local, and they said they were. "Mind if we join you?" Steve asked, and Helene raised no objection. But the woman, who had been introduced as Kat, cast a black look at Steve that only reached the back of his head. Once they'd shifted to her table, Helene shared a few tentative details about Valda. She felt obliged to account for her tears, how the exhibition had made her needy. The journalist, Kat, finally softened when Helene offered a few photographs of Valda she kept on her phone. A jam-smeared face, a small figure dressed as a fairy with wings, a face split with crazed laughter during some antic that Helene couldn't recall. Steve said he loved kids, and Kat appeared to stiffen for a second at this admission. When Helene tactfully moved the conversation away from herself and asked about their work, she found herself immediately impressed with Kat and wanted the woman's resistance to disappear. She wanted to be liked by her. Not once did the journalist brag about her career. She only mentioned her work in vague terms. It was Steve who recited Kat's CV to Helene. 3 of the magazines Kat had worked on in London Helene still read. She must have read Kat's work in the past. The journalist offered a thin smile when Helene stated as much, and quickly quelled Helene's admiration by suggesting that her career had been of no consequence. The couple's attitude only shifted from polite friendliness when Steve asked what brought Helene to Devon. "He was here, and then he went missing?" Steve asked Helene, after she'd nutshelled Lincoln's story. He and Kat had exchanged glances. Perhaps the mention of a suicide accounted for their reaction. 2 weeks before he passed." "Sorry, I don't mean to pry," Steve said. "Then why are you?" Kat asked him. Steve looked chastened but was clearly irritated by Kat's terse remark. "It's all right," Helene said. "It happened a long time ago. But it's weird. I think I'm only coming to terms with it now. It's another reason why I was upset." "Grief affects people in different ways," Steve offered, and Kat looked at him again as if to question the experience behind such an observation. As if he were present, a startling sense of Lincoln warmed through Helene. It had happened the day before.
My brother was quite a character. It was typical of him to spend a whole summer here, camping and recording underground noises for an obscure website. At further prompting from Steve, she described the recordings and confessed how uncanny she found their connection to the sound effects piped into the exhibition. She'd never see Kat and Steve again, so it didn't matter if they thought her a weirdo. The soundtrack here was probably recorded in a zoo or taken from a music library with a safari section, Steve offered. But he appeared unable to contain his excitement when Helene mentioned where Lincoln had camped, though she wasn't sure why. She also feared she was out of touch with what was interesting to people like Steve and Kat. This made her wonder how switched on her brother had been, and how clueless she was about what was cool. She'd always believed the opposite to be true. Kat only frowned as Helene narrated her story, and she sensed discontent in the journalist, even a store of unhappiness. She thought Kat was glamorous but careless with her appearance, offering an impression of not really caring about what she'd thrown on. Helene found that odd when someone could afford such nice clothes. On discovering that the journalist and Steve were in a relationship, she had to suppress her surprise, as well as a tinge of disappointment. Gradually, Kat overcame her irritation with Steve's wooing of the single mum in the museum cafe. He was definitely flirting, and that made her dwell on how often he flirted, or worse, with other women. A familiar preoccupation. For far too long, she'd liked the fact that she wasn't in love with Steve. The mutual lack of expectation suited her. But recently, it had dawned upon her that she'd fallen for him. Steve was out all the time, and Kat only saw him twice a week at most, which suited her more than him. She never kept tabs. Maybe he'd made the most of that arrangement. And there had been an assurance, an easy confidence with no inhibition, when he'd identified a damsel in distress in the cafe and attended to her. An approach much practiced? He'd picked out a hot one, too. Helene was leaner than her, taller. Her short haircut suggested Paris more than Walsall, and boyishly framed the strong bones of her even features. Steve had always paid a lot of attention to Kat's legs, but this woman's were longer, more slender, stronger, with a second skin of skinny fit denim emphasizing powerful calf and thigh muscles. She was athletic and probably worked out to remain so rangy yet feminine. In time she might go stringy. Helene also seemed moody, though it only contributed to her air of being effortlessly sexy. Single, with a lovely daughter, and Steve was becoming increasingly interested in having kids. Kat's penchant for paranoia enabled her to imagine Steve with the woman and her ready-made family. His boyish antics would delight the 6-year-old. When she felt sick, Kat stopped the punishing fantasy. A dark presence, a cold pall more than a cloud, pushed again at the edges of her memory. Graham and his horrible rejection. They'd had 12 years together in London, 8 years gone, but the coals of that relationship were prone to being raked over if she didn't remain disciplined. Her separation from the only man she'd ever wholly loved had been excruciating. Graham had left her to start a family with someone else, a family already under construction, in another flat in West London, while she and Graham were still together. His deception had been monumental. Jane had been a mutual friend. Graham had made her pregnant during the 5-month affair that Kat had missed, while consumed by the unraveling of her career and her war with the intern, Clarabelle. Jane's pregnancy had finally turned Graham's sullen dissatisfaction into a conclusive rejection of what he'd had with Kat. He'd been so relieved once he'd finished with her. She could still hear the sentence that tore her apart. "I can't do this anymore." She'd sat still, bloated yet weightless with trauma, in their flat in Westbourne Grove. A linen curtain had wafted across her face like a shroud. In that moment, the world had been lifted from Atlas's shoulders and dropped onto her face. Graham had already made Kat infertile. Chlamydia. She'd not known he'd passed it on when they'd first met. By the time she found out and they were treated, it was too late for her, but not for Graham. In the cafe, Kat had to close her eyes for a few seconds before she lost control of her jaw. She then scraped herself back into the present. She shouldn't dislike Helene. Jesus Christ, she lost her brother. A suicide, too.
Kat thought of a long drop from a bridge into cold water and shuddered. She knew unhappiness, she knew desperation, but she'd known nothing like that. And Helene was here for closure. On that matter, Kat was tempted to inform her that closure never happened. Not really. In time, the past was partially covered, and your memory moved on to fill itself with other things. But the damage to your hardware remained permanent. "You hear this, Kat?" Steve asked. "Her brother ended. This happened near Bristol, not here. But the last anyone knew, he was here." Steve emphasized his point by pressing an index finger upon the table. The couple in Cornwall? The Walker?" Helene was frowning. "Sorry, I don't follow." Steve turned to her. "Oh, just something we're looking into." "Hardly," Kat said quickly, to curb Steve's conspiracy theorizing. It was getting out of hand again. He'd started first thing that morning when she'd allowed the discussion about Matt Hall to resume. She'd also broken her vow to herself and shared with Steve what she'd found online, though it would only have been a matter of time until he discovered it himself and went mad at her for keeping her findings to herself. She had also told Steve that she would consider looking into the information further before sharing it with her contact on the force, because she needed more information. Under the table, she tapped Steve's thigh with her knuckles. Steve turned to Kat. "We'd love to listen to the recordings, though, wouldn't we?" "They're her recordings, and important to Helene." "It wouldn't be a problem," Helene said, looking from Kat to Steve with her alert blue eyes, long eyelashes, jet black and velvety. So pretty. Lincoln wanted to share them. He'd been really excited about having his own album of noise, but it never happened. She dabbed at the wet weight of another tear that had formed in the corner of an eye. Kat's heart cracked. She clenched inside with self-loathing for perceiving this grieving woman as a rival. Helene blinked her eyes dry and cleared her throat. "They are really weird, though. I have no idea what's making the noises. But they'd be a better soundtrack than the one they've got here. Everything Lincoln recorded actually came from underground, too. Some of it was recorded close to the caves." "Fantastic," Steve said. He clapped his hands. "Then we can eat." Chapter 12. "Steve, no, absolutely not. What would you achieve?" "But it's what you should be doing. You said you would look into this more. This is one way of doing that. Just hear me out. This is a story, your story, I get that, if it's anybody's. But I can help." Steve smoothed his hands over the great paper blanket created by the Ordnance Survey map that he'd brought to her cottage and spread across her living room floor. The corners were weighted with used Witchfinder Apprentice CDs he'd mail-ordered. "Kat," he added with an exasperated finality, "just join the bloody dots. That paraglider wasn't lying. Matt, he was clearly warned off from flying here. People got hurt because one of these farms is growing dope, and big time. Matt could be suffering from paranoid delusions, Steve. He had a bad breakup with his wife. He was also a local hero for finding that cave, but the cameras moved off him years ago. He's been left high and dry. I'm not so sure he handled his fleeting moment of fame all that well, never mind the fact that it's now over. The copper you know in Brickburg also said there's past history. A drug farm bust went down. Long time ago, nothing since. Ancient history." Steve pointed at the iPod speakers. "Then there's this guy's parties that got out of hand." A download of Tony Willow's solo album, Hark, Hear the Red Folks Sing, played quietly. "In the 70s. Old news, mate." What drifted through the air of her living room was morbidly haunting. Even the jaunty passages darkened by bleak lyrics. The voice she remembered distinctly from when Graham had played his Witchfinder albums. It was thinner on the solo album, but still high, melodic, almost feminine for a man, and quavering with more anguish than she remembered. The pipes accompanying the acoustic guitars were unusual, too. Other than that, it was folk music, plain and simple, conjuring a sense of the past or medieval balladry. But a woman even died at his farm. People die of overdoses all the time, Steve, in the towns and the cities round here now. It's not uncommon, despite appearances in the tourist brochures in our rag. You're trying to rake over a minuscule, out-of-date scandal. Those might not have been parties on Willow's land. They were more like festivals, rites. Unofficial. All very secretive. Need to know. Private. Invite only. Crashers were dealt with. That's what I've been told. It's weird, but someone, this old guy, Mac in the pub, said that Willows wasn't even present. He was in prison when this stuff really took off. They were held at certain times each year for a long time. That's what Mac said. Some were an annual thing connected to the moon or something. Or something? Mac said? Mac? Jesus, Steve. A party once got out of hand and Willows got in trouble. He's not interested in any kind of public life. He's retired and reclusive. He burned out in the 70s. Went a bit Sid Barrett from what I've read. It's safe to assume he'd had enough of drugs and all that they bring a long time ago. And I asked Sheila about him yesterday. She said they tried over and over again to get him involved with the Divilmouth Folk Festival and the big one in Sidmouth. He always regretfully declined. He gave up touring in the 70s, and he's just an old hippie that breeds sheep now. No one's seen him in public for years. A few old crusties kept his music alive until the new folk bands revived his back catalog. That's the only reason anyone even mentions him now. Steve rolled his eyes. Helene's brother? He was up there. Redstone Cross. Where he made those recordings was in the heart of the quarries that supplied the old paint factories. Redstone. Some of those quarries are on Willow's land. Her brother was recording those noises we heard a fortnight before he died at Redstone Cross. In a frickin' quarry, Cat. Come on. And the couple who said they were going to camp out there? Why did they top themselves? Did they really? There's that walker they never found. People get lost. They climb over the wrong fences, but who knows what he might have seen out that way. Matt was threatened, victimized, just for paragliding. Steve, down a notch, please. We don't know anything about Helene's brother. Not really, besides him being into drugs. His sister said as much. He had a weird lifestyle, blah, blah. Could be any number of contributing factors to his suicide, which, by the way, was near Bristol. Bristol, Steve, not Brickburg. The campers had some kind of suicide pact in Cornwall. They were nowhere near here when they topped themselves. The links are tenuous. We have no idea what was going on in their minds either. I mean, you very little idea of what goes on inside mine. Steve looked at his map in silence. He seemed so young then, a thwarted boy who desperately wanted an adventure. When he spoke again, his voice had lost its power. What about Google Earth, yeah? What's that? He'd shown her the Google Earth satellite photographs of the Redstone Cross area and Tony Willows's farm. A few buildings with dark roofs, strewn down a lane surrounded by unbroken woodland on all sides. Beyond the trees were miles of pasture, copses of woodland, a series of steep valleys cut by streams that drained water from the hills, great clefts separating his land from two neighboring farms, all remote. Further along the private lane where Helene said she'd unwittingly trespassed was another, bigger structure with a newer roof. What did surprise Kat was how much land Willows owned. She guessed he must have sold a lot of records and invested his money wisely, or maybe got a good deal on the land at an economic downturn. The 70s were a time of heavy recession. Maybe the sheep farming had done well, though that was not something she often heard about the local farming industry. But what did she and Steve know about farming? Nothing. West of the buildings was a great flat expanse of ground, bordered by a thick perimeter of trees. It was this area that Steve had become excited about. The grass between the woods was marked by what appeared to be a paler strip of land, resembling a giant cricket pitch. Airstrip, Steve had ventured confidently, tapping it with a finger. Why would a retired folk singer and bringer of odd-looking sheep need an airstrip? Think about it. Only when Steve mentioned an airstrip did Kat see the similarity, but it might just as easily have been the patterning of crops. How would they know? Steve, there's a land trust country house right in the middle of all that farmland. Red Acre House. Part of a national organization and about 3 miles from that farm. No one would erect a drug operation anywhere near one of those places. You've got the Saga crowd trekking in and out all summer to see the award-winning gardens. And don't say hidden in plain sight or anything like that, because if you start down that road, then you might as well introduce UFOs into your theory. Maybe aliens use the airstrip and harvest DNA from his sheep. Steve took another long swig from his beer bottle. All I'm saying is there's no harm in just nosing around a bit, on foot. See what gives. Land Trust put some walkers' paths through here. It's not all private land. You can go on some of it. Public right to roam. The coastal path is open, too. They've widened another old green track for the dig traffic. It's an accessible area. We'd not be trespassing, just taking a look around. Big area, Steve. Over 12 miles wide. You might have the leisure to stroll around it, but I haven't. I need to earn a living from paying assignments in line with editorial direction. Not the bit I'm looking at between the cave and Redstone Cross. That's no more than 3 miles as the crow flies. And what happened to Helene when she wandered up there? Someone set their dogs on her. She said herself that her brother must have been trespassing. The quarry, or whatever is left of it, is on private land, and there are kilns and quarries all over that area. If they weren't preserved, they'll be overgrown. All you can see are big gouges in the earth and a few bricks. I know. I covered the Industrial Revolution season in South Devon that was run from Torbay. You could walk straight past an old quarry and not know it. These aren't filled with water. They're just overgrown earthworks. You'll never find where Helene's brother stuck his microphone into the ground. How do you explain those noises on the discs then? Shit, they were freaky. They had been. Disembodied, ghostly sounds, varying from faint and enigmatic to outlandish and horrid as they'd filled Helene's tiny car. Kat couldn't think why Helene or her brother would fake the sounds, nor had she shared the discs with anyone else in 6 years. I can't explain them, Steve, but there is an explanation. Some kind of wildlife. Little creatures can make huge sounds, especially in enclosed spaces. The earth moves, you know. It never stays still. The wind can produce all kinds of noises, even like voices underground. So can water. You're reaching. Not as much as you. You were just talking about some mammoth drug operation with an airstrip, and now you're basing your story on weird underground noises, narcotics and the paranormal. Not my bag, mate. Steve took another draught of beer and returned his attention to the map. It could be... I don't know. It's weird. Can I turn this off now? Kat pointed at the iPod. Nah, I like it. Steve didn't stay over. Kat had assumed he would. He'd sloped off in another sulk, taking his map and music with him. She didn't like discouraging him, but her boyfriend hatched ideas for new projects on a monthly basis. When in that mood, she found him exhausting. He was a stick-at-knot, a flitter, possessing a restless soul, one somehow both idle and sporadically bursting with energy. But something sinister had happened to the paraglider Matt Hull. Kat believed that much, though whoever Matt had tangled with was never going to be anyone she planned on doorstepping. People growing cannabis were none of her business. Though thoughts of the campers, the hiker, the curious sounds, and the recurring idea of red people in the area confounded her, as did the coincidence she'd happened upon the day before, when she'd spoken to members of the archaeological team who'd taken part in recent digs inside the caves, information she'd decided not to share with Steve. For her feature about the new exhibition, she'd requested an interview with the dig site staff. She'd only been seeking a couple of quotes about the second phase of the dig, but had received far more. At the end of the interview, she dropped a few hints about the weirder aspects of the caves, suggested by Matt Hull's sinister tales and Helene's recordings, and had been astonished by her interviewee's response. Helene couldn't have known that similar noises, effectively the sounds of life that Helene's brother had accidentally recorded, were reported by staff working on the dig's second phase. Disturbances transmitted through solid rock from the direction of a sediment-packed enclave of the cave system. From a senior geophysicist, Roger Price, Kat had learned that a number of on-site staff also claimed to have heard sounds of distress underground, those of animals and even children trapped on the other side of walls. The reports had encouraged the archaeological team to explore further south. What the geophysicist had told her had never gone public. According to him, a world-famous sedimentologist, a paleontologist, a palynologist who'd been examining the soils, 2 geophysicists who'd mapped below the surface to detect new artifacts, and a cultural archaeologist who'd been identifying and interpreting the man-made tools they'd found in the Grand Chamber, had each encountered the ghostly sounds at some point in their work. Roger knew them all well. They were scientists and academics, and not prone to spreading stories about unexplained phenomena. And if Helene's recordings could be trusted, the caves of Brickburg had been issuing strange sounds long before Matt Hull discovered the original fissure. Eventually, surely, there would be a theory citing natural causes for the disturbances. There always was, but there was a story here that could be printed, She wasn't going to allude to drug farms or red people or anything Steve was pawing at her to chase up, but a piece on the eerie sounds from ancient graves might just bring in another billable assignment. Over the phone, she discussed Roger's story with Sheila, and her editor had been intrigued by the idea of ghosts within the caves. Sheila had suggested Kat research a supplementary story to the main feature, a nod to Tutankhamun's curse in the Valley of the Kings. By a pure chance meeting, Helene had put her within reach of a soundtrack. They could play the sound files on the magazine's website with a link to the story and credit her brother. Helene might like that. Kat had sent Helene a message. "Was lovely to have met you. Next time you are down this way, do get in touch." She also reminded Helene to let her have copies of her brother's recordings from an FTP site. Helene had readily agreed, and once the article about the cave's ghosts was done, Kat would consign the cave and all of its strange sounds and curious tragedies to the past. As for Matt Hull's situation, she'd unobtrusively keep an eye on that front, but do nothing rash. Steve she'd keep on a leash. Kat turned in early, but when her alarm sounded the following morning, it quickly became apparent that her involvement with Redstone Cross and with all that was piped, whispered, and shrieked beneath that hilly earth was unwilling to remain at the safe remove she wished for. "Kat, they're back. They paid me another visit. I'm sick of this shit. Just sick of it. So I'm getting out, yeah? It's gone too far. I'm being watched, yeah, all the time now. There's a car. I know it's them. It's getting worse." The message had been left on her phone in the early hours, and Kat picked it up later that morning. Matt Hull had also sent photographs. I swore that next time they tried this shit, I'd be ready. I'd get a picture, and I did. I got one of them looking through the kitchen window. I tore out into the garden, and I caught one of them running away. This is sick. So I'm taking off, clearing out. I'm going to my brother's in Somerset for a bit. I won't be far from my boy. I swear, anything happens to any of us, then you know who's behind this. It's them at Redstone, at the farm. Yeah, I've said it. Something's up with them again. I don't know if it's because I spoke to you. I don't know. How would they know who you are? Unless they saw when you came over. But why now? Nothing for over a year, and now I've got red handprints on my door again. Don't bother with the police. I've called the law. This time I did, and one of them came round and saw what I've sent you. He said he'd look into it. I've heard nothing since. While he was here, he said it was a prank. Prank? What kind of prank? I said to him. Painting yourself red, yeah, and looking in a window. What's that? That's sick. It's threatening behavior because of what I know. Has anything been stolen? Any damage to your property? That's what he asked me. I mean, what's that? It's not about that. And there are prints on the window and door. Get the prints, I told him. Get those prints. He never did. No one's been since. I've heard nothing. I'm sorry. Sorry for bothering you with this. It's my problem, not yours. Because of what I've seen, from the air. And what I did for them. They know that I know. Yeah. They won't leave it alone. Not ever. They were never going to. I've been kidding myself. But everyone's got a limit. I have reached mine. I'm sick of it. Sick of this shit. I'm in serious... The message reached the end of its permitted duration and cut off. Matt Hull had made the call at 2 a.m. He'd been agitated, breathless, and frightened, but trying to mask his fear with the bravado that follows confrontation. Kat was glad her phone had been recharging in the kitchen. It wasn't a call she'd have wanted to entertain alone, half asleep, after midnight. At 10 a.m., she called him. He didn't pick up. She left a brief message on his voicemail, then transferred his picture attachments to her laptop and enlarged them. The first picture was of a small window set deeply inside white walls above an untidy kitchen sink, but beyond the glass appeared the murky suggestion of a human face. A woman's face, Kat thought. Definitely a head with the skin and features thickly coated in a red daub. A cosmetic lined by the worn skin beneath and smeared about a pair of wide, horridly white eyes. A hand with thin fingers had pressed itself against the window pane, the palm lighter in color, the nails unpleasantly extending from 3 fingers. The second picture was blurred, taken as the subject turned from the glass, perhaps after seeing the flash of Matt's camera inside the kitchen. But he raced outside his cottage to confront the intruder, touching the screen as he moved. He'd also uploaded a blurred picture of his own scrawny legs, another of a foot splayed on the wood-effect lino of his kitchen floor. But outside, in the rear garden, against a background of night, and amidst evidence of a peeling shed, 3 large planters on patio stones and the glimmer of a washing line, ran a single human figure. The picture had been taken from behind the intruder as she'd retreated, providing a glimpse of a body darkened by paint, the ankles, knees, hips, and elbows all defined, if not pronounced. Between the spiky joints the corresponding limbs were narrow, the buttocks pinched and creased above the top of the thighs. A rack of ribs was discernible below prominent scapulae, and the arms were cast out for balance. The figure seemed aged or suffering from an eating disorder, perhaps an addiction, but an impression of a certain daintiness to its flit across the small lawn was unpleasantly at odds with the fearsome sight of bemired skin and emaciation. What Kat found most unnerving was the wild hair, stretched out into lengths and oiled into a series of haphazard spikes and tufts. Above such narrow shoulders, it made the head grotesquely large. The visitor to Matt's home was horrible. Surely the police would investigate such a reprehensible intrusion, one solely intended to frighten a resident. What other reason could account for such behavior? The woman, if it was a woman, was surely mentally ill. At the very least she should call Rick, her contact and police community liaison, and yet she found herself hesitating and sufficiently nervous to feel sick. The Red people existed. At least Matt was leaving Red Hill and not before time. He would be in less danger in Somerset with his brother. She refused to accept that his son was in jeopardy at his mum's in the harbor town. And maybe Matt was right and it wasn't her problem. It did resemble a prank, a horrible one, but a prank all the same. It wasn't as if Matt was a vulnerable woman stalked at home. He was a grown man being menaced by a horrible clown thing covered in red paint. He was paranoid and frightened, and that was contagious. But who wouldn't be in that situation? Eventually, Kat found herself not wanting to think about it at all, particularly not his allusions to her being observed at his home by the same people who'd appeared in his yard and left red handprints on his door. But by the afternoon, staying silent about Matt's plight had felt irresponsible. It nagged and twisted her. Should she have already reported what he had seen from the air to the police or to Sheila? The 2 people ambushed beside their tent. Had that really happened? Because Matt saw her as insurance, he'd talked about her contacting the police if something happened to him, but not otherwise. She didn't want to be insurance, but why wasn't he answering his phone? Feeling sick and drained, she soon half convinced herself that she was now implicated in whatever he was mixed up in. But what was that? Kat called Steve at home. He didn't pick up, so she tried his mobile. He didn't answer straight away, but while she was leaving a message, he called her. His breathless, excited voice burst through her phone's speaker. "Babe, hiya. Don't ask where I am, yeah? Just don't ask." He was outside. She knew that much. Wind buffeted the phone's microphone, suggesting open sky. Gore-Tex rustled near his mouthpiece. "You're outside?" She didn't say any more, but her body tensed. "Just past the dig and on my way to Redstone Cross." "No." "What?" "No, I don't want you to be... Don't want you to go up there. Don't fuss. It's cool. I'm not going to do anything." Chapter 13. One by one, the black sheep stopped walking when Steve did and stared at him. The posture of their bulbous forms suggested expectation. Their thin legs were set apart and braced for his next move. He imagined they were waiting for him to speak, and was reminded of the sudden interaction with strange children, patient, insistent kids, instinctively following an adult. Their presence made him tense. 90 minutes of breathless weaving had elapsed before he reached this impenetrable tangle of brushwood and blackberry vines, untamed between the boughs of the unappealing wood. Up across the valley floor he'd crossed spongy turf, turning marshy at the very foot of the valley, following a stream that often disappeared underground, its hypnotic trickling on his left side. Most of the animals were rams, their expressions impassive, though almost noble in a peculiar way, with long muzzles like the faces in Phoenician bas-reliefs, and powerful gray horns curled into crowns. He was an interloper here, an intruder, and he imagined that other eyes might be upon him too. Maybe the landscape itself was aware of his passage. The suspicion was hard to suppress and contributed to his unease. A drop in temperature and the dimming light further eroded his resolve to continue. The sun's descent had been swallowed by a sagging ceiling of dark cloud, an underbelly compressing earthbound shadows into swaths of gloom. Along the horizon, where the sun remained visible, the light was intense, white, yet smoky and brushed with sulfur, a nuclear explosion casting out fiery skirts from end to end of the visible horizon. And from the darkening cliffs, these horned creatures had tottered out to him, their bellies swinging, black-muzzled, Satan-horned. 9 pairs of beautiful feminine eyes had immediately fixed upon him. They'd been positioned like sentries on the buttresses of rock at Whaleham Point, near the Brickberg Caves, black shapes standing on their spindly ebony limbs above rock faces. The distance between them and him had been hard to judge, but they'd appeared effortlessly poised upon narrow grooves in the cliffs, as wide as a human foot, worn by generations of hooves. He'd taken photographs of the sheep before the celestial backdrop, their horned silhouettes in the foreground. Eerie pictures that could have served for a cover of an old Witchfinder Apprentice album. A landscape at dusk, the very tones of the artist's mind. Perhaps the very atmosphere accounted for why Willows settled here. The soles of his boots were now claggy with dung. Every square foot of land seemed to be set by leathery plums that squashed and adhered to his feet. The inside of each calf was shit-smeared. Hasty. He'd been hasty. Not entirely prepped for this one-man mission either, if he were honest with himself. He'd left his flat late. That grated. Kat hadn't wanted him to come here, but she'd laugh at him if he bailed now. He bailed on a lot of stuff since meeting her. She inspired him, but just as quickly identified the flaws in his designs. He hated that, and was now ignoring her repeated calls. He planned to BS her about there being no signal on his phone. Steve looked down the valley and was struck again by the fact that although he lived not too far from this area, and had done for most of his life, he was unfamiliar with this part of the coast. He hailed from the other side of Divilmouth, 12 miles south, and had never walked here. It made him question his desire to escape a place more unfamiliar to him than he'd ever imagined. He didn't know anyone who'd walked the coast from Divilmouth to Brickberg. This place was truly overlooked. Had it not been for the cave, no one would ever have come here at all. Odd. He'd always thought the countryside odd, too. No one about. No one visibly working. British flags on bags of carrots and the odd tractor holding up traffic were the only evidence of activity in the countryside. And here was this epic silence about land so open and inactive but fenced off, in which these 4-legged creatures ambled freely and chewed and shat. What was the point of it? Respect to Helene. She'd been fit in more ways than one. Her lungs must have been bellows to get her lean body up the valley slope. She'd walked all the way here from the north banks of Divilmouth. He'd not covered half that ground and was spent. She'd then walked all the way back to her car once she'd been caught trespassing. A brief consideration of the young woman's legs and slender hips consumed him. A swimmer's body. Stop it. Kat was too clever not to have noticed his amorous fascination with Helene. He deliberately sat near her in the cafe, and though hating himself for the thought, he'd pretty much seen Kat as a hindrance from then on. Some women just hang around in his head. Helene was one of them. Before he'd uploaded his exhibition pictures to the FTP site for Kat, he'd also made sure to extract the incriminating images. Photos he'd surreptitiously taken of Helene at the exhibition that were now hidden on his hard drive. There was an absolute gem featuring her bent over, her skinny-fit jeans taut as she read a sign before a case of bones. But this was no good. The sheep had to fuck off now. He needed to press through the woods beneath the buildings at Redstone Cross Farm. Willows's homestead was somewhere on the far side of these trees. The ground was steep inside the woods, and he was at a loss as to how to get through. But his current upward trajectory should put him near the middle of the longest buildings as indicated on the satellite map. This next part of the operation called for stealth, not an entrance heralded by a herd of livestock. The situation was not without humor, and he couldn't wait to tell Kat later, though she'd probably blow her stack. As if arriving with a solution, a ram clopped nearer. Ashamed of his fear, Steve stiffened. He tried to remember if rams charged and butted with their horns, or was that goats? The creature's muzzle was stringed with snot. 3 of its fellows followed the leader and ambled over too. The lead sheep bleated at Steve before disappearing into the trees. They knew the way through. It was as if they were guiding him now. Ponies. They were staring at him. Black ponies with stocky legs and small muscular bodies, short heads, broad bushy tails. 4 of them, standing a few feet from the open door of a barn. Save one strip of light in the roof where the tiles were long gone, the interior of the building was pitch. The whole area stank of dung, compost, and urine. Once out of the woods, this was the first building he'd found, a shack tilting in the corner of a muddy paddock. Constructed from vertical planks of wood, the exterior faded, buckling near the earth. The ground was churned red mud and black lobes of dung. Not a blade of grass had survived. This was not what he expected to find. He thought a rock star's farm would be smarter. Farther along the lane, between the barn and another 3 scruffy buildings, the verge was overgrown and tangled with thorny vines. Dandelion stalks protruded en masse. When he looked in the opposite direction, towards Redstone Crossroads, another roof and part of the upper story of a dirty house were partially visible between unmanaged trees and an unruly hedgerow. An ancient stone wall before the building occasionally showed between cascades of ivy and wisteria. A metal gate closed off the road a short distance from the house. The barrier must have been open when Helene visited, and she just wandered in. While the ponies watched him in silence, Steve knelt down and took pictures. Hugging the side of the road, his ears straining, he then moved towards the trio of gray buildings ahead. The sheep were headed in that direction, too. He was following them again, or being led. Green vegetation, gray slate, rusticated wood and tarmac, dark red soil. The colors of the world had been reduced here, and no one cleared the animal dung. Wheels had visibly compressed it into huge discs on the tarmac. Tire treads offered the only sign of recent human occupation. Take away the farm animals, and the place was derelict. Steve crossed the lane to the other side, his head down. He found a gap in the long hedgerow to peer at an apple orchard. From that side of the road he continued to a clutch of structures with tiled roofs, the largest being the oldest, and the second wooden barn he'd seen since emerging from the trees. The walls were suffocated by untamed ivy, wisterias contorted like pythons to the guttering. No vehicles. The 2 small stone buildings next to the wooden barn were single-story, with greening wooden doors, their padlocks rusted. A single window at the top of each gable was thick with dust and green algae on the outside. The panes of glass dimly reflected branches from the unruly trees. Even if he could reach that high, he'd never see anything inside without an interior light. A concrete extension jutted from one end of the barn at a right angle, its white stucco milky green with sap. A window at head height was so dirty it only revealed metal bars, painted white and cemented into the sill. An ancient ceramic sign on the door read, "Dangerous floor, do not enter." Steve took pictures. Where the trees of the orchard thinned on the other side of the road, he found a 3rd barn, also slouching. There were no doors. A black opening gaped at the front, and the black sheep had gathered outside the miserable structure. A metal gate, once barring the paddock, lay on its side beside an overgrown drainage ditch. There was nothing else to see unless he broke a padlock. The place was impoverished. Beyond where the sheep congregated, the air lightened, suggesting an open expanse. That must be his airstrip. Steve called himself a twat. The lane continued further past the peeling, ivy-smothered buildings, then turned. Untidy hedges curved with it. According to Google, Fields and a continuation of the boundary wood moved eastwards towards a final building, the one with the newer roof he'd seen on Google Earth. He wondered if he should check the airstrip, but if he left the hedgerow and ventured into open space, he'd be more visible. But to whom? Helene had met two rough-looking posh people with dogs. Maybe the couple lived here with old Tony Willows, and that was that. End of story. No quarry had been marked on the online maps or the most recent Ordnance Survey map he'd purchased. Steve assumed that whatever Helene's brother had mic'd up must be somewhere further down and beyond this knackered, potholed road. Feeling more confident, he walked back on himself towards what must be the farmhouse. Using the last of the afternoon light, he'd get a few pictures and take off via the sheep track in the woods. Case closed. Dogs, massive dogs, were still barking and leaping in the road outside the scruffy house. If he moved, they'd see him and come scampering. He'd never outrun hounds that rangy, that eager for chase. He'd been stuck behind a wall for 30 minutes and counting. His pulse hadn't stopped thumping in his ears, and surely his heartbeat had been audible outside his body. Jerky, panicky compulsions had periodically urged him to burst from where he'd hidden, to try for the dismal pony paddock. But he'd stayed put. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, no, 6 vehicles had since entered the farm and parked beside the farmhouse. Tony Willows had guests, people who weren't saying much to each other besides a few muffled greetings. From as close as he thought safe, Steve had quickly inspected the farmhouse before needing to hide fast. Tucked away from the lane and smothered by tree limbs growing over its roof, the building was the kind of place a person might happen across in an American swamp. White paint peeled from wood paneling, leaving patches of the building entirely green with sap from the encroaching plants. Grass sprouted over the porch like a green wave upon a jetty. Furniture lay discarded, spongy and mottled upon the wild lawn, the grass broken by numerous lumps of discarded machinery. Car parts or farm equipment, he hadn't been able to tell. Stiff, weathered articles of clothing had hung for long enough on that washing line to be unrecognizable. And yet so many people had come here in big, expensive cars. Such a state of disrepair was inexplicable unless the musician had fallen on hard times. And why the enduring seclusion? Willows was largely forgotten now, but had the world been such a terrible place for him that this was preferable? A mystery Steve was unlikely to unravel, but while he'd been hidden, his drug theory had petered into rags of smoke. This was hardly the palace of a drug lord. The last time Steve had been poised to beat a rapid retreat out the same way he'd come in, a man with a thin ponytail had bounded from the scruffy house and turned towards the metal gate. So taken aback by the man's sudden appearance, Steve had almost spoken out loud and recited his apologetic excuses for trespassing. But he'd not been spotted. The man in the oily overalls had not been looking for an intruder, and was only intent on opening the gate to let the vehicles in. Steve had backed further away from the house, his spine scraping through verdure spilling over a wall. Once he'd reached a collapsed section of masonry, he'd slipped over the weed-smothered rubble and crouched in thick grass. A cascade of ivy now concealed him. Rumbling and purring cars had filled the lane, and from the old house had come the excitable dogs. Out of sight, a slamming of doors and a scuffling of feet and claws on the road surface had ensued. A film of fear sweat had frozen over Steve's body and not yet thawed. When the large Volvo 4X4 had parked level with his position, he'd withdrawn deeper into the foliage, climbing into the broken house's unkempt garden, encircled by a slate wall where he'd remained trapped. The 3 dogs had kept up their running back and forth on the tarmac, and the man with the ponytail had remained by the gate, smoking a cigarette. Due to the length of the grass, he'd only seen the occupants of the cars from above the waist, but they'd seemed ordinary enough, of mixed gender, mostly middle-aged and elderly, and smartly dressed, as if arriving for a celebration. Slowly and quietly they'd filed through a door above the sagging porch, like people entering a church. A few minutes later, everything at the farm changed, the activity, the very atmosphere, and Steve forgot the cold, the damp, and the cramp in his legs. His first reaction to the sound was sheer confusion, because what kind of gathering would make such a noise, and to what end? It wasn't exactly singing, but suggested a communal vocal endeavor. From inside the house came a sustained high-pitched tone, formed of many voices raised in unison, rising and falling as the participants caught their breath before resuming the odd chant. Had he not been trespassing and crouching behind a broken wall, he might have found the ululation amusing, and though he was unable to decipher a word, one voice soon raised itself inside the building and dominated the others. A man's voice, an elderly voice. Outside in the lane, the dogs bayed an accompaniment. The thump of feet upon the lane that followed seemed to stop all movement inside Steve's body. Footsteps accompanied by the timpani of dog claws on tarmac, closing on his position in the weeds. The thin, bearded man with the ponytail reappeared, crowded by the excited dogs, all hurrying down the lane as if towards the nearest agricultural building. The man entered the pony paddock. From there he was soon leading the smallest animal into the road. The other 3 ponies followed, their heads nodding disconsolately before stopping at the verge. Cantering sideways, the pony in the lane shied away from the leaping dogs. The man holding the bridle struggled. What Steve could see of his face was pale, perhaps taut with nervous excitement. A sound of feet scuffed the wooden boards of the sloping porch, and Steve turned to peer at the house. His view was part obscured by the vines of the boundary wall, though not enough to prevent him from seeing what came out of the back door. A single file, a solemn parade of naked people. Not a soul wore a stitch of clothing. These people were much changed in another way, too, and for some time Steve neither blinked nor inhaled, because each person was colored red from head to foot. The red people entered the lane and walked unhurriedly in his direction, their progress accelerating a collision of possible connections that made him grow cold. Tony Willows's last album. Hark, hear the red folk sing. Red folk. Iron oxide had coated the human remains found in the Brickberg cave on and off for 60,000 years. All too much to be a coincidence with the grand chamber no more than 3 miles east of where he crouched on Willows's knackered old farm. A hippie folksy thing, then? Must be. Pagan folk music thing, a tradition. Forget the drug farm. This was a weird backwoods Devon thing, an old man with some influence enacting old practices. His festivals from the past, a relic of those. Must be. But harmless, don't freak out. Willows had fried his brains with LSD in the 70s. Maybe there was no coming back for Tony. Sure didn't look like it. But the campers Matt Hull had seen from the air? A sudden imagined scenario of himself surrounded by the grotesque red figures made Steve deeply uneasy. Along the potholed tarmac, the red folk walked barefoot, sagging bellies, shriveled genitalia, wasted breasts. Most of the people were getting on. Pale bluish tattoos, not completely covered by the dye, were visible on some arms and legs, but only when the last few figures reached his position did he spot the objects they clutched in their scarlet hands. All but 2 of the figures held a dark rock. 2 bald, overweight men trailed spears with stone heads. Weapons. Not something Steve wanted to see in this context. Those that had hair had teased and lathered it outwards, stiff with the red stain. They all looked a sight. They looked a fright. A tiny impulse bade him take a picture, but he dared not even twitch. If anyone in that ghastly procession peered to the side of the road, they'd see him. Steve pretended he was made of stone. As they ambled to the pony in the lane, the scratchily bearded face of the man who held the animal became solemn. His dogs leaped joyously about the red people. The naked figures stroked the pony, caressing the shivering beast with their hands while uttering the curious fluting sounds. Red dye was wiped upon its flanks, ribs, and thick neck. Skittish, the pony's visible eye went big, white, and wild. Steve knew how it felt. And on to the far buildings the strange red procession continued, in single file, led by the man with the paint-smeared pony. From a distance, Steve finally managed to take pictures with the flash disabled. There was still enough light to catch something. Using the zoom, he enlarged his view of the gathering, watched them enter the open doors of the largest barn. Inside they went, heads bowed and arms rising as if in greeting. This was no longer about what he could find out about missing people or drugs. The day was now all about Steve's unrestrained curiosity. His fear on the wane, he shivered with excitement. One half of his mind, driven by instinct, still shrieked and begged him to run away fast. Another part, the one that drove him to surf in high winds and angry breakers, or to dive from cliffs into the sea, bade him tarry a while longer. This place was too damn weird to abandon now. A reckless impetus drove him through the long grass of the garden, past a sodden sofa, across the moving planks of the porch, and right up to the doorway of the old house. Little had changed inside for some time. Steve doubted it had been cleaned in a while either. Just inside the door was a large kitchen area connected to a dim dining room, crowded with furniture, unclean kitchenware, piles of boxes, and building materials. A room reeking of animals and stale grease. Dog biscuits spilled from steel bowls laid on newspaper, pellets that stuck to the shit on his shoes. Beyond the dining room, the hallway was cluttered with buckets, tools, garden implements, more newspapers. A single light bulb was lit behind the front door, the top third of the door crowned by a fantail of stained glass. Piles of coats and clothes sloped across the table in the dining area. All of these people had come inside this shitty kitchen and taken their clothes off before painting themselves red. Steve took pictures. The dye they'd used for their bodies was stored in 4 plastic buckets, the kind that DIY stores sold, filled with wood stain. Confronted by the haphazard domestic arrangement and the electrifying comprehension of being inside someone's house without permission, Steve returned to his senses. He'd seen enough, and he turned to head out. Maybe a quick reche, the barn down the lane, and then home time while the light was still good. He had a torch if needed. But Steve failed to take a single step in the direction of the back door. There had been many times in his life when regret nearly disabled him, when a terrible disbelief in his own impetuous actions cleared his mind of all thoughts save a realization that there had always been other choices, other ways of doing things. He just rarely chose the more considered alternatives. These days he experienced the epiphany less, because he was getting older and took fewer risks. But he felt it again now, and powerfully too, that mixture of defeat, near haplessness, and self-loathing, tinged with nausea. When he heard the dog's claws and the scuffle of boots on the path before the porch, this deep sense of regret peppered his forehead with sweat. Only way out for him now was further inside. Before he could think it through, Steve ran across the kitchen, wheeling around the impediments upon the floor. Inside the adjoining hallway, he ducked through the nearest doorway at his left and entered a parlor. Within the moment, he had to establish what he'd fled into. He thought the light fitting too ornate for the chaotic space. A bulky shade of red-stained glass, unlit, hanging over a room cramped with heavy furniture. Dark antique chairs and a settee piled high with clothes and papers choked the floor. Save the big curtained bay window, the entire wall space was festooned with framed photographs that reflected the thin light escaping the hall. A dresser was filled with broken stones. A vast fireplace gaped and seemed to exude, like some kind of horrid mouth, a reek of dog, engine oil, and a vinegary, sebaceous human odor. But only at the conclusion of his hurried appraisal did Steve catch sight of the wizened form sunk inside the easy-chair before the windows. A hunched thing, a wheelchair collapsed against the armrest. So dark had the dye made her shrunken flesh that he'd not seen the occupant when he came in. Now he gaped. A patterned tray of mostly uneaten food lay beside the figure's lumpy red feet. Asleep, or worse, its eyes were closed. It was a woman. Breasts shriveled like large raisins gave the gender away. The head was mostly hairless. Behind the wall, the kitchen filled with dog claws on lino, canine whines, barks, and the muted thump of booted feet. Steve performed a quick 180 and dropped behind the open door, then pulled it towards himself until the door's edge met the armrest of the long sofa. A rustle and a thump sounded as his tailbone struck the skirting board, but there he squatted, squeezing his jaws closed. All of his concentration and will were required to calm his breathing, the air whistling through his nostrils, forming tiny screams. He dearly wished that he was a smaller man so the top of his head would not be visible. Directly outside the room, a man shouted, "Stay!" To Steve, it sounded as if the dogs were jumping up the walls of the hall. Steve's last act was to slide a musty towel from the back of the sofa to cover his head, which he pressed into the sofa's bristly rear panel. His body behind the door, his toweled head jammed behind the sofa, looking down at a scruffy carpet rimed with gray dust, he didn't know how visible he'd be to whoever entered the parlor. The very presence of the man in the room ignited the inside of Steve's skull into a storm of white terror. He even wondered, stupidly, if he should stand up and apologize for being inside the house. How he stayed still, he wasn't sure. He was unable to see what was happening inside the room, only hearing the man's feet on the floor and seemingly too near his head. Mercifully, the dogs had done the man's bidding and waited outside where they whined. They'd have sniffed him out for sure. But as each long second dragged itself through an awful stasis, with his consciousness taut as a snare drum's skin, Steve anticipated the fall of a hand upon his shoulder, a barked challenge or the sudden yanking away of the towel and a horrible exposure. Instead, he heard the crack of knee joints. Then the man muttered softly on the far side of the room. Steve presumed he was speaking to the old thing in the armchair. "Now, time, Mother. They're here. The children are waiting. Come now, that's it. There followed a snapping metallic sound and the noise of a spring extending, which Steve understood to be the unfolding of the wheelchair. A startled cry came next, and a sound resembling a child's sob when the woman's rest was disturbed. Then she took to whimpering as if roused from an awful dream. The man quieted her with cooing sounds from the roof of his mouth, a strange interaction muffled by the density of the ancient upholstery Steve hid behind. But his shock still mingled with a heightened sense of the absurd. "She's come close," an elderly voice announced. "The den is full. She's not alone." Yes, it's time. "Up so far again. We must respond." The voice was cracking and frail, but the woman was well-spoken, her tone deeper than Steve expected from a person of such advanced years. "Yes, Mother. Their bellies yawn. Are we safe?" "Of course. Everything's okay." "You know what they bay for, what they want, and there's outside getting inside again." "No, everything's fine. Just the red here. I'm going to lift you now. We can't wait any longer or they'll be through with us. We don't want that. It's in the air, the outside. You wouldn't know it." "There, that's it. Sit." Steve heard the sound of springs compressing. The air squeezed from a cushion. The old woman sounded frightened. "Around here, they've come in. I can tell." "Yes, it's all open. The air is alive. We're only waiting for you. We'd never start without you." "But we're safe? The gate?" "Yes, Mother. Just friends here. Only the red." "No one else?" "No one else." "Then I must have a face to greet the red." "I have it right here." The sound of the chair's wheels and the crowding pack of excited dogs moved away from the odoriferous pall in which Steve crouched. Beyond the interior wall, he heard the man and his mother navigate the porch. Slowly, Steve raised his head and peered around himself, half expecting a trap, there leaving the house mere pretense. When he finally straightened his spine, a picture frame rattled behind his shoulders. He turned his head, afraid he might knock something from the wall, and peered into a dust-filmed photograph of Witchfinder Apprentice. Sideburns, long hair, 2 bearded musicians and a folk-rock ensemble of 8 posed like kings around a medieval banquet. A table heaped with platters of fowl, fruits, and bread, mimicking a classical still-life painting. Already balding, a young Tony Willows was visible at the head of the table, glaring as if with disapproval at the frolics the record company had imposed upon his band for a gatefold sleeve. The picture was taken from the cover artwork of Below the Green. Steve had bought a second-hand copy from Amazon. As he came out from behind the sofa, he listened intently for any sign of movement within the house. Nothing. He turned and took photographs of the wall. Lots of strange figures were up there, wearing suede jackets with wide lapels and bell-bottom trousers. Arms circled shoulders in pictures so brown with age, the subjects seemed to have origins in the American Wild West. The band had also favored rural settings for press shots and often stood at gates or sat on fences or posed before rock formations. Some of the latter might have been the Tors on Dartmoor. There were other pictures of the band playing live in monks' vestments and again in masks with long noses. Hippie Slipknot, Steve thought and nearly smiled. Most of the photographs covering that wall of the dreadful parlor were of the band playing live, standing before mic stands, their fiddles and guitars held high. A wall of folk. The band had been huge for a couple of years. He could see that from the crowd sizes at the festivals. Nebworth, the Isle of Man, and before the stages swayed oceans of handlebar mustaches and girls with dead straight hair. Cheesecloth, denim, and prairie dresses, young people who'd adored the thin musicians in their pointy hats standing on stages strewn with black wires. Dozens more pictures above the fireplace were similarly faded and dust-filmed. Line-up changes, female backing singers that were dead spits for Karen Carpenter, Tony standing beside a Jag, all the guys dressed as Morris dancers. Later in their career, there was evidence of berets and trilby hats, white waistcoats and matching flared trousers, sunglasses, when it all went a bit Toto. Steve listened again for sounds within the house. He held his breath. Nothing. He took in the wall beside the vast wooden dresser. There was a gold disc for Before the King of Bedlam. The glass was cracked and the frame strewn with cobwebs. Another gold disc for Gallo Ballads, a silver for Thin Len and Choker Lottie, a poster for the Run with Hounds tour, supported by the Incredible String Band, 1972. Steve took more pictures. He daren't dither, but a quick inspection of the dresser confirmed that the shelves were crowded with stones and bones. Artifacts. Reasonable to presume their origin was the Brickburg Caves. Flint hand axes, tooled bones, and spearheads. He'd seen the same at the exhibition. 2 Venus figures took pride of place on the top shelf, naked, bulbous, and beast-headed. Dull clay bodies absorbing the weak light seeping from the hall's solitary bulb. He left the parlor. Glancing at the wood-paneled hall that rose with the stairs into the darkness of the first floor, his eyes alighted upon a framed photograph. A black-and-white picture featuring a line of men and women in a field, the sun shining on a wide sea behind them. They were naked save for the crude masks, headdresses crafted to resemble lions or dogs or something like that. Steve wasn't sure. A second picture outside the kitchen gave further evidence of outdoor shenanigans from mad crusties back in the day. He squinted to better see these women with flowers in their hair, their bared bodies painted dark. All were laughing and tiptoeing around a big dog thing made from straw, erected in a field. One of the girls held a champagne bottle that looked heavy at the end of her slim wrist. The ceremony's on his land. The rumors in Divilmouth pubs not so far-fetched after all. Fuck you, cat. Excuses for getting pissed and screwing groupies by the look of it. Posho rock stars living it up through a decade of strikes, IRA bombs, and factory closures. The pictures were a bit sinister, too, the age of the images not solely accounting for the unpleasant impression given by these rural antics. Steve really disliked the headgear. All of the people in the fields had their faces concealed by grotesque masks. Wispy hair drifted beneath the snouty and horned concealments. And what on earth were they enacting while naked and daubed in scarlet body paint in the color picture? That was set at a tilt before the kitchen doorway. In that scene, a dozen people wearing doggish masks surrounded a ram, its horns garlanded with wild flowers. Big wobbly canine heads atop pale English shoulders, red faces peering through the mouthpieces. 10 women, 2 men. Tony had liked naked girls around him, that was obvious. Girls painted like savages seemed to be the norm. He still favored the practice, too. There was continuity with the present, albeit with adjustments to the age range if the shriveled woman in the chair served as evidence. Fuck's sake. A firelit procession somewhere underground came next on the wall of past shames. A cave, maybe. Animal faces and naked cocks, exposed nubile breasts, beer bellies, and black body hair slathered in red paint. People walking past a rock wall painted in the style of the Grand Chamber of Brickburg. Where was that taken, and when? Steve took his own pictures. At the threshold of the hall he paused and made sure the coast was clear out back. He heard wind in the treetops and a distant rhythmic squeak of the wheelchair's rotating wheels growing quieter. He stepped out. No dogs. But what was that? A tremor? An earth tremor? A grumble beneath his feet, the house, the earth. It passed away. With his head down, he made it to the garden path, peered down the lane. No way. Steve raised his camera and zoomed in on the spectacle in the middle of the private road. At an angle, he could still see the bearded man from behind. His body was also now stained red from his thin neck to his bony feet. His progress was slow and made with measured pomp, displaying a regal absurdity in the manner in which he pushed the elderly woman in the wheelchair. Though it was obscured by one of the man's arms in his back, Steve was still able to determine that the old woman's head was covered by a bulky and hairy headdress. When she turned her head to one side, almost as if she were trying to look behind her chair and at Steve, through his zoom he glimpsed a horrid black muzzle, detailed with yellowing teeth. A wolf from a pantomime too scary for kids. Then I must have a face to greet the red. That's what she'd said when Steve had been hiding. Meet who? The red sickos in the barn? The children? Steve pulled back. Beneath his feet the earth growled again, as if a restless giant had just stirred in some cold barrow. He pushed his head out. The odd couple continued towards their destination, the barn. They seemed unconcerned by the possibility of what appeared to be a freak earthquake. Like the inside of a furnace seen from a distance, the mouth of the agricultural building now glowed red. And across the darkening, overgrown farm, the couple walked as if to an open mouth, one as fiery as their own bodies. Fuck's sake. Steve knelt down and took a picture, catching the watery gray dusk and fire-flickering gloom. He could blow it up later. And with the doorway so ruddy with light now, he'd chance a couple more shots of the barn. He'd go a bit closer and then split. He'd not be far from the pony paddock, and he could slip through there easy. Luck was on his side tonight. So preoccupied were these people with their twisted red shit, it was like he'd been invisible to them. This decision to linger became irrevocable when his nose detected a familiar scent. Cannabis. On the southerly breeze, dope fumes were being blown back toward the house. Hashish. Marijuana. A citrusy sausage meat blend of something potent and intensely pungent billowed across the farm. A lot of dope was getting smoked, too. If he could smell it from this far away, the fragrance must be literally belching out of that building. It was like those red people were hotboxing an old barn. Drug farm scenario was back on the table. Tony, you pervy old fiend. The man and the elderly woman in the wheelchair disappeared inside the barn. As if to herald their crossing of the threshold, the earth surged again, its vibrations registering through the soles of Steve's boots. Bent over like a war photographer in a combat zone, he jogged down the lane and paused beside the pony paddock. Crouched, he got off a couple more shots of the doorway in zoom. No one was visible inside the bloodied light of the barn, but stick-like shadows were being cast up the interior walls, as if the occupants were prancing about inside. Steve switched camera mode to film and crept closer, and that's when he became aware of another development, the introduction of a new soundtrack to this surreal evening. At first he'd thought it was the wind, but the fragrant air around him was being moved by little besides a faint breeze. No, it wasn't wind. This was music that he was hearing, or rather a series of piped notes was now drifting from the direction of the barn. A new musical direction, Tony? Steve immediately thought of Helene's recordings, those her brother had made years before. It was definitely the same sound, but louder, bigger, a replication of those subterranean sounds that begged the question, had Helene's brother recorded one of these rituals or whatever this was? The piping's volume increased, soft and woody but insistent and building to strident, as if an orchestra was warming up the recorders to hit the right notes. It would all look eerie on film with the tendrils of smoke drifting from the flashing red interior of the barn. Steve recorded from the side of the lane until he flinched so hard he nearly fell. Had he ever heard the sound of a terrified horse before? Maybe in a film or something, but not one so frightened. The pony's screams of distress projected horribly from the reddish doorway and funneled up the enclosed lane, cries accompanied by a distant stamp of hooves on stone. Raised human voices broke into fresh, high-pitched whines, in turn transforming into savage shrieks, competing with the ponies. The cacophony was so horrid that Steve hardly noticed the next earth tremor, and he was clueless about what issued the next series of cries. But again, he'd encountered similar on Helene's recordings. The long howl suggested the wolf, a comparison Steve dropped when the ululating cry descended into a semi-human whine. And then a pair of big cats might have been fighting inside the barn, until the wet growls erupted into ape-like screams that twisted again into a sadistic mockery of a human voice. The hideous medley chattered out of the old building and left Steve rigid with a terror he'd not encountered since childhood. Red light flickered and beat the barn's interior walls. The pony's piteous bellows shot up an octave, then abruptly ceased. Shocked, fearful human sighs rose in group effort. Wet sounds followed, amidst those of cracking timber or joints, as something large was torn apart inside that wretched shack. The rapid jabbering of the aggressor continued, partially impeded by gargles as a wide throat filled with liquid. This final noise muted, then sank as if the animal had returned beneath the ground. There followed a hushed sound of awe from those gathered inside the building. The tremors beneath the ground ceased. On weak legs, Steve turned to leave at precisely the same moment that 3 dogs bounded from out of the barn. They came at him fast and low, snarling like hounds pouring from the mouth of hell. Steve had made it as far as the tree line behind the pony paddock when the first dog leaped upon his back. His face clouded with meat-breath canker and enraged snarls. His mind offered a mental image of a lioness gripping the haunches of a gazelle, and down to his knees he crashed, wet leaves and greasy red soil embracing his tumble. The dog he flung clear. A second dog seized his forearm with jaws capable of snapping bone like tomato cane. Teeth tore through his coat, his skin stretched taut around the canines, before giving way like pastry beneath fork prongs. Trees, dark sky, nettles and blackberry vines, all of it whirled through his eyes, and the inky, dusky air dispensed his hyperventilating breath. Much louder still were the barks and snarls and growls of the dogs, even louder than the foaming of blood between his ears. Here was an urgent desire to destroy him, the only purpose of these hot moments in a realm of soil and yellow teeth. He clouded a dog's muzzle with his camera. Foamy jaws released his arm. Black gums flashed. A purple tongue curled like a mollusk. In the undergrowth, the dog shook its head and tried to sneeze. Black blood dripped from the cuff of that sleeve. Steve saw the drip-dripping of his own life and sucked in a huge breath. He thought he might cry real tears. He was bitten through. He'd never been bitten by a dog before. He staggered onwards, going down twice, yet rising to his feet and falling into tree trunks. Careening through scrub, he ripped his trousers into sideways mouths. Cold air embraced his balls. A dog seized his leg behind the knee. He felt the teeth go right inside his body, slicing fat and piercing muscle. That whole leg bruised to the thigh in a heartbeat. The hound tried to dig its hind legs into the soil to put the brakes on his route. He dragged it across the ground when its jaws refused to release his leg. Ruffled snout and beady eyes, ears back, it partnered him down the slope between the trees, all 4 paws skidding. Another of the hounds took up the wretched colors of his tattered, bleeding forearm. The arm bone was the lowered shaft of a regimental lance in a massacre. While gripping the exposed pole of his forearm, the dog bunched its considerable neck muscles to try and twist him down and onto his face. Throat. It wants. He had no speech, no cries save whimpers. Odd words failed to become sentences in his mind. All was darkness and teeth and black mouths that shook meat on the bone, a smell of wet leaves, mulch and cold air about the thin body of a weary, frightened boy in trouble. But onwards he dropped, using the slope of the earth and gravity to propel him through the gloaming wood towards the lighter air above the fields below. The pony. He fell from the tree line and into the dung, bumpy grass. He landed on all fours. Turf sodden with moisture registered through the skin on his knees. His attempts to remove himself from the terrible wet sounds of the hounds' long mouths that gripped his flesh were faltering. His head filled with a light bright and white. He bellowed, pushed on. This fresh surge of strength raised 2 dogs completely from the earth. They hung on with their teeth like big leeches. 3 were fastened to him now. He could feel another set of teeth grinding against an ankle bone. The backs of his legs were wet. The arse of his trousers was completely ripped away. He hurt and kept on hurting, but adrenaline pushed him another 10 steps out from the tree line, where he screamed for help. All 3 dogs held fast. The pack was wearing him down. Trained. Somehow he still held on to his camera and had it raised above his head like he was wading through water. He brought it down hard on the skull of the dog chewing up his arm. It yelped, closed one eye, and staggered sideways. A human voice bellowed, "Cunt! Don't you touch my dog!" Steve looked behind himself, turning his heavy body with a skirt of canine flesh swinging from his limbs. When he saw the line of red people, most of his remaining strength leaked out of his legs like warm water. "Oh, fuck," he said to the sky. They fanned out, at least a dozen people. Wild, greased hair and intense red faces slowly moved about him, patiently accompanying his insufficient progress into the valley. Like the sheep that had followed him up the slope earlier, the red folk traipsed in silence, and like indifferent animals, the aboriginal horrors were content to survey his terrible sufferings without making any attempt to alleviate them. From the great white orbs of their eyes, he thought he detected excitement at his plight. Terrible pain washed hotly through his legs, verging on the agony that drains a body white and limp. One foot squelched, and he dared not look down. He was slowing, his adrenaline spent. Steve called out for his mother, and his voice broke. The man with the beard stepped forward, came in close. He held a black rock. His ratty face snarled, baring snaggled teeth, a mouth like one of his dogs. An eye was scarred with a milky slash. A sinewy arm punched the black stone into Steve's face. Crunch. A tremor jarred Steve's entire head. His sight went out, was all white dots in darkness until half of his vision returned. He saw spit loop from his own mouth. That scent. Was he smelling his own brains? Dogs tugged and tore. A tooth severed some big nerves in a leg. There were pins and needles like he'd never known before, and the corresponding foot turned cold, then numb. His balance slid sideways. Sky, dogs, all the red ones watching. Trapped in a delirium of exhaustion, a frantic swirl of thought and memory filled his skull. His mind was objecting to what was happening right now, but refusing to process what now meant, or to acknowledge where it was leading. He had odd thoughts that wanted to take him out of himself. He and his cousin wearing matching swimming trunks, running across the sand. They were children, laughing boys. "Gary, help us out," he whispered. There, the sea in the distance. His mother, wearing a brown jumper that he'd not seen in 30 years. A polished wooden brooch of an owl was pinned to the wool. She wiped tears from his freckled cheeks with her thumbs. "I'm down. Mom." Then darkness. Chapter 14. Handsome and as immaculately presented as ever, Kat's editor clumsily picked around the cabinets of her chic office to locate an additional salve, a bottle of water. Kat never came into her boss's office to cry, but in moments found herself dabbing her eyes with a tissue Sheila provided. Sheila's glasses blazed in the sunlight lighting up her windows. Only when her eyes were momentarily visible did Kat note her editor's discomfort and assumed, not without prior evidence, that catering for an employee in distress was an unfamiliar activity. Sheila preferred the quiet life. That was the prevailing opinion at the magazine when Kat began freelancing for L&S 7 years earlier. Married to a wealthy man called Adrian, who owned the magazine and kept L&S going as a project for his wife, Sheila wasn't difficult as far as bosses went. In fact, she was unfailingly courteous and rarely succumbed to anger. Prone to favoritism, maybe, but that tendency had only ever benefited Kat. Sheila had always been deeply impressed with her CV. Mistaken from the very start, Sheila had assumed that Kat was cut from the same silk as her peer group. an older posho it girl who'd led a glamorous life in London before semi-retiring in Devon, a journalist who only continued to keep her hand in as a hobby. Like so many of the affluent, and Kat had met some seriously wealthy people in her line of work, Sheila's idea of elsewhere was lacking. Innumerable and discreet partitions separated her from the ordinary world and the multitude that struggled out there. Her name even graced the side of her husband's 60-foot yacht in Divilmouth, and once Kat had identified Sheila as a conflict-averse socialite and passive control freak, so much about the woman in the periodical made more sense. Anyone who threatened Sheila's bubble was anathema. She either pretended they didn't exist or reached into her extensive social network to outsource the difficulty. In their professional relationship, Kat had only ever been required to agree with everything that Sheila thought and said. She only ever pitched her ideas to her boss casually, in one-to-one meetings, and only those topics that reinforced Sheila's notions of what was of interest to her world. That was how Kat had prospered at L&S. The discourse the editor maintained in print was directed at those with plenty of disposable income, folks interested in luxury and the leisure opportunities their affluence afforded them. Most of the readership was retired or only resided in the area when using a second home. L&S was no place for real news. Nothing could be found in its pages about the multiple local crises in the NHS and Devon's care homes, or the falling wages and paucity of school places, or the lack of infrastructure investment in affordable housing. Those concerns didn't touch the readership. Subscribers received the publication sealed inside a polythene bag. The magazine's lifespan expired after a few months of idling upon elegant tables in spas, hotels, private dentists, and conservatories blessed with panoramic sea views. Over half of each monthly edition was paid for as advertorial for chi-chi businesses in the Southwest. Vast hotels, retirement villages, Michelin-starred restaurants, farm shops, private boarding schools, cruises, wine importers. Kat wrote many of these advertorials, commercial copy dressed up as feature articles. Local interest pieces about notables, cozy histories, wildlife initiatives, charity balls, and society news filled what remained of each edition. Professional survival was about consensus, not creativity or blue sky thinking or rocking the boat or originality. In Kat's experience, an employee's longevity depended on identifying the key figures in a business who struck the drum before dancing deferentially to their rhythm. In light of what Matt Hull dropped on her the night before failing to return her calls, and combined with Steve's failure to return her calls or reappear at his flat, when Sheila summoned her to discuss the supplement, Kat's front had slipped for the first time in 7 years. But here was also a chance to acquire a second opinion from someone who would know someone, who would know something about Redstone Cross. Sheila. "Well, I really don't know what to make of this, Kat. So much to take in all at once," Sheila said, peering at one of Matt's pictures on Kat's tablet. Her expression suggested she'd seen half of a worm wriggling in the apple she'd just bitten through. She looked away from the tablet screen, and her concern eventually overrode her distaste. "Steve first. Where do you think he could be?" Kat shook her head. "He always calls back eventually." "He was off on a walk, you say?" "Not really," Kat sighed. "Here goes." She then took Sheila through Steve's theory and motivation for taking a look around Tony Willows's farm. "My word, he is intrepid. I had no idea." Sheila looked out of the window while she considered the preposterous information she'd just received. Kat embellished her story with the catalogue of Matt Hull's revelations and grievances about his persecution at the hands of the Red people. Finally, she passed her phone to Sheila so that her editor could listen to Matt's recorded message. "I feel sick with worry, Sheila, for both of them." "I can imagine," the editor said in a neutral tone, though one clearly fringed with the dismay of having to concern herself with the situation. As a footnote, Kat mentioned the girl she and Steve had met at the exhibition, Helene Brown. Only when she'd described the girl's recordings, adding that her brother went missing, presumably killing himself within 2 weeks of making his final recordings at Redstone Cross, did Sheila's tone change. "How simply awful," she said, though little else, and when she spoke again her voice had thinned. "I can see how a wild imagination might—" Her attempt at a reassuring smile was so awkward that the gesture was quickly abandoned. She closed the conversation. "I have a meeting in 5 minutes, dear. I'm not even remotely prepared. Can this wait until I've made some calls? If you come back at, let's say 4:30, we'll try and get to the bottom of this. I'd also like to show these pictures to someone." "Of course. You'll see Steve again, so I don't think you should worry," Sheila said, swinging her chair left and right to collect papers and to operate her desk mouse, ever Kat's cue to leave. "The thing is to not get yourself too worked up, dear. Not to let your imagination run riot like our Steve did. I know someone on the force who'll look into this." "Thank you, Sheila. I really appreciate it. I'm sorry for bothering you with it." "Oh, nonsense. Makes the job a bit more exciting. But keep trying his phone. The clips out that way can be a bit tricky." Chapter 15. Tony Willows's thematic preoccupations were predominantly derived from M. H. Mason's Ancient English Poems and Ballads, published in 1908. Some of Mason's verses were, in turn, newer versions of compositions in Francis James Child's The English and Scottish Popular Ballads and Thomas Percy's Relics of Ancient English Poetry. Yet almost all of Tony Willows's lyrical output was inspired by the most gruesome and grotesque interpretations in Mason's ballads. Wikipedia. Kat unlocked her front door at 8. She'd taken the second meeting with Sheila, at which her friend on the force, a detective called Lewis, had been present. Following the editor's summons, the officer had arrived swiftly. That hadn't surprised Kat, as her boss's local reach seemed infinite. After the meeting, Kat had driven to Steve's flat. He'd still not returned, so she'd put in an unannounced visit at his parents' vast house in Divilmouth. As Reg and Delia had been denied contact with their cherished son since the previous evening, apparently he checked in every morning, his mother was already walking the foothills of frantic when Kat rang the doorbell. This served to ease Kat's passage into the 6-bedroom mothership. Reg and Delia had claimed they'd wanted to call Kat but didn't have her number. Although she had been involved with their son for over 3 years, his parents still had no means of contacting her in an emergency. In a more benign situation, Kat would have spent time analyzing the subtext of this communication failure. Instead, she'd extracted their promise to ring round his friends and left. Kat had written down the names of everyone in the group of men Steve spent so much time with. She didn't have contact details, but Reg and Delia knew most of their parents. Kat's anxious wait beside the phone continued through the evening. By 9, she'd still heard nothing from Detective Lewis, though he'd promised to keep her updated. Earlier, he'd patiently, though not without a hint of inappropriate amusement, sat through Kat's retelling of Steve's hunches, Helene's recordings, Matt Hall's stories, his pictures, and the recorded message. The pictures Kat had also forwarded to Lewis at his request. He told her not to erase Matt Hall's phone message, just in case it was pertinent. The detective had then disappeared to ask around about Steve, as he'd put it. Interestingly, before he left, Lewis claimed to know Willows. He'd been out to his farm several times, following a series of break-ins and the theft of some farming equipment. The gang from Plymouth who'd been raiding rural properties in that area had eventually been caught, but Lewis had scoffed at the idea of Tony Willows producing or supplying drugs. "He's just an old man, bit grumpy but harmless. I was up there about a year ago. Someone had drained one of his diesel tanks. His health wasn't so good and his place is falling to bits. Has been for years. I don't get the impression he's all that flush these days. Hasn't played gigs in a while and doesn't get the royalties he used to." According to Lewis, Steve's airstrip was a field given over to Tony's son for racing his motorbikes. So where was Steve? Perhaps Steve and old Tony had become fast friends and were sharing a joint right now as an old Witchfinder Apprentice album played on the stereo. The idea briefly took hold in Kat's imagination, only to disperse when she recalled Helene's story about the dogs and the hostile couple who'd confronted her. Trespassers were clearly not welcome at that farm. In her home office, Kat attempted to distract herself as much as she was able by delving deeper online into Tony Willows and Redstone Cross. She glanced at Willows's Wikipedia page after Matt Hull had reappeared on her radar, and briefly perused it when Steve made it glow brighter with his theories, but she'd never identified anything worth pursuing in depth. Now that Steve had traveled to snoop on Willows's land and not been seen since, she found herself revisiting her internet tracks more thoroughly. Once her eyes and thoughts had stopped jumping about her laptop screen, she learned a little more about how hematite and limestone had been mined in parts of Brickburg from the 1800s until the 1950s. The biggest quarry was near Redstone Cross, but she could find nothing else about the site online. She moved on to the scores of articles available about Tony Willows and Witchfinder Apprentice at fan sites. An online encyclopedia of folk music seemed to be the most popular site, one recognized and endorsed by many musos and critics. Kat skim-read the biographical entry for Witchfinder Apprentice. The darker musical tones that accompany their songs distinguished the band from most of their folk rock contemporaries. From the group's founding in Warwickshire in 1966, the musical direction was driven by Willows, who hailed from Leamington Spa. The band's electric sound grew to be harder than any other folk band of 1969. Increasingly, the recorded music was underwritten with big rock arena drumming. Full harmony choruses tempered the sad and tragic tales with lingering melodies. By 1973, Witchfinder Apprentice's ominous, down-tuned electric guitar sound was higher in the mix, though still blended with the traditional styles of English folk music. A refusal to lighten the tone hampered more than the fleeting commercial success the band had enjoyed between 1970 and 1973. This heavier direction also disaffected many of the band's musicians. I was fed up with Tony, the grim and moody. After a while, the songs were giving me nightmares. They were a bad trip all by themselves when you were playing them, over and over again, 6 days a week, ex-bass player Rob Pryor said in a BBC interview in 1973. Most critics believed that Willows's musical obsessions with madness, bloody revenge, demoniac possession, black magic, witchcraft, and human transformation by means of the supernatural were solely responsible for enshrining the band's endearing cult status among so many progressive and black metal musicians for subsequent decades. The band's antecedents can be found in heavy metal more than the folk music that followed Witchfinder Apprentice. The list of song titles for their last album, Friends of the Dark, caught Kat's eye. The record had been recorded when all had been going south for the band, and released after their acrimonious split in 1978. Old Black Mag, Call the Hungry Worm with This Horn, A Jest of Woe, The Death of Proud Lambkin, The Slaughter of Bonnie Lizzie, Saw You My Body, The New Slain Knight, Bar the Door to Old Friends, The Lord in the Well, The Friar Wrapped in Blanchefort Skin, Crust Beggar, Young Quinn Buried a Fair Lad, The Demon's Rantin' Daughter. Kat got the gist of the subject matter without analyzing the lyrics. There had been 7 Witchfinder Apprentice studio albums. Their chart positions were given between 1968 and 1978. Their ascendance was as well documented online as their fall. The latter was attributed to 3 changes of management, 3 record labels applying pressure for hit singles, and the endless lineup changes caused by Willows's unpredictable, controlling, and caustic temperament. No fewer than 10 musicians passed through the band in 12 years. Kat read a dozen pages of text, printed in a small font, to get some idea of what a handful, or serious narcissist, Tony Willows had been. More enlightened critical hindsight suggested that a personality disorder, or mental illness, had reflected the dark side of his musical genius. The biography also detailed the committal of an oboe player during a tour of Germany in 1974, and the tragic death by electrocution of the beautiful fiddler, and Willows's lover at that time, Agnes Crown, also in 1974. Heavy and continual use of psychedelic drugs, violent mood swings and hallucinations, even on stage, plagued Tony's life from 1972 to 1978. His unpredictability and antics on stage forged part of the band's appeal to their fans. Mandrax had been the drug of choice from 1972. During a final Witchfinder Apprentice tour in 1978, canceled after 5 dates, Willows was taken into psychiatric care. He discharged himself and fled to the farmhouse he'd purchased the same year in a remote area of South Devon. A female member of the band's entourage, Jessica Usher, accompanied Willows to Redstone. Since her appearance in Tony's life in 1974, they'd become inseparable. This member of the Witchfinder Apprentice entourage, or groupie, had long been cited by band members as a divisive influence within the outfit. Her status as a clear in Scientology was cited as part of Usher's influence over Tony. They never married, but had twins after the band broke up. One low-profile solo album was later released by Willows on an indie label, recorded in 1986 at his home studio at Redstone Farm. But the rock stylings of Witchfinder Apprentice records were erased from the solo effort. The album marked a complete return to traditional acoustic instruments and an emphasis on woodwind. There was no mention of festivals on his land, but there was a link to the news story of the death of a young woman, Maddie Gross, in 1979. Kat had already read that story. Gross had been a guest at Tony's home, and there was no official resolution to the mysterious circumstances that surrounded the discovery of her body on the edge of his land, though toxicology tests had detected high levels of illegal substances in her system. She died of heart failure. Tony was convicted of drug possession and manslaughter and served 4 years of a 10-year sentence. He was released in late 1984. Maybe the girl's death was an indication that Tony's old habits had died hard. Maybe the incident had even called time on his rock and roll lifestyle and career. He'd never toured after 1978 and, following the release of the solo album, completely abandoned professional music in favor of horticulture, agriculture, and animal husbandry. That much Kat already knew, but better understood why Steve had been fascinated with the man and thrilled by his close proximity to where they lived. Beyond cover versions and remaster releases of Witchfinder Apprentice records in a box set, there was little recent news concerning Willows. A site dedicated to the music of Witchfinder Apprentice's longest-serving musician, the mandolin player, Aid Reimer Lankin, did mention how Willows was hounded by fans of their early albums for years after they'd broken up. People often made the long trip to Willows's farm to catch sight of the musician or to get their album signed. Apparently they were given short shrift by his family. The last time Aid Lankin and Tony Willows had any contact was in 1986. Lankin had played mandolin and contributed vocals to Willows's only solo album. Anxiety overran Kat's mind at 9:30 p.m. She called Sheila at home, something she'd never done before. As soon as Sheila picked up, Kat became conscious of how thin and breathless her own voice sounded. "Still not shown up?" Sheila asked, while trying to mask her uninterest, or was it annoyance now? "Well, I'm not surprised you're worried. Afraid I've not heard a thing, dear. Let me chase Lewis and I'll get back to you." After that, Kat was left to the four walls of her cottage for another hour. Fear gnawing at her raw nerves in a suffocating silence, she remained on the sofa, nursing a lukewarm cup of coffee, watching her screens. Breathless with panic, Steve's mother finally called at 10:30, which did nothing for Kat's nerves either. When Kat claimed she still hadn't heard from Steve, Delia hung up without another word. The role of Steve's girlfriend seemed inconsequential to his mother. Kat's second attempt to contact Sheila soon after that was met with a recorded voicemail message. While trying to distract herself with the BBC News and recurring thoughts of cold white wine, the first red face appeared at the window closest to where Kat sat. Chapter 16. Tapping on the glass. That came first. And for reasons Kat later attributed to wishful thinking, she imagined that Steve was outside her home knocking on a window. By then, he was all she could think about. This desire for an external sign to end the terrible wait for her boyfriend compelled her to draw the curtain back from the window. Before she had an opportunity to regret her haste, she was staring into the primitive face of an adult man. The first feature to claim her attention was the intruder's eyes. They were mean, the sclera yolk yellow, traversed by blood vessels. From under the crusting thickets of the brows his glare bulged, as clear an expression of instability and rage as she'd ever seen. Pugnacious, leering, a brutish face from times long past. Her sole reaction a sharp intake of breath. The smeared figure had pressed itself against the window. When he removed the stained palms of each hand from the pane of glass, she saw him more clearly. Pot-bellied, flabby-chested, bearded, balding, entirely naked, a stub of purplish genital evident in a scarlet scrub of pubic hair. The figure stepped backwards into total darkness, leaving Kat with a reflection of her own slack face and horrified eyes. She fell from the sofa where she'd been kneeling, scrabbled to her feet, barking her shin on the side table and sending a coffee mug and 3 remote controls clattering across the floorboards. Through tear-blurred eyes, she could just make out the phone, picked it up in hands that shook and struggled to grip the sides of the smooth device, tried to unlock the screen. Password incorrect. Get out. Car, do it outside. Without hesitation, she scraped the catch from the rear of the front entrance, unlocked it by Yale key, twisted the Mortise lock, and yanked the door open. Similar in position and posture to an eager cat on her doormat, the effigy of an entirely different beast awaited upon the threshold. Crude head erect and demanding her full attention, the muzzled and spiky-eared statuette cast its fierce gaze upwards. A mere glance at the thing illumined under the porch light was sufficient to identify the onyx curves about its full breasts, the splay of rounded hips, the glimmer of glazed clay. Unlike the Venus figure she'd seen at the museum exhibition, this one retained arms and a head. Shaggy, stick-like appendages resembling a dog's forelegs. A spear spiked from the culmination of one limb. Standing in socks without a coat, Kat felt the cold night air pass through her skin to shiver her marrow. But brutal, naked, red things with their wretched stone idols could withstand temperatures and commit acts that she'd only withered before. Instinct wasted no time informing her of this. She couldn't recall the last time she'd felt as vulnerable and unprotected. Pitch darkness in the village lane. No streetlights this far out. The only light was spot-cast from the 5 cottages in Kiln Lane, yellow shards peeking between chinks of drapes and the 2 dim orbs of exterior lamps. After London, the silence and darkness out here had taken some getting used to. Kat no longer thought about it much, but was now reminded of the void that surrounded her home at night. She was also forced to consider what ran through it in the manner of wild dogs. In a heartbeat, she acknowledged another disadvantage of rural living: how darkness could cloak a figure standing mere feet from you. 3 forms rose from the ground and made haste for her front door. One wheeled from behind the front hedge. It skittered on bandy legs, its feet sandaled, a woman with tatty hair clawed into short, wet-looking sprouts. Her face was a vision from Bedlam. A short, stocky man appeared beside the porch post, his teeth flashing white, the grin malevolent. His knees made a sound similar to snapping celery. A third visitor ran at speed from across the lane, straight at her door. When he came within reach of the porch light, he revealed a wispy beard trailing over shoulders with the luster of sunburned skin. An object made from bone hung from his neck. All were daubed red from head to foot. They wouldn't have looked amiss in the Brickburg caves, scrabbling through the damp darkness 40,000 years gone. Each clutched a pointed black stone. Hand axes. Kat closed the door and secured the Mortise lock again at the same moment as a fist thudded against wood and shook the cottage. Pressing her back into the door, she tried to control her jerking arms and hands. Investing what concentration she still had, she pressed a fingertip to the phone's screen and inputted 2 of the required 4 digits, this time in the right sequence. Whenever she was downstairs and Steve used the tiny bathroom upstairs, the floorboards always cracked and ground together. Sitting below was not unlike being inside the hold of a sailing ship. Above her head, the floor upstairs now groaned in this familiar manner to indicate the presence of the uninvited within her home. They were inside. They were here the whole time. Across the tiny upstairs landing, someone strode eagerly. Up there, signs of the desire to get downstairs with her became even more pronounced when a red hand gripped the upper newel post and made it creak. How did they get in? No windows were broken, no doors. No one had a key. Except Steve. Panic enabled Kat to flee into the kitchen. Dizziness made the yellow cupboard swing nauseously through her vision. Her lower back pressed against the cooker. She typed the next 2 digits of the phone's password. Password incorrect. When a pair of red legs became visible on the staircase, Kat screamed, "Get out!" Between the banisters, slender calves and naked feet stepped carefully down from the darkness. A woman. One who paused under the hallway light for an interminable moment and revealed how a pair of pretty blue eyes and a thin face could be deranged by suppressed fury. The loathing projected by those eyes paralyzed Kat. The intruder turned her head and issued a short, high-pitched sound, one that warbled and tailed into a yip, a cry more animal than human. She then turned, and with one slim arm, opened the front door to let the others inside. Chapter 17. Helene ended the call and sat in silence. The Game of Thrones episode finished without her noticing. On screen, a group of women in another show were shouting at each other. She turned the TV off and refilled her wineglass. The contact had been unexpected, as was the information she'd received. According to the call register, Kat, the journalist whom she'd met in Devon, had also called twice earlier when Helene had been reading The Little Grey Men to Valda. Her daughter was still awake and was animating soft toys on her duvet. Through the ceiling of the living room, Helene heard the muted voices Valda attributed to each character. If Kat had called 3 times, then what she had to say was important. But what exactly had Kat just relayed to her during the 3rd call that Helene had managed to pick up? The entire communication remained vague because of the enigma of its contents. But Kat had alluded to the fact that she had come into some information about Helene's brother Lincoln, news pertinent to the time that he'd spent in South Devon during his final summer alive. Prior to this revelation, Kat had issued a caveat, that she'd been reluctant to call Helene because she didn't want to upset her. Kat had also judged an email to be too cold. That's what she'd said. It's best that we talk about this. Information. Kat had received information about Lincoln. Trust me, Kat had said. You really need to come down and see this for yourself. The journalist claimed that she'd met people whom Helene should definitely speak to about Lincoln, people he met while he was here. So she'd correctly understood Kat, and the journalist had somehow located people who'd been with her brother near the end of his life. Only she'd omitted to explain how she found these people, or who they were, or anything about the information they possessed about Lincoln. She'd only mentioned that they were local people your brother stayed with. This was more than Helene had hoped for when she'd traveled to Divilmouth alone, but it now appeared that her chance encounter with a journalist and photographer in the museum café would lead to something far more meaningful. From these locals she might learn how Lincoln had seemed at the end. She might even solve the mystery of what had troubled her little brother enough for him to take his own life. Helene still had no idea where he'd camped or slept during his last 2 weeks in Devon. She was only just coming up for air from an exhaustion of delayed grief that had accompanied her home from the trip to Devon. But if Kat had found people who had known her brother, then another trip was worth the risk of getting upset again. Only work and the relentless intensity of motherhood, after returning home from Divilmouth, had prevented her from taking to her bed and not getting up for a while. The trip had upset her in ways she couldn't fully define, but she'd been left with a lingering, almost psychic sense that her brother had somehow been engulfed, psychologically, by that unforgiving and hostile landscape, a place crowded with unpleasant echoes from prehistory. At times, when she'd been down there, she'd even felt as if his spirit had been passing through her body. Kat had also confided that she'd sensed how unhappy Helene had been when they met. Helene was flooded with a clear sense of Kat's experience and maturity and her kind-heartedness. No one had done anything like this for her in her life. Kat had clearly taken a keen interest in her brother's tragedy and had wanted to help a grieving woman find some resolution. Oddly, Kat had seemed emotional on the phone. There had been a tremor in her voice, a frailty Helene had not heard when they met. This tone had prompted her to ask if the news about Lincoln was bad. Kat had said, not at all. Helene stared at the phone number of the guest house that Kat had told her about, a place where she could stay free of charge. My friends own a guest house, the Red Barn. They're happy to offer you a place to stay while you're here. That was just as well, as Helene would struggle to find the money to pay for another trip south. She would call the number of the B&B in the morning. Maybe she could even make another trip this coming weekend, as Kat had suggested she should. Kat would be covering a local festival on the Saturday in Red Hill, and had suggested they meet there. But Valda? How she'd pined for her mother the last time Helene had left home. The only time they'd ever been apart. That had only been for 3 days. Her mother had cared for Valda while she'd been away, but there had been tears and many questions. "Is Mommy coming back? Is that Mommy?" Every time the front doorbell chimed. "I'm starving for Mommy." Taking Valda with her was out of the question. It wouldn't be practical. She didn't want Valda to see her upset, and the drive was too long. Forget it. The journey would also have to be undertaken twice in 2 days. Valda wouldn't understand why her mum wanted to go away again. She'd never known her uncle. All the same, Helene needed to go back. Before she called her mother to ask for childcare cover at the weekend, she dug Lincoln's box of recordings out of the garage. Kat had asked her to bring the discs, almost insisting that she didn't forget them and that they were important. The journalist had also stressed that the recordings would make sense now. An odd thing to say, but if the recordings helped her understand anything about Lincoln at the end of his short life, then Helene would take them. Chapter 18. The large creature spotted Helene. The very moment she appeared, its shaggy black face turned towards her, the muzzle rising as if to inhale her scent. Having selected her from the herd, it hobbled at her, moving like an arthritic animal. When the fraying edge of the crowd at the mouth of the village festival parted to let the creature lumber through, Helene raised a hand to ward off the attentions of the ungainly, grotesque form. The lumpy body was coated in dirty black wool to its 4 feet. Even as it closed on her, the features of the thing's head remained indistinct, until, up closer, a pair of wooden jaws clacked like clogs below big white eyes. Rolling, rattling, lunatic orbs that bulged from ragged sockets in the creature's mangy head. The disagreeable mouth momentarily engulfed her head, as if the thing intended to decapitate her. An odor of mildewed fabric and old gym equipment in a primary school filled her sinuses. Inside the open mouth, between rows of yellow teeth carven from painted wood, sat an oafish male face, sheened with sweat. The man's breath reeked of cider and tobacco, and he was grinning with the delinquent pleasure that pranking a stranger gave him. Helene had difficulty returning his enthusiasm. He was trying to make a fool of her in public. The creature reared back, releasing her head. After an ungainly maneuver on the tarmac of the road that resembled a big hound turning in too small a space, the thing shuffled around her in a circle. But her nose remained filled with the odors of dust and vintage sweat, a miasma that now trailed from the wretched hide and its fetid innards. She wasn't sure what it was supposed to be, a thing that suggested a bull or cow, horse or dog. She only wished that it would go away. The shabby 4-legged figure might even suggest a grotesque vestige from another, more older era, a mythical beast from the Middle Ages, or even possessing origins in Middle-earth. Grinning people in the street seemed intent on filming it and taking selfies beside its mad, hairy face. "Don't worry, love, won't bite," a man shouted from a crowd that both filled the pub's beer garden and spilled out to encircle a low stone wall. A woman issued a hag laugh, her throat coarsened by cigarettes. The shambling animal effigy would have made Valda wail. Even though 2 men were clearly inside the costume, Helene didn't like being near it herself. A threadbare pantomime horse with the face of a devil. Instead of hooves, the creature's feet were two pairs of dirty trainers that clumsily pranced about, bedraggled and sinister and parting the crowd. The thing finally stomped away down the lane. Dodging about like a Chinese dragon, undulating and excitable, it eventually sagged amidst the revelers' heads and vanished. If this beast puppet was a local tradition, why revive it? She couldn't imagine children appreciating its presence at all. The raucous voices from the pub were soon obliterated by a local jazz band's brassy rendition of a Glenn Miller song. Bombarded on every side with noise, color, motion, raised voices, Helene's entrance to the fete continued to disorient her. A few hundred people had gathered at Red Hill and milled in the main road that forked up and down a hill. The pub, the streetlights, the stage, the church, and the community center were all edged with red, white, and blue bunting. From a cursory inspection of the stalls lining each side of the lane, she learned that the mascot character was called Creel. It was well known locally. There was plenty of merchandise featuring the creature's image, but none of it indicated what kind of animal Creel was. Where it was depicted as a cartoon, it resembled a dog with a cat's face, a permanently leering hound thing equipped with mad eyes and a looping tongue. Yip yip, it said on banners, decals, and printed shirts. I buy my meat local. When printed, it regularly sported clothes in the colors of the Devon flag or the Union Jack. The animal was even depicted on some shirts wearing a top hat and monocle. A set of coffee mugs showed an image of Creel wiping its clawed feet, and worse, on the European flag. A new irritation replaced Helene's last when a barking, amplified voice impacted against her ears, hurting them inside. Before the Tudor-styled pub, the red sky, and the fate's thumping heart, a man stood on a temporary stage and roared into a microphone. The spanking metallic sounds issuing from his flabby mouth were broadcast through speakers fixed to aluminum posts. The wheezy static of the speaker's inhalations rasped between his words. The MC was a purple-faced drinker with a ponderous belly who continually wiped sweat from his bilious jowls. But most of the aggressively jolly, burly figure's rant was impossible to discern. Helene only caught snatches. Tradition and family. It's all about, innit? Been going 400 years, if you can believe that. He's on her way up from Dilmouth right now. 40 stone boar. All proceeds go to charity. So dig deep when the time comes, ladies and gentlemen. Think of a few people we like to roast here instead, eh? A line of bewildered elderly ex-servicemen wearing berets stood before the stage. Their seemingly oversized or nearly empty blazers were festooned with ribbons and medals. They lined up before the ranting face like a Praetorian guard that had not been dismissed in decades. Each man held a plastic charity box. A squeal of feedback pierced the air, and a baby howled. Helene walked on. She'd imagined her Saturday afternoon might have been spent outside a quiet village pub in the company of Kat and the people her brother had known. She walked the length of the narrow lane and back again, checking the stalls. Home-baked cakes, sweets, an ice cream van, barbecue, handmade toys, cider and clay jugs, a land trust countryside membership table, dated souvenirs. Her browse lasted 5 minutes. All about her the people were loudly and assertively happy, though Helene sensed a taut wire of defiance in the gathering too. An angry, tipsy energy bustled in places, particularly near the pub. She didn't know where the ire was directed, but suspected she'd walked into a community forcing a confirmation of its identity, an idea of itself based on what it knew of the past, or had even lived through but only selectively remembered. Maybe she was detecting aspects of that familiar, depressing, working-class nationalism. Like at home, where a community orbited hard times and found itself baited and antagonized by low wages, unemployment, benefit cuts, and a drinking culture. From window sills and wooden poles, a dozen Cross of St. George flags drooped in the warm air, limp banners that gave the gathering a strange, perhaps unintended political flavor. In Brickburg Harbor, people seemed keen on flags too. In the street beyond the pub, Pushchairs and elderly people crowded, and after the briefest attention from the drinkers and creel, the presence of the young and old reassured her, as did the fragrance of candy floss and burgers on grills, though the sight of so many children created a pang in her stomach and her throat involuntarily thickened. From one of the nans who'd set out a stall in the pub car park, Helene bought a bag of fruit jellies for Valda. She checked her phone. No reply from Kat. She texted, "I'm here," from outside the festival entrance. Getting away from the street and the ominous return of Creel, Helene stepped into a shadowed passage between the community center and Methodist chapel. She entered a small park. Set up on the grass, other attractions sheltered from the hot sun under plastic canopies. The close, moist, beery atmosphere of the main street immediately surrendered to a bigger sky, the heat in the park less oppressive. Breathing became easier, and the clamminess between her shoulder blades vanished. The infernal jabber of the man with the microphone dulled to a distant tinny garble, his chesty roars and rasps contained by the old stone houses. The last thing he'd barked, with provocative eagerness, as if proud of his skill to shock, was something about roasting a big pig. In the park, an elderly magician in a battered suit tugged bright chiffon tissues from a sleeve. At the end of a chain of sheer fabric that appeared incongruous between his withered hands came an explosion of Haribo party bags that showered the kneeling children. They fell to the ground at once and commenced scrabbling as if an aid truck had just made a stop in a refugee camp. "Little ones won't get any sweets. That blonde girl is about to cry. You'll get upset, too." Valda would have stood and watched the scrum, infuriated by any evidence of snatching or unfairness. And as Valda grew older, Helene often wondered if she'd brought her daughter up purely to be torn apart in a world content with a permanent state of unfairness and inequality. A sharp smell of wood and sawdust soaked by urine stung her nose, distracting her from the magician. Beside the tired playground equipment, a circle of hay bales was arranged about a tier of small cages. Sitting upon the straw cubes, children stroked rabbits and guinea pigs, the animals handed out and passed around by two women in red polo shirts. Valda would have loved that part, and Helene sensed a ghost child swinging on her arm, pulling her towards a little candy-striped tent labeled, "Make Your Own Teddy Bear." She'd make one later and take it home. Her phone buzzed, vibrating in the palm of her hand. "Kat." A text message. "Borough Street too busy. Hyman Park near bonfire." Shielding her eyes with one hand, Helene peered about the grass until she located a triangular pyre of wood, set between an area cordoned off for a firework display and a long queue outside two lopsided portable toilets. She saw Kat sitting on a bench. A man and woman stood behind her. The man's hands were folded over the back of the bench, close to Kat's shoulders. He was heavily bearded, the woman slight and elderly. She wore sunglasses, and her hair was covered by a headscarf, as if she were undergoing treatment for cancer. The couple's unsmiling faces were directed at Helene. As she drew closer, the couple moved away, in the direction of the main street. Helene couldn't see Steve anywhere. She'd assumed he'd be here to take photographs, but she didn't dwell on his absence because of her shock at the unexpected change in Kat's demeanor and appearance. The reserved, confident lifestyle journalist seemed to have been replaced by someone else. Helene recalled the tremor in Kat's voice on the phone. "Kat, hi." Kat's handshake was weaker, her soft hand trembling in Helene's grasp. She was much paler, as if ill. Even her bottom lip quivered when Helene asked, "Steve taking pictures? I never saw him in the street." "No, not today," Kat replied, and so quietly that her words qualified as a whisper. Her eyes, or what Helene could see of them around Kat's Dior sunglasses, moved so slowly that she might have been drugged. Aware of Helene's scrutiny, Kat moved her head to keep her eyes hidden. "How are you? Good journey? How's Valda?" "Yes, good. I'm pleased to hear that. Have you been keeping well? Work okay? Good. Good. Good." Kat's words came out slowly and were muttered without feeling or enthusiasm, as if she were reading from a card. Helene answered the questions, though Kat began repeating herself without realizing she'd done so. She didn't listen to Helene's answers either. It dawned on her that Kat must be terrified of upsetting her. Maybe she'd learned something terrible about Lincoln that she was afraid to share in case Helene broke down. "Are you all right, Kat?" Helene eventually ventured, when Kat could no longer concentrate on the stilted, failing conversation. She wasn't even looking at Helene. Her eyes had drifted to the distance, her thoughts no doubt preceding her gaze. Yes, all good," Kat replied after an awkward pause. They then sat together in silence for longer than seemed bearable, and Helene felt the first scorch of impatience behind her sternum. "May I ask where they are?" Kat turned to her. "Who?" "The people you wanted me to meet, who Lincoln knew down here." She wondered if they had been the couple behind the bench. "Working. They're working." "Then what the fuck am I doing here? I've driven half the day to get here and left my bloody daughter in tears." "But they'll see you later," Kat added. She smiled weakly, her half-hidden eyes anxious, and then Kat reached out a hand and placed it upon the back of Helene's. The contact was feeble, and the hand was retracted a moment after it was offered. "Is it serious, then?" "What?" Kat said. "What they have to tell me, about Lincoln, my brother." She felt the need to add her brother's name to the sentence, because Kat seemed oblivious to the topic of conversation. Kat's mouth sagged. The expression made her appear much older than she was, as if she'd been forced to remember something terrible. "Lincoln? No. Because if it is, you don't need to feel bad, Kat. I just want to know anything they can tell me about him. From before the end. That's all. I'm a big girl with broad shoulders." "From the swimming. All your swimming." Kat's distress and preoccupation soon reminded Helene of visits she'd made to an elderly grandmother. The faint voice, distracted expression, an inability to concentrate or connect with whoever sat beside her, the struggle to even smile. "Shall we get a drink, Kat? Though maybe not in that pub." Kat seemed to pale further at the suggestion. "I'm not allowed," she said, as if without forethought. I'm working here." Helene shrugged. "Soft drink?" "I'm okay, thank you." "Forgive me for saying so, Kat, but I've come a long way, and I came straight here from the motorway. I was under the impression that I was going to meet the people who knew something about Lincoln. That's what you said on the phone. It's why I came to the fair, but you seem—" "Oh, don't worry. Soon. They will be here soon. But it was really important that I came. You said that." Kat swallowed again. Her hands knotted white within the lap of her jeans. "You brought the discs?" "Yes, but these people, I'd like to establish when I can meet them. It wasn't easy for me to get away at such short notice." Yes, of course." Kat was now looking past Helene again and into the distance. And God, how her mouth was drawn. There was a long stain on her blouse, too. It looked like coffee. Had Kat not noticed that? She hadn't put herself together very well. No makeup. She'd barely touched her hair. Something was wrong. Helene really wished that Steve was here. He wouldn't have been short of something to say. "So, maybe later," Helene prompted. "I was thinking that you, me, and Steve could grab a bite to eat if you're both free." A visible shudder passed through Kat, as if she'd been pricked by internal pain. Yes, she was actually crying, too. Kat slipped a finger behind her glasses to touch an eye. We're not, Steve, not seeing each other anymore." "Oh, God, Kat, I'm sorry. You broke up?" "I didn't know. I'm sorry." That would provide something of an explanation for Kat's behavior and appearance. The woman was shattered, cut up. "You sure I can't get you a drink? I think we could both use one. Who's ever going to find out?" "Love to." Kat swallowed to regain control of her voice. "But I can't. I'm in recovery." "Oh, shit. Sorry, I didn't—" "Could I have the discs?" Kat said, while looking at her own bloodless hands. "Sure." Helene took her bag from her shoulder. "It's very important," Kat whispered.
I don't know what these recordings have to do with anything, so can you at least tell me how they come into this? Helene wasn't keen on hearing them again. The magazine. We'd like to use them, Kat said in the same vague, non-committal manner she displayed since Helene arrived. I don't have copies, Kat. I didn't get a chance to make a copy. Good. That's good. What is? Kat looked flustered for a moment. That you brought them. This will help. Helene had given up any hope of getting any sense out of the woman, but experienced an unexpected tug of attachment to the discs. They had Lincoln's handwriting upon the shiny surfaces, and the titles might have been the last thing he'd ever written. I don't want to lose these. They're the last things he ever made. One of Kat's trembling hands reached forcefully toward the discs in Helene's hand, making Helene think of an addict reaching for its junk, or a beggar snatching at change. She moved her body to put the discs out of Kat's reach. So, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll copy them. I brought my laptop. No need. I can take them now. It's better I copy them. I'll do it at the B&B, which reminds me I better check in. They said to come by 3, and it's nearly that now. I'll upload them to a transfer site, and you can download them. A quiver crossed Kat's mouth, and her words tumbled out breathlessly. Oh, no, don't copy them. No need. I can take them and return them later. Kat's grasping and eager, bloodless face was really starting to make her anxious. Her half-hidden eyes mooned wide behind the tinted lenses, as if with fear. Only a concern that she'd never see the CDs again compelled Helene to further resist the journalist's clutching hands. I'd rather make the copies, Kat, if that's all right with you. These have sentimental value. Kat's posture stiffened. The Red Barn. You'll have them there? This meeting was going nowhere. I guess so. I'd better get there now. And you'll wait. Sorry? I'll call you and we can meet. Kat noisily cleared her throat. I'll make the introductions. With the people who knew Lincoln. Of course. You'll definitely be there, won't you? At the hotel? Helene couldn't restrain her sarcasm a moment longer. Well, I guess so, Kat, as I have nowhere else to be. I'm really sorry to hear about Steve, and this is clearly not a good time for you, but I moved mountains to get here, and my daughter was very upset the last time I left her. I can't just motor up and down between Walsall and Devon at the drop of a hat. Kat dipped her head, and Helene could see how her hands were gripping the edge of the bench. The woman might have been trying to hold herself upright. It was time to leave. Break up or not, she was getting close to losing it with the journalist. The long drive, an hour's hold-up at Bristol, with the constantly recurring memory of Valda's tear-streaked face haunting the entire journey, had done nothing to improve her mood. I need to get one of those bears made up, and then I need to check in, yeah? Helene stuffed the discs inside her shoulder bag and stood up. Kat looked bewildered. You're going now? Kat had to be on something. Probably tranks. That's right, Kat. I just told you. Never mind. But I'll hear from you later. I need to take off by 10 tomorrow. Maybe you could give me the names and numbers of these people so I can contact them myself. You know, in case you're not feeling up to it later. I'll call. I promise. Okay, until then. Helene walked off with more purpose than when she'd entered the fete. From the distance, the red-faced orator belted out fresh information about the arrival of a dead pig on a truck. Inside the stifling teddy bear tent, Helene created a toy for Valda. She chose a rabbit and stuffed the furry skin with foam, then covered the bunny in a pink dress. While doing so, she noticed that a creel toy was available, but again, neither the empty skins nor the stuffed sample hanging from the roof indicated what the animal was supposed to be. As Helene paid the woman who ran the stall, she asked, "What is this creel thing?" The woman shrugged. "I'm not from here. I came over from Torbay, but it's something from a story, like a legend, I think. A monster." It certainly was one of those. "They was on the walls of that cave, I think. People's using it on souvenirs now. Been really popular, too.
I've nearly run out." The woman dropped her voice to a whisper. "Not the sort of thing a child wants sitting on its bed, I'd have thought." Before she left the little park and re-entered the street, Helene looked to where she'd left Kat. The journalist remained seated on the bench, but the bearded man and the woman in the headscarf had rejoined her. The old woman's face was lowered close to Kat's to whisper into her ear. And if she wasn't mistaken, Kat had covered her face with her hands. Maybe that was Kat's mum, comforting her after splitting up with her boyfriend. A blurt from the speakers, an amplified roar from the MC twisted her nerves anew. A rattle of applause and the crowd's murmur spiked with excited shrieks. Helene looked to the main street and saw a large flatbed truck slowly shake and wheeze between the buildings, parting the crowd to bump over the grass. The vehicle parked beside the dormant bonfire pyre. About the truck's cabin, a row of red faces grinned their white teeth and waved at the crowd. The people on the back of the truck were dressed in furry loincloths and bikinis, their exposed skin daubed red. Two figures, arranged on mock thrones like a king and queen, wore what looked like black creel masks tied their faces. In the middle of the flatbed, a pale carcass lay upon a wooden box. Presumably this was the huge pig the MC had been ranting about, soon to be roasted and offered up to the gathering. Helene made haste for her car. Chapter 19. During the lengthy wait for Kat's call, Helene had phoned her mum, and the report was good. She actually went to bed at 7:30? She did. I think she liked showing me her routines in her pajamas. But she's still awake. I can hear her talking to that pink fish she's got up there. Helene laughed. It's a dolphin. Splashy. That's the one. Thanks, Mom, for putting my mind at rest. I better ring off. I'm still waiting for Kat to call. As I've come all this way, I don't want to miss it now, but I'm getting a bit fed up. Well, I can't see why she couldn't have told you what she knows on the phone. Helene had done more than wonder about that, too. I thought these people might have pictures, or they'd take me somewhere Lincoln had been. I don't know what I was expecting. But I'll say cheerio, Mom. Oh, one last thing, love. I saw you had one of those red cards from the postie, so I picked up a parcel from the sorting office today when I was up the shops. I let Valda open it. Hope that's all right? She usually opens everything. Was it the hair straighteners from Amazon? No, this parcel was addressed to Valda, but I'm not sure it was meant for her. That's the odd bit, and I don't know what to make of the bloody thing. It's not the sort of present that I'd send to a child. I can't say as I could tell you what it is. It's an ornament, I think. A horrible-looking thing with a spear. What? I can't tell what it's supposed to be, and it's a bit primitive-looking, like it's very old. You know, like something they find in those old tombs. It's got a human body, and that's a bit suggestive, too. I mean, it's got these big... bosom. Helene's mother laughed. But like a dog's head on top. Helene felt a sudden urge to get herself home. The object that had been addressed to her daughter by name sounded very much like what she'd recently seen at the Brickberg Cave exhibition, and subsequently learned was the inspiration for the loathsome Creel character at the festival. Why would a replica, if that was what this thing was, have been sent to her daughter? And by who? Kat? No sender's address? Nothing. Helene could only presume that Kat, in her mentally unsound state of mind, had thought the figure was a suitable gift for a child, or some sort of gesture commemorating how they'd met. But it didn't take much thought for either of those explanations to fail to convince her. Kat wasn't clueless. Heartbroken for sure, but that wasn't sufficient cause for her to send Valda a dog-headed ornament with big tits. No card inside either, her mum said. It was in a little box and all covered in bubble wrap. I didn't know what to do with it. V's been playing with it, but I'm not sure how valuable it is, so I took it off her. Okay, keep it off her until I get back. That's what I thought. Helene's phone pinged in her ear. She checked the screen. An incoming call from Kat. Stress creased her mind. "Mom, that call's just come in. Gotta put you on hold." Helene picked up the new call. "Kat?" Kat's sniff broke the silence. She was crying. Her shaky voice eventually said, "Sorry." One word, spoken softly, before she ended the call. "Hang on." Helene tried to redial Kat's number. To add to her confusion, the landline phone beside the bed buzzed. Helene dithered. She still had her mum on hold, and Kat wasn't picking up. "Sorry." From that one word from Kat, was Helene to deduce that the evening's meeting was cancelled? Helene picked up the room phone. "Hello?" "It's Carol in reception. They're down here. Waiting." Who is? Did Carol mean the people that Kat wanted her to meet? So had Kat just called her to say that she couldn't make it but the others were available? "Sorry, Carol, who's waiting?" Carol ended the call. What the? Helene reopened the call to her mother. "Mom, gotta fly. Someone's downstairs. I think it's the people I'm supposed to meet." They hurried their goodbyes. Once she'd had a moment to consider the two incoming calls, Helene guessed that if the visitors were the people that Lincoln had known, then maybe Kat might be with them after all. The solitary sorry on the phone might have been an apology for being so late. There'd be no time now to go out and eat, but surely her brother's acquaintances wouldn't just show up at the Red Barn. They didn't know her. At the festival, Kat had said they'd been working during the day. Confused and irritable, Helene left her room. From the staircase, she could see the ground floor hallway. It was empty. The lounge doubled as a dining room and was also deserted. The front door was open, but no one stood on the porch. Damp air drifted into the building, carrying a vague scent of manure. Beyond the porch, the blue ink of early night pressed the land and chilled the air. Helene peered out of the entrance. Only her car was parked in the forecourt. She walked to the reception desk and dinged the bell. "Hello? Carol?" Earlier, Carol had been civil with Helene, or courteously uninterested, and had discouraged any conversation beyond stilted small talk. Being in receipt of a stranger's charity had made Helene feel awkward, so when she'd collected the keys, she'd mentioned the reason for her visit and thanked Carol for her kindness. Carol had merely considered her with blank indifference or even irritation, a reaction that had also suggested she didn't know Kat. So perhaps the journalist was owed a favor through the magazine, and Carol was a contact as opposed to a friend. Helene didn't know, but ever since she'd arrived, the situation had grown weirder and more frustrating by the hour. "Hello, Carol?" Helene repeated over the reception counter. "They're here for you." That was Carol's voice in the room behind the reception counter, situated to the side of the desk. Helene leaned over the front desk and peered in the direction of Carol's voice. "Sorry, who is?" Through an open door, a kitchen became visible. Carol was preparing food with her back to the entrance. Helene recognized the thin shoulders and the small bird-like frame, topped by a functional bob of thick gray hair. "Sorry, Carol. No one seems to be here." "Carol?" When Carol turned around, Helene understood even less about why she'd been called downstairs, but she also wished that Carol had remained facing forwards. The sight of her was a shock, because the woman had painted her face red, a bright blood red from lined forehead to grooved chin. Was she injured? But then, did people in pain grin to reveal oversized teeth amidst the stained scarlet flesh of their mouths? The incongruity of the red skin amidst the hood of gray hair appeared especially fiendish, grotesque in contrast to the woman's ordinary clothing, the brown trousers and floral-patterned blouse. The woman's throat was also stained red, indicating that her entire body beneath the clothing might be dyed. As Helene tried to fathom if Carol's appearance had some bizarre connection to the nearby festival and to those characters waving from the flatbed truck, a patter of bare feet announced a new presence inside reception. Behind her. Helene turned. What had come in through the open door of the Red Barn, or had been hiding on the ground floor, immediately reduced her to a motionless gawping. And when one of the red things issued the first shriek and rushed at her, all she managed to do was clap a hand to her chest to steady her heart. Chapter 20. When Kat closed her eyes, the darkness spun, but nothing came up to dribble into the toilet bowl. After what she'd seen, she hadn't trusted her stomach with more than a few pieces of dry toast and plain biscuits in days. The woman in the headscarf was waiting for her on the landing, watching through the open door. Either the woman or the bearded man followed her about her tiny home now, everywhere, from room to room. They were occupying her existence, or what remained of it. The bearded man had just retaken possession of her phone. He'd yanked it from her hand once she'd made the pitiful attempt at phoning Helene. During the call to the guest house, Kat had been unable to follow their script and instructions. Her uninvited visitors had been especially displeased when she'd failed to tell Helene, "Some people who knew your brother are coming to see you." Instead, all she'd managed was a solitary word encased by a sob. "Sorry." And that might have been the first truthful thing that she'd said to Helene since asking her to return to Devon. During the brief call, as with all the calls they'd made her make, the bearded man had been gripping her hair in his fist, and his horrid breath had slathered her cheeks and left them moist. In his other hand, he'd held a flint knife against her throat. But Kat was sorry. So dreadfully sorry. She'd never been as sorry in her life. The apology a caustic blend of guilt, remorse, self-loathing, and fear. Pretty much how she'd felt for every waking second of each day and night since they'd come for her. Kat had lured Helene Brown here to die. Matt Hull must have been the first to go. Then Steve. Oh, God, Steve, Steve, Steve. Now it was Helene's turn. A mother to that sweet little girl. And then you. Then it's your turn. You're next. Kat hated the people who'd invaded her home and life more than she'd hated anyone or anything in her entire existence. She hadn't known it was possible to hate someone with a force and fury that burned like an ember swallowed whole. By comparison, her hatred of her ex, Graham, was a petty aversion. For brief moments, she even believed herself capable of attacking her jailers and tearing their faces apart with her fingernails. But in these passing moments of incendiary fury, she would remember the painful clench of the man's rough hands whenever the bearded bastard got hold of her arms and dragged her to and from the cottage to make her run their errands. The sensation of those brutish hands on her, twisting and burning the skin of her wrists, had left a permanent trace. Her captors had not stood more than a few feet from her since the night they'd tapped at her window. They said they aren't going to kill you if you do what they ask of you. Kat hated herself during the moments when she tried to believe her abductors' assurances about her safety. She was a coward. Even after all they had done to her and to the man she loved, she still followed their instructions to the letter. Years of avoiding stress and responsibility had set their own insidious precedent. You have no choice. She'd seen what they could do and would do again to anyone they decided was a threat to... To what? To what they were doing. Those psychotic and loathsome practices out at that awful farm. The person she'd been before the night they took her to Redstone Farm was gone. Over. Now she was a woman far more broken than she'd ever been in London. That time in her life seemed silly now. Those travails with jobs and bullies and her ex were irrelevant. The breakups and redundancies, the drunkenness and tears, all nonsense. She'd not known what rock bottom was because she'd never before experienced things on this earth that were too awful for most people to even imagine. And she'd done far more than merely imagine these things. While on her knees in the dirt and the stinking darkness of that barn, she'd been forced to bear witness to them. She'd heard every sound that had arisen from the very ground of that place. Kat slipped her head back over the toilet bowl, retched, gasped for breath. How could anyone defend themselves against that? Steve hadn't been able to, or Matt Hull. Fit men. What chance did she have? She'd never physically struck another person in her life. and the red folk went further than mere beatings. Much further. There were so many of them, too. So many. Her turn would come soon. It would have to. She didn't know the names of the two people in her home and had never seen them before they'd invaded her life. But she would recognize their faces anywhere now. She'd seen their colleagues, too, their partners in crime, those they'd colluded with to murder in ways this land couldn't have known in millennia. Even though all their faces had been painted red, she'd recognize them again. She also knew who was behind what they were doing and what they'd done to Steve and probably to others. Assuredly, Kat knew far too much. And after Helene disappeared and now her brother's discs had changed hands, then what use was she to the red folk? Kat washed her face and left the bathroom. "I'd like to go to my room now," she said to the woman in the headscarf, who squinted at her in a manner that was now horribly familiar. A scrunched expression, the eye sockets creasing like wrinkled linen about permanently narrowed eyes, as hard and mean as the shard of flint she carried in an old, veiny hand. Bitter eyes, so alight with suspicion at all times, yet suggesting the pharaoh volatility Kat had observed them all to be capable of. "Then winders stay shut, or else," the creature said in a tobacco-roughened voice, blanched of compassion. "You even think—" I know. "Just so as you do know, door still stays open till you can be trusted." The woman sat down on the kitchen stool on the landing outside Kat's bedroom. She'd positioned it there 3 days before so that Kat could be observed in her bedroom even when she slept. Downstairs, the bearded oaf opened the fridge door to take out her milk. The electric jug bubbled. How would they do it when the time came? That was her enduring concern now. In here? She doubted that. Too messy. Which made her recall their own unique method for the disposal of human remains, and her body chilled to nausea once more. No matter the endless circling of sickening anxiety and terror, her preoccupations always returned to that question. When the time comes, when their use of me has finished, will they butcher me in that place? And then her interior, her weight, her sense of permanency in the world, would appear to diffuse into thin air like a gas, and she would rush for the toilet. Short of being caught up in a war or involved in a catastrophic accident, she would never have believed that it was possible for a person's life to change beyond recognition in so short a time and by the most brutal means. "Oh, Steve. God, no." Pressing her face deep into the pillow to stifle her anguish, Kat acknowledged an urgent desire to run. She'd gladly run across broken glass with bare feet, and she wouldn't stop to avoid what they'd done to Steve. Kat closed her eyes, and again her self-tormenting thoughts returned her to that place. When the stinking black hood had been yanked from her head, the vision confronting Kat's blinking eyes might have been one of hell itself, a vision of damnation recreated in mud and wood. Through the enclosure of shadow, long tongues of reflected firelight had leaped across an earthen floor, soil strewn with matted straw, the tall flames glowing upon the walls' stained planks. Where gaps existed between the boards, obsidian night had swallowed the outside world. A stench of manure, blood, and farm animals had arisen from the wet ground, a noisome stink only partly tempered by the pungency of a spicy fragrance, reminiscent of citrus fruit. Intoxicating and so strong, her eyes had watered from exposure to the fumes. Overpowering smoke with a fragrance similar to the skunk weed that Steve had occasionally smoked in her presence. Only this smell was 1,000 times stronger and almost living, visible as a bluish smog among rafters intermittently revealed by the spiking flames. The assault on her senses, her sight, sense of smell, her hearing, The taste in her mouth and the instinctive primal sense that screamed danger had immediately killed the desperate entreaties she'd been making to her abductors. During the journey in a vehicle she'd never glimpsed while hooded, she'd pleaded, begged for mercy. But inside that place, Kat soon stopped whimpering. Slumped beside the fire, she'd been rendered mute in horrified awe. They'd unmasked her a few feet from the snap and crackle of a fiery conflagration. Sweat, joining tears, mucus, and the horrible condensation from inside the sack had run freely off her chin, secretions both smearing her face and sliding down her throat. Red sparks had circled upwards through rags of dirty smoke, while embers had spat onto the earthen floor where they'd forced her to kneel. Instantly, the heat had cupped and dried her eyeballs. Her hands had been secured with green twine. Gardeners used the same string on rose stems. Earlier, in her home, she'd been wrestled to the ground like a steer. A bony, naked knee had been forced between her shoulders, and she'd been trussed like livestock. Her one attempt at a scream had been silenced by a blow to the side of the head. One ear had seemed to fill with warm water. A thickening lump had grown on her right temple and pulsed like a small heart. Moving her jaw had remained painful. Kat didn't know which of the four intruders had struck her, but one of the frightful red things that had broken into her home had knocked her near senseless at the first sign of resistance, enabling the gang to gag her mouth with a rag, bind her, hood her, and carry her from the cottage into the cold night. She'd been dropped onto the unforgiving metal floor of a vehicle that had stunk of dogs and engine oil, and driven from her home, as her mind had swirled with images of beheadings, figures kneeling before trenches, and the wretched remains unearthed in woodlands by policemen who held their forearms across their mouths as they dug. The whole process of her capture had felt like a one-way street to a morgue and a coroner's report. Beside the great fire in the barn, the bearded man and the thin woman with the headscarf had held her still. Her appointed handler's horrid hands had been clenched in her hair. "See! See!" the woman had shrieked, and Kat had finally seen the naked body of a man a few feet from where she'd knelt. So smeared with dried blood was the figure, and with the filth of the dirty floors that he had lain upon, and so great were the black-green bruises blossoming from swollen puncture wounds and wet rents in the flesh of his limbs, that it had taken Kat a few seconds to recognize her lover, Steve. He truly had been missing. He'd been snatched from out of the world, like her, and brought here too. It took Steve far longer to recognize her. "Love. Steve. Steve!" Then, "What did you do?" she'd screamed at her captors. In response, her head had been yanked to the side. "Shut it," the bearded man had commanded. Frantic, her burning eyes had swiveled, desperate for understanding, for a sympathetic look, for anything that wasn't the fire and dirt and Steve so physically ruined. And it had hurt her eyes to focus when her teary vision had groped the walls. Firelight had only flickered so far, but in places it had pawed at the black edge of the building's grubby interior. Against those walls, where the darkness reddened, murky forms had stood upright. A dozen or so people, all unclothed, their flesh made oily with a scarlet stain. Bare legs, sloppy breasts, rotund bellies, thin legs, the moon-like whites of eyes maddened by fear or excitement, perhaps both. Faces showing even more than that, those teeth-bared expressions had appeared awestruck. To keep her feet, a woman had clung to the wall with her stained hands as if suffering a swoon. Kat's gorge had risen, exhausted either by unrelenting terror or by what she suspected might be shock. She'd shivered hard enough to lose control of her body. Coherent thoughts barely forming, her paranoia so intense she'd hyperventilated. Ever averse to the sight of blood, now exposed to it on the body of someone she loved, she'd retched freely into the soil. From the braziers mounted on iron stands and set against the walls, the suffocating fumes from the burning drug had potent effect upon her mind. The same smoke must have been disordering Steve's, but for longer. Stricken by the idea that her mind was unraveling and erasing itself, she believed that her brain was shredding its files in some deluded sense of self-protection, shutting down her system to prevent her continued exposure to what was around her. She'd recalled things she hadn't thought of in years. Her mother and father at her graduation, Graham sitting on the end of their bed, staring at the blinds, waking up beside a bed after a binge, her nose bleeding. Her flat in London as the sun poured through the windows in summer, viewing her cottage in Devon for the first time. Slipping down the stairs in a nightclub, Steve in his wetsuit, shaking water from his hair. A birthday cake she had as a child, a castle made from chocolate fingers. Opening and closing in fast motion, memories had flashed vividly, then disappeared, like the film of a flower opening but speeded up. Her heart had beat 4 times the recommended speed. She'd retched saliva. Her straining senses had then become dimly aware of a new and equally undesirable stimulus, another fresh exposure to a horror unwilling to pause. Voices had raised themselves near her, shrill wails joining each other, forming a piercing falsetto and rising into a horrible skirl as much animal as human. A reedy piping had caught the clamor of caterwauling voices and directed them higher. Some vocal cords had even broken into shrieks seeking the black rafters high above, smoke-stained, web-choked beams. A crude hole had been fashioned in the tiled roof to let out the smoke, but not enough of it. Kat had imagined that her skin was about to blister. Her hair would surely catch alight. She'd been placed too close to the pyre and was soon only able to taste smoke in her own stomach acid. A terrible thirst had made her cough. When she tried again to pull away from the fire, she'd been held fast. The female shrieks in the choir had transformed to wails never heard at Christian funerals. An elderly woman had batted her head with her hands. Kat had glimpsed the face within that small skull, crowned with bemired spikes of hair, being thumped by scarlet hands, a face so wrinkled it might have been made of bark. A plump bald man had stepped forward from the wall and raised his hands into the air, his eyes fixed on something that Kat could not see. Other men had roared, full-throated, straining their lungs. And then the woodwind section had quickly fallen silent, and the voices had dropped to a dying wail. Someone had sobbed, briefly, in the darkness on the other side of the pyre, then quietened until only the spit and whoosh of the flames had been audible. A new voice had broken the lull, one elderly and female, its words so carefully enunciated that Kat might have been in the presence of an aristocrat. A voice from another world, educated and imperious. A voice at once absurd amidst the filth, fire, blood, the wide eyes, and the noise that had pierced Kat's ears and disintegrated her thoughts. The past is red. The earth is red. The sky is red. She turned to the sound of the voice. Against the dark rectangle of the double door of the agricultural building, she'd seen that a diminutive figure had been wheeled inside. Behind the ancient figure in the wheelchair, and about its tatty head and through the haze of stinging smoke, the silhouettes of trees beyond the doorway had become momentarily visible. Crippled and sunken but unclothed, the woman had continued to speak in a voice that sweetened to the melodic, a voice that had issued from the black muzzle of an animal's head. Behind is red, forward is red, the Queen is risen, and she is red. A tongue of fire had flapped in the direction of the speaker, this aboriginal elder in its wheelchair, the sole item in the building to suggest that Kat remained in the 21st century. The crude red figures of the wretched barn had sniffed and wept at the elderly woman's arrival. They'd wiped at their white, glistening eyes. All we children are red. Amen. Amen had been rumbled in unison around the black walls. Above Kat's lowered head, her captors had muttered the words too. Each of them had then spat on the earthen floor and stamped a naked foot upon the saliva. All around the barn the red people had ground their expulsions into the dirt. "So close to us now," the elderly woman had cried out, her voice breathless with excitement, her frail body a-tremble with emotion. "So close beneath our feet, but also our hearts." About the perimeter of the fire's light, people had embraced each other. They'd all come together in the darkness. The faces she'd glimpsed had been alight with an unmistakable love, an intense devotion. And they'd begun a horrid dance, a movement as grotesque as it was absurd. Backwards they'd all gone, in a circle, in and out of the firelight, as if entranced by the new, solemn notes of the pipes, functioning like a marionette strings to jerk them about her and poor broken Steve. The dreadful eyes of the red people had rolled up white, and it must have been the effects of the burning drug that suggested that their arms could snap and move in such contortions behind their backs, or when raised into the air in exultation. Cat had never imagined that the aged could contort themselves so. Confusion mingling with terror, her eyes blurring with smoke, her face filmed with grease, she'd panted like a dog. And for several seconds, Cat had believed that she'd been rising into the air, terrified that if she didn't grip the floor, her feet would have ascended to the roof beams. Her trainers might have been filled with helium. Her head, disproportionately, had been as heavy as a bag of wet sand. She doubted her neck could support the weight of her skull. "Cat?" It was Steve. He'd finally become aware of her. He'd been crying. Cat had opened her mouth, but her tongue had been too thick and heavy, a large slug. She doubted she had a voice left at all. A vibration had passed beneath her knees. Through the soil a mighty current of electricity may have thrummed. Deeper still had come the rumble of thunder, or rocks grinding, or the earth moving. A tremor from deep within the soil. "Give her scent," the old creature in the chair had intoned. "Let what is so great fill red. Let the walls and the air be red. Let the earth soak red and the sky be red. Let us be blessed in the red. We are red. This our reddening." Reddening was shrieked about the barn. The wizened figure in the wheelchair had risen swiftly from its seated position, thin arms raised high. And as if young again, the woman had walked, in a wretched parody of provocation, across the dung and soil, each heel placed perfectly before each set of toes, her withered hips swaying, a demented pastiche of a catwalk model with that shaggy, bestial head grinning through the firelight. And at the figure's approach, Cat had suddenly cramped with a fear that the attention of whatever peered through the black muzzle would turn upon her. The congregation had issued fresh cries of awe before the miracle, if that was what it had been, the lame walking, the decrepit renewed. Others had ventured forward from the far side of the fire and out of the darkness. Naked, oiled forms, devil faces creosoted in dye. In their midst had been a thin, bent figure, leaning upon a stick. A furred, wolfish head had dwarfed its frail body, seeming to weigh the torso down at a tilt. With reverence, a younger woman and a portly man had each held an elbow to lead the tottering figure closer to the fire. They encircled Steve. What happened next did not remain entirely clear in Cat's memory. One of few mercies she was granted that night, and she'd later wondered how much she'd seen or only imagined. She now even wondered if she'd been dreaming in that barn with her eyes wide open. Through the skeins of smoke, the barn's timbers had transformed into walls of stone, but without her noticing the transition. Rock walls had appeared on either side of her and above her head. A cave chalked, painted red. Upon the rough rock surfaces, the sensual silhouettes of beasts had been shaped from charcoal. Herds of animals, glimpsed betwixt rags of smoke. The creatures had been moving too. Their thin legs had flickered back and forth as the beasts had surged. Horses, oxen, reindeer. And yet, impossibly, the animals had remained in place upon the walls, running forever, but never progressing. It was around the time of her hallucinations when she'd realized that Steve had been tethered to an iron ring cemented into the rough floor, a short chain lying idle beneath his legs, the links connecting his ankle to a circular mooring. He'd been placed upon a patch of firmer ground, a lighter patch of floor, level with the soil, a portion partly cleared of dung and straw to reveal cement and a metal grill. Steve hadn't been lying on the earth. When the elderly male figure in the mask had begun uttering a series of deep croaking noises at the back of its throat, Kat had been reminded of a Siberian throat singer she'd once seen in London at a music festival. But this man's performance would never make time out. This was something the general public were not supposed to see. Two men had immediately stepped forward from behind the masked elder and seized Steve under his arms. Kat's lover hadn't resisted. It seemed he'd become accustomed, or broken, to this method of transport. The fire's light had offered a better view of the shaggy muzzle of the beast man's mask. Flame-red illumination had flickered over black gums and the aged enamel protruding from a permanently open mouth, the mask's jaws and teeth resembling those of a great animal, a preserved panther or lion. The surrounding features might also have been a replication of a canine head, pug-snouted, whiskered, flat-skulled, and broad in the forehead. And from within the darkness of the tatty jaws the elderly man had gutturalized and grunted what might have been human words rendered in a savage tongue. It had been a command. Hair gripped in a greasy red fist, Steve's head had promptly been pushed into the noisome floor of the barn, and his arms had been arranged at the side of his body, his legs following, his body shaped into a star, face down. Instinctively, Kat had surged toward him, but was held fast by the hair and throat. She'd instantly suffered thoughts of broken bones and glass cubicles at Exeter Museum, shattered fragments, rusticated the color of bleached seashells. The old man's dog head had grunted out fresh commands in the bestial language, and Kat had recalled where she'd heard similar before. The voice on the recordings that Helene's brother had made at Redstone Cross, the brother who'd vanished. She'd sobbed then, sobbed at her own helplessness, and at that point in the wretched proceedings, Kat might have pleaded, too, on Steve's behalf, but hadn't known if she'd been shouting or merely whispering, or only thinking of a protest. Confusion, terror, and a sickening dread had swamped her consciousness. A burly male figure, its beard a tangled mess of red scrub, had then knelt beside Steve's ear. He'd held a dark lump of stone against Steve's face. The rock had flickered with the pyre's reflections before the point of the tool was repositioned above the nape of Steve's neck. Kat had later queried whether she'd passed out at that point because she remembered being shaken while someone had hissed, "See," into her ear. But she'd kept her eyes closed as a human scream had broken into a cough. The cough had then evolved into a moist, glottal rasp, suggesting that a terrible finality had been achieved. When she'd been slapped alert, what she saw had since existed in haphazard form, in flashes. Sinewy forearms glistening by firelight, hands slippery and gloved in bright scarlet, a hand sawing, another hand tugging at hair and raising a head too far from its shoulders. The congregation had committed their voices to fresh ululations, exultant, deafening, born from their rejoicing, and in the red barn the fire had leaped higher as 4 men worked like butchers. Slick, wet sounds from the carving, sharp black stones and wet fists, up and down. Hack, hack, hack. Crack of bone, the stretching and splitting of sinew, the black air seething yet squeezing her with its undersea pressures, smoke billowing about wet straw. The stone ceiling had seemed to lower to crush Kat's mind. Then the roof had vaulted up and away, and she'd wondered if the ceiling of rock had completely gone, and the only remaining things were the fire, the stars she saw, and the nothingness between them. A void that she could have fallen into at any time. Her stomach had turned itself inside out. She'd gulped for air but swallowed more of the burning blue smoke. Around her skull thoughts and nonsense had swirled as if it had been stirred from above with a ladle. Her head had been pulled about to watch the slap of a heavy, whitish limb upon the ground before her eyes, followed by another. On the ground there had been a dirty torso with no arms, the neck an oval, white at the center, a thick snake cut in half, forceful sawing between the legs into the V of the groin's meat. Cat had coughed saliva onto her thighs. At the edge of her vision had lain an upturned hand, lifeless, the curling fingers dirty. She'd screamed and screamed. The red people had shrieked too. They'd brayed like beasts of the field. Their vocal cords had found impossible ranges. Their reedy ululations had made them eunuchs, castrated animals. Each oily face she'd glimpsed had broadened, become more bulbous, scarred and pugnacious. Brute faces, oaf mouths, leather-breasted and bloodied forms shrieking amidst the smoke. On the walls the animals had continued to lurch, wide-eyed, forever stampeding the ground that had trembled beneath Cat's shivering body. Wet parts had been raised from the mess on the floor. Heavy meats had been passed out to so many reaching red hands. Slippery fingers had pulled her forehead upwards so that she could better see a tongue being sawn from out of a human head, one already missing its lower jaw. "Cuckoos, gabbers, and narks all get theirs," a voice had said. Dirty knees had bumped her arms. Naked feet had slapped the soil about her fingers. A woman had panted with sexual desire. She'd looked away, to the side, to the door, as if to draw the colder air into her polluted lungs. But, alas, in such places where hell is made on earth, one can never look away from the business of depravity. That had been his jawbone that she had. That old thing that had risen so youthfully from the wheelchair was unmasked now, and a jawbone had been cracked open and was grasped within its long fingers. Her wrinkled mouth had suckled. They didn't cook him. They'd consumed his parts raw. The horror that was behind us in this land is the horror that is now and ahead of us, that has already begun, that is come again. Cat had known it at once, had accepted it. The awareness had dawned with the clarity of a single, finely wrought note, piercing her paddings of disbelief, shock, and the nausea of intoxication. A voice, then, from the bearded man who had held her face upwards, her handler. "The old ones feed in the old way." She thought that's what he'd said, and then, "Watch 'em, you bastard, get capped." That she hadn't watched. She'd have put her own eyes out with her fingernails when the butcher began his careful chiseling upon the beloved crown of Steve's head. And at that moment she understood that she'd never loved him as much as she had done right then. Nothing left in her stomach, but still it had attempted to empty her body of contaminated air and the brutal sounds of stone on meat and bone, and of the sight of those ape mouths sucking on what grimy fingers had pulled from the feast. And when Cat had dared to hope that her own end would arrive, so that she could be spared what they were making her see, a devil had opened its throat beneath the ground. Echoing from out of a chamber beneath the barn, or this cave, or whatever this wretched space had become in a fog of smoke, transforming the walls from wood to stone, had come a cackle and yip that Cat had been certain was a human laugh. A shriek had followed, one distorted by schizophrenia and amplified to ear-splitting volume. The full-throated baying of a hound, followed by the chitter-chatter of an ape, nasal whines from a vast muzzle, yelps and whinnies, exotic, zoo-like, unearthly. The ground had shaken from sounds culled from the lowest part of a vocal range, below her knees, but no longer so far down. Her mind was squeezed, crushed, and flattened by what had vibrated through her ears. The metal grill, in the center of the cement that Steve had been tethered to, had been raised from the earth, and a noxious wave of air had plumed from the aperture. The stench had made Cat panic as if she'd been exposed to poisonous gas. Yip, yip, yip. Into the dark hole her lover's parts had been tossed, and from down there, in eager receipt of the wet tumble, had come a scrabbling of great claws upon the rock. Cat had screwed herself into a ball as the red people had fallen over each other in their haste to escape what bayed and leaped and circled from below their bemired feet. Only the elderly male figure in the doggish mask had stood firm. He'd appeared more upright, impossibly taller, erect, the head and shoulders thrown back, and into the air he'd shaken his staff, and from his shabby muzzle he'd coughed and growled out more of the rough, unintelligible sounds. Cat had seen no great beast with muscular flanks that rippled beneath a reeking hide, but she had seen something, or experienced its presence, though only behind her closed eyes and within her mind, as the tremendous expulsion of hot, foul air had belched from the ground and filled the cave. A mighty bleat had resounded inside her skull. Inside her mind she'd also seen a geyser of panic erupt in the wild brown eyes of an animal, orbs peeled by panic into the size of apples. Those eyes had filled her thoughts as the creature's flesh had been torn into by spears and sharpened stones. She'd felt the great impact of a woolen side slammed against a snow-dusted earth. Another victim from another time, but brought here. Reason had become irrelevant, but she'd navigated those images as if dreaming. She'd been in the presence of the red, known this at once, instinctively. There, in that place, had existed an impossible continuity from another time to this one. And she'd seen these things behind her squeeze-shut eyes, the rough-faced, both young and old, male and female, their bodies stringy and dirty as they'd plodded into a fire-strobed darkness on unshod feet. Tatty-headed people herded by red devils. She'd seen their huddled forms dragged to the floor and sawn into, all in this very place in other times. Razor flint, black and iridescent, parting joints, separating limbs from forever and ever. Down there, under the barn, she'd listened to the consummation of the rite. Slippery bones had been crunched by teeth that must have been longer than thumbs. Devils that once clawed that very ground had pawed the fetid soil again. She sensed the steam-breathing snouts of black things that had once trodden the earth when it was much colder, those that had flowed sinewy from out of crevices and galloped the surrounding plains. And they had been returned for a terrible succour in that same darkness, partially illumined by firelight. Had there been words in that pit, too? Voices? She'd thought so, but in no language that she'd ever recognize. Eventually, rough hands had pulled her backwards and away from the fire. All who'd been summoned to that awful place had withdrawn from the lightless crevice in the floor, a fissure in stone, beneath the grate that had been Steve's final bed. Inside the barn, all had retreated save the elderly man who'd stood too tall and the smeared ancient woman who had risen from her wheelchair to prance and parade like a young girl before a bedroom mirror.